York City, the Big Apple. Just like this city, our industry never sleeps. At Next Summit, New York, you're in the driver's seat. Bold ideas take off, deals are made, and the future of iGaming is written. You're part of the world's iGaming community. What's next? It's New York. It's now. You are next. Next Summit, New York.
To welcome you to Next New York 2025, the premier North American online gambling and sports betting summit presented this year by Softswiss. Let's do a hand raise first and foremost. This is the 4th event that we host here in New York. And who is here for the first time today? Oh, many newbies. I like it. Very good to see. Who's been here last year? A couple of people. What about 2023, 3 years ago? And what about the very first one? Yes, there we go. Well, whether you're here for the first time attending or you've been with us from the very beginning, thank you so much for being here with us. Since last year, we've seen quite a number of exits of operators from the US market who were not able to persevere and survive this very competitive market. This has generated kind of like a general feeling that maybe the market is consolidating only towards some of the bigger players. But looking at this conference as a temperature check, that couldn't be further from the truth. Next New York 2025 is the biggest show that we've done so far, with an increase of 25% delegates to last year, 30% additional partners, and just an increase of numbers through and through. These are great indications of continued growth for the sector. And while some have exited from the market last year, new entrants are more than making up for the shortfall. It's particularly exciting to see new challenger brand popping up, like our good friend Justin Park of Betty, the new operator challenger brand, who successfully is establishing itself as a serious contender, working with relatively little capital, but is still able to be competitive, proving that it's possible to compete against the Dragons. Another great example is Softswiss. With CBDO Martin Collins, who is later on today, is going to talk about why Softswiss, who has been wildly successful globally, are now entering the North American market. And these are all great signs, because a healthy market needs a wide variety of options. I want to shift gears for a little bit. And before we dive deeper into today's discussion, I want to take a moment to remember someone who has been a regular at our events, a cherished member of our community, and above all, a genuinely good human being, Nico Jansen. Nico attended every Next New York conference since its inception. He was not just a participant, he was an integral part of the experience. Whether as a moderator, a panelist, or even joining our morning runs, albeit on a bicycle because he had a bad knee, Nico's energy was like no other. Tragically, Nico passed away just 2 months ago at the age of 43 of natural causes, leaving his 12-year-old daughter behind. Just hours before his passing, Nico recorded what would be his last next weekly news segment, where with our lead reporter, Connor Mulher, when Nico talked about his excitement for the upcoming ICE Barcelona conference and Next New York. At Nico's funeral, countless stories surfaced about his incredible kindness, his uplifting spirit, and his genuine care for people around him. One of those stories that came to light was the fact that Nico made it a habit to write personalized, handwritten Christmas cards to some of the people that he met at the conference circuit. You see one of those handwritten notes here to our dear friend Julia Weingard, and he would write these personalized Christmas card every year to some of the people that he met and he befriended at the conferences. Another story is from a good friend of Nico, who said that Nico sometimes would turn up at his house unannounced. I mean, who does that these days, by the way? Nico would bring a bottle of champagne. This particular person's kids were always excited when the door rang unannounced, as they knew that it would only be Nico. Recently, the door rang unannounced, and the kids ran towards the door shouting excitedly, "Nico." The parents didn't have the heart to tell the kids what had happened at that point. It is an undeniable tragedy, but nonetheless, that is the person that Nico was. He never had an agenda. He was just a truly great human being, truly one of a kind. Many of us, in reflecting on Nico's passing, wished we had taken the time to reciprocate this kindness. And his legacy serves as a reminder not to take the great people in our lives for granted. So, in honor of our friend, I would like to ask everyone here for a minute of silence today. Those who knew Nico, please remember his energy, his smile, and his warmth. And for those who didn't, please take a moment to think about those in your life that you hold most dear. For everyone, I would like you to think of at least one person that you commit to reaching out to remind them of how grateful you are to have them in your life. Close your eyes if you wish. Let's begin. I'll take the timer. Thank you so much. We have a book with us that will be placed at the next and blast downstairs, where you can write your final thoughts to Nico, for those who know him. This book will be delivered to Nico's family for his memory to live on. So, moving on. What truly drives this industry forward is connection. And in the honor of Nico, I would like to just reiterate some things that I've spoken about before. At shows like Next New York, the way to get the most out of these events and conferences is by not measuring success in the amount of meetings booked, but rather on the quality of the conversations. At Next, we believe that most important business is done with people that you trust. And the purpose of these events is to build that trust, not from those stressed 15-minute really impersonal meetings, but rather to form trust and friendships here at the events. So as such, we try to tailor our summits to maximize this experience from our delegates. At Next New York, we hope that our delegates will find a space to create friendships, because at the end of the day, as we mentioned, we want to do business with the people that we like and that we trust, people like Nico. My final point today is one key discussion that we must address, which is the reality of the regulated versus black market landscape here in the United States. So Next, together with our research partner Blask, have conducted what, at least to my knowledge, is the most comprehensive market research into the thriving black market in the United States today. And in order to understand its size and growth dynamics, the results are truly shocking. To put this in perspective, according to this research, the most popular online gambling sport betting site today in the United States is not FanDuel, is not DraftKings, nor is it BetMGM, Caesars, or ESPN Bet. It is estimated to be a completely unregulated brand. Okay, I'm not going to mention the brand specifically here today, but the research is available. Research from Next and Black shows that the black market is nearly twice as large as the regulated market in the United States. And let's just take an example of Florida. We know Florida, it's a monopoly, right? Hard Rock, they are the only regulated player. Well, the monopoly brand is estimated to only have a market share of 20% in that state. Okay, 80% of the activity remaining is going to unregulated operators, according to our research. And according to this research, there are nearly 300 unlicensed, unregulated operators that are operating in the United States today. And I'm not talking about sweepstakes, which does fall under our legal framework. These are offshore, unregulated gambling sites, full stop. This is still early research, but with the power of Blask, who through advanced, expansive, and proprietary AI and computer vision technologies and a team of nearly 80 computer scientists and software engineers, we can now start lifting the veil of the online gambling market in its entirety in North America for the first time. This is data that needs to come to light to create a more nuanced debate and to start shifting the discussion about the industry as household media exclusively attacks the regulated industry operators who are trying to do the right thing, whilst completely ignoring the dangerous unregulated operators that are often the main culprit behind the many of the worst cases of gambling harm. This is data that can also help states that are not yet regulated to truly understand the impact the black market is having on their constituents. And this is what Next New York is all about. We need to bring these difficult conversations to light so that we can work together to shape a better future for the industry. As such, I encourage the media that are here today and the regulators who are present to speak to Blask and get a full picture of what the market looks like today. Blask and Next are exhibiting downstairs. The full research report is available for much more detailed and granular data on a state-by-state basis and the various operators that work within them. Last, before I conclude, I want to take a moment just to thank our partners who makes Next New York possible. A huge thank you to our headline partner, Softswiss, who is literally making this show possible, and for sponsoring my shoes today. Right? Improving fashion, thank you so much. Softswiss are just entering the US market in a very exciting and fresh fashion. Whilst the brand is not yet that known in the United States, Softswiss is one of the most respected and biggest success stories of the global iGaming and online sports betting industries in recent years, and you will start hearing more about them here in the United States market as well. I would also like to thank our platinum partners, Alia, Fast Track, Altenar, and Play and Go, and of course, to all our cherished partners who make this event possible. Please take a moment to check them out in the agenda around the event here today, familiarize with them. A big thank you also goes to the new award show, the Starters, who, if there was a marketing campaign of the year, they should be the winner of their own award because they've done a great job establishing this award show. It's created by Jesse Learmouth of Betting Startup and Travis Gager of WagerWire. It's happening tonight as well, by the way. And finally, I want to thank the Next.io team for working literally day and night to make this event happen. Hosting events is not for the faint of heart, I can tell you, and I am proud to have a really great team of fellow lunatics who are not scared of dancing with hurricanes. And Maria Turone, who is our main hurricane dancer and product manager, has done an incredible job orchestrating this summit. An extended thank you also goes to Natalia, Rory, Olga, Garda, and the entire Next.io team of nearly 50 people who have been part of the success of this show here today. And a huge thank you goes out to our various advisory boards who have guided us along the way. And of course, our 200+ speakers who have kindly agreed to share their knowledge with the industry at this event. Your contributions are invaluable to making this event a success and for driving the industry forward. With that, I officially welcome you all to Next New York 2025. Let's have an incredible conference filled with meaningful discussions, valuable connections, and a shared vision for a stronger, more responsible industry. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good show.
Good morning, all. I am Robert Heller. I'm the CEO of Spectrum Gaming Capital. We're consultants and financiers to the gaming industry globally. It's my honor to be here for the fourth time hosting this conference. My co-host, Ashley Rodriguez, is stuck in traffic, so you'll be seeing her a little bit later. Thank you, Pierre, for those very good words, especially about Nico, who we all miss greatly. As Pierre said, we're going to see about 200 speakers today, ranging from C-suite CEOs to media stars, operators, and to investors, all here to explain, debate, and inspire. The market has grown again, $72 billion this year in 2024, from land-based gaming, iGaming, and sports betting. And we're going to hear tomorrow from Bill Miller, the CEO of the American Gaming Association, who will be interviewed, I believe, by Ashley. If you were at the event yesterday, this conference keeps expanding. Yesterday, there was a social and sweepstakes gaming session, ran it for a half a day. It was supposed to be 100 people to show up. Over 400 people came. Which was interesting because the room could only hold 150. So most people were outside talking during that conference. But sweepstakes and social are controversial topics, but a good conference brings you controversial topics, and that's what makes it special. In addition to that, this conference will have an investment session all day today with Morgan Stanley, sessions on tribal gaming, marketing, responsible gaming, and even one on personal development, and who couldn't use some good advice on personal development? That's going to be in the other hubs, so look at your schedule and follow that. I hope you enjoyed last night's party at the Hard Rock. Tonight we're going to have another one at Jardin d'Hiver, the winter garden overlooking the magnificent Hudson River and the Statue of Liberty. All the speaker bios are online. There's going to be some time for question and answer depending on the panel, and hopefully you'll raise your hand and someone will come with a mic. Remember, without our sponsors, this conference would not be here. It would probably be in Jersey City, so we should all thank them. So with that, I think we'll introduce our first panel. Every morning I get up and the first thing I do is I pull my smartphone out and look at the New York Times because I want to know what happened last night, because there's so much going on. Usually it's only in wartime we see so much going on, but now in peacetime we do. And then after I look at what happened yesterday, I want to know how to interpret this. So I turn on CNBC and I look to Contessa Brewer to tell me about it. So Contessa, come on up. And her panel is on predictions, which we all want to know what's going to happen next.
Hello, everybody. Meredith, come on up. Nice to see you. This is Meredith McFerrin, who's with Drive by DraftKings, Jeremy Levine, and Ashke, and Justin. Oh, look, and they've got it all labeled out for us. So I didn't know where Rob was going with that. I thought he was going to introduce me as working for the New York Times. I thought I was going to have to correct everybody. It was always that was a lofty goal when I was in journalism school, to work for the New York Times. Glad you looped that back around. Nice to see you all bright and early this morning. Always a challenge when you're the first one up for the day. So we're going to have to knock it out of the park and make it difficult for everybody else to follow. Listen, the part about pulling open your phone every morning to see what in the world has happened overnight is real. I think when you look, as I do, at markets bouncing around all day, every day, there are some big questions about the availability of capital, whether investors are going to feel confident in making deals when we kind of don't know what's coming down the pike. So Meredith, because so much of what you do is evaluating investments in companies that are in and around gaming, could you just give us a sense of how you're seeing 2025 unfold and the impact that it's having on investor sentiment?
Right. Thanks, Contessa. Hello, everybody. It's great to be here. Yeah, it is. I mean, it is a daunting environment, no doubt. So I don't think we can like sugarcoat that. Uncertainty is really hard for markets. It's really hard for venture. Oftentimes it starts in the public markets and then there's a lag effect. When there's talks about recession looming, it affects investment, the full arc of it. And I think with our companies that we are invested in, our portfolio companies, we we're really thoughtful about those times on the conservative side, where we see that could be a great span of time of uncertainty. We think about cash conservation to kind of make it through those times, and I think that's been some of the story of the years of 22, 23. When we look ahead and in venture, I think in particular, some of those times of uncertainty, we think about the benefits. A lot of great companies were built from tightening and prioritizing and a significant level of focus. So for this, I think right now, I look forward and I think we're in a great space that's very resilient. I think people in times that are good and hard look to entertainment as a place to find joy and to engage in things that make them happy and bring community together. So overall, we're cognizant of it, but we're not afraid of it. And I think we'll be on the other side of this personally.
Okay, so when I'm looking at the bricks and mortar gambling companies, they are very much in the travel and leisure space. So consumer discretionary dollars are super important. Mm-hmm. You guys all fall under consumer discretionary too. You've got Betty, which is female focused, right? Straddling Canada and the United States. You've got Jackpot, Ashke, and you've got Underdog. All of that is trying to attract in your operation being at the level you are. I mean, is that in any way, shape, or form a concern moving forward through this year?
It's kind of a hard.
No?
Not something we can control. So look, as a founder trying to run the company and keep the company focused, it's not something we focus on.
What about what Meredith was saying about cash and having cash on hand? Has the turn of events changed the way you're looking at having a safety net for your companies, or does it all need to be reinvested?
I would say the last 4 years have represented a turn of events, right? And so, yes, there's been whiplash over the last few weeks. But as Meredith alluded to, this has been happening since 2022, right? In terms of fundraising being challenging, funds looking for exits before they deploy more capital. I think, Tessa, to answer your first question, look, would I wish that discretionary income were free-flowing and everyone had the ability to spend money on whatever entertainment product that they wanted? Yes. But I would also say at the same time, particularly in our case where the dollar denomination of what people are buying, lottery tickets, is fairly low, oftentimes entertainment, particularly at low denominations, tends to be the last thing that people cut back on. And so, yes, the macro environment isn't fun for any consumer business, is my guess. But at the same time, we think that even in this macro environment, there are opportunities.
Speaking of whiplash, you got a ruling from Texas all of a sudden banning lottery providers like Jackpot and Jackpocket, which belongs to DraftKings. Can you give me a sense of what was that a surprise? And in the nation's second most populous state, where you're not competing with sports gambling and casinos and everything for those dollars, is it a problem?
So it's definitely a problem. Yeah, look, it was a massive state for us. So losing that overnight, definitely not a positive. It was a surprise in a way, but for anyone who's been following Texas politics recently, there's a broader backlash among some of the folks who have a lot of political power against gambling in general, the concept of spending money on any kind of risky asset. Look, I was told when I started this business that there's no way that anything in a regulated industry is always going to be up and to the right. You're not just constantly going to add states with no challenges. That's not how it works. That's not how it worked for casinos. That's not how it worked in brick and mortar. That is not how it worked for fantasy back in the day. That's not how it's worked for sports betting. That's not how it works for casino. It's a gradual and patient build, and you just have to believe that over time, you're going to convince more regulators than not that what you're doing makes sense for the consumer. We believe that that is going to be the case in Texas over time. And we have the patience to wait that out and to fight that out. And the Texas issue is still going through the legislation. We still believe that there's a very clear path to being able to allow lottery couriers online in Texas. But it is a long, long game, and we're in it for the long game because at the end of the day, we fundamentally believe one thing, which is, as was alluded to earlier, the first thing people do when they wake up in the morning, for better or worse, is they whip out their phones. And if consumers want to use their phones to transact, then it is our job to give those consumers the ability to transact in the way that they want to. And the last thing I'll say on this is, there's two schools of thought on every form of regulation, right? There's a school of thought that basically says everything was written in a certain way and everything should therefore adhere to that. So cars were not intended to serve as passenger vehicles to take people to the airport. Homes were not intended to serve as rental for people visiting from out of town. And lottery tickets were not meant to be sold on people's phones. There's the other tact, which is the world changes. Technologies evolve, companies evolve, the way in which consumer behavior changes evolves. And if you adhere to that, if you believe that, which we do, then in the long run, we think that this is going to behoove our product.
I want to make sure is this working?
Yeah, it's just a little low.
It's a little low. Okay.
There you go.
There we go. All right. So the question was macro and how that affects our businesses, how we're thinking about it. So I guess on the Betty side, I'll start with something like just to capture our mindset. This is going to be really random, but when I was a freshman in high school, I ended that year, I was 5'2". That summer, I grew a bunch. I came back, I was like 5'8". Okay, it was a big summer. That's what's happening to Betty right now. Okay, we went from like challenger brand to now about 8-9% of the Ontario market. So, Contessa's asking about macro, and I'm like, does that really affect us? I'm not sure. I think it does. I think we're at a scale where it might. We're not feeling it, but anyways, that's just how I think about it from the Betty POV.
And the issue about regulation and how you work the lack of regulation, where you exploit that. I mean, that's something that I know that Underdog and your big competitor Prize Picks have trying to navigate this arena where you're getting a lot of pushback from the guys who are already in the space. So give me a sense of, the states that have issued cease and desist letters, the pushback that you're getting from attorneys general. Tell me where you are right here and how you see this landscape unfolding over the next year or two.
Yeah, we were getting pushback from our competitors. I think that's now largely over. The lead instigator of that is now offering a game, and they've kind of copied what we've built. So the entire thing they spent years arguing was illegal, they're now doing. Back around 2 years ago when some of that started, we were offering our games in 32 states. Today we offer those pick'em games in 35 states, and there's more coming soon. So for us, it's largely an issue of the past.
Your Prize Picks has just announced that it for the first time ever is a fantasy operator that got a certificate from the National Council on Problem Gambling. How important is it for you, even though you're a fantasy operator, to be adhering to responsible gaming guidelines and guideposts?
Yeah, it's super important. It's something we've always done from the start and always prioritized. People play our games for real money. I think anything people are playing for real money, it's incumbent on the operator to make sure they're operating responsibly and keeping their customers safe. And it's something we've invested a lot in a lot of different ways. One of the things I'm really proud of is what we're doing with Guard Dog. If people haven't heard of that, and please kind of share this with anyone you know who's working on stuff in responsible gaming, we've got a fund called Guard Dog where we invest in companies building technology to advance responsible gaming. We work with regulators, we give them mentorship, we try to plug them into the underdog ecosystem, try to introduce them to other companies, and really proud of what we're doing there and think there's a lot more we as an industry can be doing, and it's going to take working together. It's going to take working together with technology. It's going to take working together with startups. It's going to take working together with regulators. So I think it's something that's super important for all of us as we think about what we do is try to provide the best experiences for customers. And for customers, you can't really have a great experience if you're not within your means.
You know, we're actually, go for it.
Oh, I was just going to chime in that we talked a little bit about this before the panel, but this is where I think the AI that's sweeping over every industry has also got an opportunity to just have a substantial, really transformative impact in many ways in the betting space, but in particular, I think in responsible gambling. And I think just the amount of pickup that can happen on some of that behavior that becomes risky and the way in which it can alert operators and people themselves, I think is amazing. So I think it's both around what are individual operators doing. I also think from a tech and investment standpoint, that kind of technology coming forward is really, really exciting for the space.
Justin, go ahead.
Yeah, so on the topic of like the unregulated aspect of our industry, we have a point of view and we've actually started actioning on it that I want to share with you all. About 6 months ago, we spun out a new company called Edgar, which is really a mobile gaming business that's contemplating the role that AMOE and sweepstakes will play in the mobile game space. So you can envision like Candy Crush for money, right? That's kind of the bigger vision. In the short term, we're launching Betty. Again, we are currently in Ontario regulated in the US using the sweepstakes framework. And the business was actually funded about $4 million at the end of last year. Andreessen Horowitz was the anchor investor in the business, which is also significant because it's their first check into real money. So I bring all that up because, one, we think there's a convergence happening between real money, free to play, you know, all those things we're all kind of moving, we all see the puck going in the same direction, right? Two, I think you're starting to see more mainstream investors starting to get into the space. And then three, we believe the winners in the space are the ones that can actually harness multiple regulatory frameworks, especially in a market like the US where there's like a million different states and there's this federal thing and no one knows what's going on. You need to be a lot more nuanced. So like that's how we're looking at the market.
Is it easier for Betty to go in and employ the sweepstakes arena than it is for, say, DraftKings or FanDuel, because they're already licensed and operating? And what I get in my discussions with, let's say, the top 5 or 6 sports books and online gambling operators is a sense that they don't want to jeopardize with the gaming regulators what they have for what they don't have.
Definitely. Like when you have like an existential topic of like black and white, regulated, unregulated, like these bigger businesses, the incumbents, like they're risk averse. Like no one's gonna raise their hand and be like, yeah, let's do sweeps. Like that's a good idea, right? For us, we actually, again, we spun something out. So this is outside of the Betty structure. And we're able to do that because we have a smaller shareholder group, more nimble board, and we're attacking it from that perspective. I don't think FanDuel or DraftKings is going to spin anything out like that.
Given the gigantic market share those two have, I know you guys are all going to say that there's room to grow and get bigger and all of that. But Meredith, from your perspective, when you're looking at where to put the money to work, is there a sense that everybody who's coming in now, if you're a startup, your only option is to get bought by one of the giants?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think no doubt there's a huge concentration. I mean, it's FanDuel, DraftKings, 75%-ish of the market. It's a huge concentration. I think, but these guys have shown as well right here that when you innovate with product or mechanics or niche markets or demographic focus, like there's an opportunity to innovate and to gain some share. So I look at it both ways. I think as an investor, and as all you know, we're independent from DraftKings. They're an anchor in our fund, but we are independent. My views don't represent DraftKings necessarily. So, I think about it from a, is there opportunity for challenger brands? There is. I think it's moved a bit from who can spend the most to kind of product-led growth. And I think that's a very exciting time because everybody is on their toes. I think with respect to, is a DraftKings or a FanDuel risk averse, I wouldn't frame it that way necessarily. I would say they're very studied around what risk is worth taking when it gets to state licenses. And, it's a, I think, judicious cost benefit and a wait and see. And they also can take big leaps around things, whether to acquire companies that are rising, whether to play the regulation out, put the thumb on the scale. However, so we as venture investors, early stage, we look at all of that, what's coming and what has a chance to succeed and get purchased, the cap of that. What does that value look like? If you're selling into an operator, it oftentimes is a capped value. We look for unbounded upside. So
we've heard a lot about product and how important the product is to acquiring customers. Jeremy, where is product going? Where's the future for what consumers expect to see when they open up their phones?
That's $100 billion plus question. Look, we have a very strong view that product needs to be simple for customers. It needs to be enjoyable, and that's what we've always focused on, right? Our whole mission is make sports more fun. We focus on the sports fan and making fun games for them. Clearly we've had, and we're kind of at the end now of this shift to mobile, right? But it's still there. If you think about kind of the incumbent operators in our space, the customers you consider the big ones, or the companies you consider the big ones, they were all they're using the products built for a desktop world. Customers aren't on desktop anymore. I think we see 99% of our behavior on mobile. And so it's just meeting customers where they are and trying to provide great experiences for them.
What about iGaming, Justin? When you look at the kinds of games that people are migrating to Betty to play, is there any consistent thread that you're seeing about what appeals? Any changes in what consumers want?
I mean, I guess I can just share some of the foundational insight as to why we built Betty. We started the business first. My co-founder and I actually interviewed 100 players, both on the phone and Zoom. We actually had players show us how they use a DraftKings or FanDuel, and it became really clear within the iGaming category that there's really two types of players. You have slot players, which are predominantly women, and then you have the table game / sports betting players. These are way different types of people.
By the way, I never see, even about slots, which my mother loves. She loves Candy Crush, and she will sit there endlessly and play. But I never see men on the subway I never see men playing Candy Crush. It's a women's thing.
No comment. I don't.
Well, no, you you.
No, okay.
You founded Betty,
So when we did these interviews, we asked them, what % of you play social casino or candy? It was 60, 70%.
Wow.
It's such a big overlap. That's why I'm saying the slot player is more like a mobile games player than they are a gambler. And so back to your question around product and the reason why we started Edgar, it's we're taking it that way. We're taking it more around the mobile game space. I'm trying to get as many awesome, talented people from companies like Playtika and those types of places because they have a different way of looking at the world and building product, and super talented. And also the mobile games industry is like in a really bad place right now because multiples are going down. They're leaving. They want somewhere to go. And we're trying to capture as much of that as possible.
Akshay, how much room is there for innovation if you're buying a lottery ticket? Is that something that requires very much product change?
So a couple of things. One, we have the privilege of selling a product that has been around for decades, right? And so it's a lot easier. What we do is a lot easier than what these guys do. And we're privileged to be able to do something relatively easy because for generations, people have bought lottery tickets in America. I think, the number that was thrown out was 80 billion, 100 billion last year. There was $120 billion spent on lottery tickets in America alone.
Sorry, but is that because it's become easier to get a lottery ticket? Like, it's way easier.
98% of that $120 billion was purchased in person, typically with cash, at a convenience store, gas station, Walmart, you name it. So we're making inroads, but our inroads are very, very small on a very, very large market. The fact of the matter is the majority of this industry is still very analog. So the short answer to the product innovation piece is simply by creating an innovation on delivery mechanism, you're transforming the industry. Ignore the product for a second. Just by saying that this one thing that you have done in a very 1980s style way, you can now do in a 2025 way, that alone is revolutionary. But then within that, there are product innovations. So for example, in addition to what many people think of lottery tickets as, Powerball tickets, Mega Millions tickets, Cash for Life, etc., we also sell scratch-offs. Now, selling physical scratch-offs in a digital way that both is sufficiently instant within the constraints of the regulatory framework that we have, but is also fun enough that people no longer feel the need to do this with a coin or with their fingernails, represents an incredible product feat that doesn't seem that interesting until you actually experience it.
Do you use your finger and swipe?
Yeah, exactly.
We all have experience with that because of improving our photos, so I know how to swipe.
But yeah.
Maybe you are swiping left or swiping right. I missed that whole move, but
It's another no comment, Justin.
That's a wedding ring.
But I think innovation comes in many forms. Innovation for us has come in how you deliver it, in the same way that I would argue, ignoring gaming for a second, going back to kind of an Uber or Airbnb example, the concept of taxis and hotels was not innovative. But taking the fundamental structure and turning somebody's passenger vehicle into a taxi or turning somebody's home into a hotel, that was innovative. We're not innovating the lottery. We're just allowing people to purchase something the way that we all know they want to purchase it.
Okay, so Meredith mentioned AI a little bit ago. I've been asking a lot about AI. I asked the Super Bowl players whether AI could replace coaching, which they all said no, because it takes knowing, you got to know the human heart. I'm like, well, it turns out that AI is pretty good at giving psychological coaching to humans. You can build that. When you look at AI, can you just be futurist for a minute and tell me the way that, like, the tangible ways we might see this playing out in your businesses? And then the second part is it potentially a huge headwind? Because if you're able to employ it, so can the customers who want to game the system. Let's start with you. You're closest.
Right. AI in the context of, iCasino, I just thought of this right now, so I'm making this up as I go. But basically, like, if you look at a slot game, like, the core of it is your RNG. It's like your random number generator. That's what gives you the feel, the volatility, win or loss, all that stuff. I actually think there's probably an opportunity to, like, apply AI, whatever that is, to the RNG, the core, and find new models and find new experiences, I think.
Because you told me you don't think people would want to win all the time.
Yeah. So on the sports betting front, like my last business, we were like a tipping service for sports bettors, helping them make better, more informed decisions. And so, like, if you thought about AI in the context of, like, sports betting and people, like, winning more, what we were saying before this we were talking about that. Also, talking about Taco Bell and all this other stuff. But what we were saying was like, what I was trying to say was, I don't think people, when you think about gambling, I don't think people actually want to only win, because it's not fun. If you're a real player,
I'd like to win all the time.
I only play roulette and in person with a human. When I go to the roulette table and I win over and over and over again, not only am I having more fun, everyone around me is having more fun watching me win.
Yeah. It's possible. I mean, I would even flip it to like, okay, thought experiment. Let's say, you rewind and you could, like, your heart is never broken, right? Like, it only works out. It's like, do you actually want that? Like, I don't know, right?
I guess the flip point, Contessa, is in your example when you're at the roulette table. If I told you that I had rigged the table and every single time you were going to win, part of why you're doing this, I think, is for the money. But part of why you're doing it is for the adrenaline rush.
Right.
And my guess is if you know you're always going to win, the adrenaline rush isn't as spiking and falling because you know you're going to win. So, like, when that ball is spinning, if I knew I was going to win, my heart rate's not rising.
Yeah.
And part of why I do it is for that heart rate rise in addition to the money that I win or lose.
Since we chatted about this earlier, I actually did do a survey of a number of people because I was also kind of curious around this, like, love of losing versus love of winning, and it was super interesting, actually. I will say, what came through from this group of young people was the fear of losing. That is the dopamine hit in a way. So it was that experience of, like, I might lose, right? I'm worried about losing. That actually makes for a really high engagement factor, even though they know that this is like entertainment, you're going to lose most of the time, right? And so, but they described it as the fear of losing bigger than the joy of winning.
Which I think in sports we see the same thing, right?
Yes.
Like, it's a lot more fun to watch two good teams go at it together than to have one Goliath taking on a David, and the
Yes.
outcome is sort of presumed. What do you think about the way that, I mean, especially I would think in fantasy, you're probably already seeing a lot of your customers putting together fantasy teams using ChatGPT suggestions and things like that. Does it matter in how they do?
I don't think so. They've always had, I mean, to Justin's prior business, there's always been companies that try to give advice, give you different ways to construct lineups, build teams, make bets, whatever it is. And I think that's part of the joy in playing is kind of how you're doing your research and how you get to your opinions to ultimately express your opinions. And everyone's got different ways to build confidence in their opinions. And I think to the experience of having fun, we believe that customers want to have confidence in what they're doing. It's part of why the product needs to be simple as well. They want to have confidence because it's not, when you're putting money on something and you don't have confidence in what you're doing, it's hard to have fun with it. And so there's all these different ways, and AI can be one where they can build their confidence and kind of create that opinion that will let them have their enjoyment for the night.
Is the open nature of, like, OpenAI, has it made it easier for you guys to use high technology in your businesses and made it, more democratic? You don't have to pay to build your own AI model. Is that going to make it cheaper, easier, more efficient for you to grow?
Look, there's AI that can replace a lot of the kind of work that people do, and we're obviously seeing that come more and more into organization as engineers are using AI as an assistant, as marketers are using AI to help create images or graphics or whatever it is. So it's the very early days.
Are you already using it?
Yeah, I mean, personally a little bit. Engineers definitely. Marketers and graphic designers definitely. And look, it's picking up really rapidly, and it's going to make people more efficient, which will allow us as a company to do more.
Ashkay, how are you using AI?
Yeah, I mean, there's, I think there are companies that are using AI to completely transform business models and using, multi-language models to completely transform how they're operating. That's not us, but we are able to bring products to market faster with fewer people. We're able to provide better customer service support with fewer people. We're able to, as Jeremy alluded to, create. It's frankly, it's more about faster turns on things like marketing materials, faster turns on product graphics, faster turns on new code that needs to be written to usher in a new product. I don't know that there are things that we wouldn't have been able to do, but there are things that we're being able to do a lot faster with the same size of headcount that maybe would have taken a lot longer in a world where we weren't able to use some of these tools.
Yeah, I mean, definitely on the engineering side. I have younger engineers come up to me and be like, yeah, like I'm using whatever and it does my work in like 15 minutes. And the next thing I say is like, well, why are we paying you $100,000? What's going on here? Like, we need to renegotiate this a little bit. That's a joke. But in terms of like Betty, like we raised like $12 million in equity. We went from 0 to $125 million net revenue run rate USD, with like our product and engineering team is like 40 people strong. Okay, so some of that has to do with AI and tools, and I think it also speaks to the fact that there are going to be more businesses coming out that are probably even more efficient than what I just described, which I think was like possibly the greatest performance of all time. Like, there's going to be better stuff in the next 5 years.
What else was the factor there? I mean, that's incredible growth. 10% of the market in Ontario is a big deal. There's a lot of people who want to see that kind of success. How'd you do it?
Yeah, I mean, it's like base level values. Like, we're very into the customer. We talk to the customer a lot, so customer's a big part of it. These are all answers you don't want to hear. The second layer is, I do believe we've built maybe one of the best teams of all time, maybe outside of the DraftKings team in like 2012, 2013. And then on top of that is just focusing like crazy. And those are the ingredients.
I mean, but everybody focuses. Like, everybody's focused on their business. It doesn't always end up in that kind of success.
We can hang out. I'll show you focus. There's different levels of focus. Like, we're like fucking focused. You know what I mean? Like, boom. You know.
What is it about dropping an F-bomb on a stage that
Okay.
always elicits? No, I'm not judging. I'm just saying it always elicits a laugh. Like, the audience thinks that's so funny if you just say it. I like it.
I didn't know we're like.
No, it's fine. It's good. I'm glad we're not on television.
Okay, yeah. She's not going to bring me on TV.
No, I would.
Okay.
But that's the second. I also heard one earlier, too.
Okay.
I was like, oh, this guy cannot. No, I'm kidding. Okay, one thing that I'm super focused on is predictions markets. We're in a period where the ruling on elections is still pending. Like, let's see what happens on sports. What's your prediction on predictions markets in the United States?
I don't have one.
Okay, Ashke.
I'm the wrong person to ask, but I actually think this is the fight that I think regulators are going to fight very aggressively. So I think
the weird part of that is, though, that state regulators don't get a say about federal regulation.
Yes.
And state legislatures may have missed the opportunity. You know, what do you think?
Fascinating. I think there's a whole host of options, and it kind of feels like anything's on the table. I think we'll learn a lot more. There's a roundtable in about a month or so. I think we'll learn a lot more. Jason
Robbins told me at the Super Bowl, you know, like, once the rules are clear, if this is going to be the way in, yeah, we're going to go. It's not like, if we can't beat them, join them. It was clear to me that they're going to play in the space if those rules get set. And why not? Because you would get access to Texas and Florida and California players where right now there's no access. I imagine tribes are going to have something to say about this too. Mm-hmm. Meredith, again, like, you're looking at a lot of across the industry, big picture. How do you think that this plays out?
Yeah, I think to your point of and we talked about it a little bit, is it complementary or competitive, and what will the industry do? I think one thing that's cool about prediction markets, just the engagement around that. It's, binary, it's skill-based, it can be everywhere. So there is a lot of opportunity for it, I suppose, to, get into markets on a favorable regulatory aspect, to span topics. So I think all that's really interesting, and like obviously seeing what Kalshi's done and Polymarket is interesting, although specifically on the elections. The only thing I would say is that they are binary plays, and when you think about like in sports betting, the hold has moved into parlays. So these binary, how big is that market with respect to like the high hold areas? And I think it's relatively small.
Right.
And so there are reasons why I think it's super interesting, but they are regulatory in nature and skill-based and all of that. So where it can be expansive, I think it's interesting. I view it as pretty complementary. I wouldn't be on the competitive side. And, I think on the unregulated sort of area, it's also interesting, not to a DraftKings, I'm sure, but like overall, kind of interesting internationally as well.
We have just about 2 minutes left, so I want to do something really quick. The biggest opportunity you see in the next 2 years in gaming, the biggest worry in gaming, Meredith?
I do think the AI betting area is quite interesting, especially from a consumer standpoint, as it relates to how AI will assist, maybe a little bit in fantasy, around getting complex lineups, the data around that, getting that help if you're really excited about leaning in. Everyone having an active AI agent, I think, is a way of the future. So I think that's going to be quite interesting. I mentioned a fun one that we've been just tracking, Billy Bets, which is from the Virtuals protocol. It's just really interesting to see how the combination of entertainment, it's an AI betting agent that actually places bets on the crypto rails, and but it's just in the personality of a kind of sharp bettor, and so the way they're engaging with the audience has been social and following. So I think AI embedding in all its dimensions, from the consumer side to kind of what makes operations more efficient, is going to be interesting. What am I worried about? I do think the RGs thing is real, and I think we need to kind of take a look at that, and I think everybody is.
And we've seen that in Europe.
Yeah, we see it in mature markets. So it's not like a mystery, but yeah.
Jeremy?
I'll say what I'm worried about, because that's the, I think, more interesting answer, and I see the shot clock running down. We as an industry do a lot of fighting with each other, and the optics of this industry, there's been more negative pieces written about our industry in the last 6 months than in the first 6 years of licensed sports betting. And every time there's kind of a potential change, a sea change in legislation, we're seeing it with prediction markets right now, like there's fighting. And there's not a focus on building great experiences for the customer. There's not a focus on providing kind of responsible platforms for the customer and focusing on sustainability. There's a focus on fighting on kind of political grounds. And I think it's doing a lot of damage to our industry. I wish people would just focus more on what the customer wants and what's best for the customer. I think that would do us a lot of good.
I actually think the biggest opportunity and the biggest concern are probably flip points of each other. The opportunity is a consistent industry narrative. I think the concern is that the pendulum of both consumer sentiment and regulatory sentiment is starting to swing pretty heavily against this mismatched narrative that comes out of the industry, yes, as it concerns responsible gaming, but frankly about how visible the industry is in every aspect of our day-to-day lives. And I think unless there's a cohesive message about why that is either okay or necessary or some of both, I think the entire real money gaming industry is going to be in big trouble.
I think the biggest opportunity is to have courage to challenge the status quo. Someone mentioned Jason Robbins. I met him like 10 years ago. I would say I know him personally. He was an angel investor in my last business. I'll say two things about him, right? One, he is the best in the world, and he has been for about 5-6 years. But two, he can be beat. And I think everyone with that mindset, you would change the way you make decisions and what you choose to work on.
Great. Thank you, all of you, for such a really
Thanks, Contessa.
fascinating, enlightening conversation. Thank you, everybody, for being a great audience.
All right, we're running behind, so we're going to move quickly through these transitions. If we could have our next group come up. While I'm speaking, please feel free. The next panel is about M&A. Maybe I'll wait a moment for the room to clear. I'm ready, but the audience isn't. Who cares about M&A? I guess everybody really wanted to see Contessa Brewer. Okay, let's get started. If we can have our panel come on up. Robert Montgomery just said, who cares about M&A? If you've started a company, if you are part of a group that started a company, you care a lot about M&A because that's how you're going to make your money for everything you've done till now. M&A is where the big money is. We've got an incredible panel here.
No, we've got all shuffled up.
Of folks in the industry.
I just do as I'm told.
including The king of iGaming M&A himself, Sanford Loudon from Oakville. So, gentlemen, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Got a great panel here today. Short time frame, so I'll kind of jump right into it. Most of these guys don't really need any introduction. So we'll hop in, cover some key trends and headwinds in the M&A space. First, I want to do a quick look back, kind of GTE to now. I think some of the themes we heard as KPMG and G2E was we were feeling a little bit more positive about the deal market coming into the end of the year. A little more stability around interest rates, supply chain, seemingly valuations started to moderate a little more reasonably. We did see some sizable deals close at the end of the year, which was really positive. Now, almost 8 months later, and maybe more importantly, 2 months into the new administration, kind of before we hop into some more details, kind of quick polling question: Do we still feel that there's an upward correction coming in the deal market? Kind of a yes, no, mixed, and maybe it's a timing thing, or what's your guys' take on this?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I hope so, right? For our sake, but no, I think there is. We kind of went through that gold rush period when PASPA was originally repealed by SCOTUS, and the market seems to be settling to a place now where the remaining companies are, many of them are either profitable or becoming profitable, demonstrating really strong signs of product market fit. There's this really exciting new wave of emerging operators across fantasy pick'em and sweepstakes and prediction markets, and a lot of new product innovation that's going to be unlocked. And the entrenched OSB guys are continuing to improve their products and growing really quickly. I feel like DraftKings is revising their revenue guidance upwards pretty much every single earnings report, and their market cap has remained pretty stable over the past couple quarters. So a lot of room for growth here, and we're really excited about what's ahead.
That's a quick yes or no there. I'm definitely going to echo the I hope so, given the position I'm in. But I'm a definite yes, and I care less about short-term fluctuation, and I look at the gaming space. I think it's so counter-cyclical, and I think you see small, mid, and large deals. And so for me this year, as interest rates come down a little bit, they're now going to stabilize. It's a definite yes.
I would fundamentally agree with that. I do think, however, that there is this sense, especially at the early stage, of instability due to the uncertainty as to where interest rates are going and cash balances really being at all-time highs. A lot of big companies are now buying back stock, but I also think in the next wave we're going to see a lot of tactical acquisitions. There's a lot of great young companies that have been built that are going to have a hard time raising their next round, and that's going to be fertile ground for larger operators to come in and buy those companies as fill-ins.
Yep. I definitely want to dive into that point in a moment, but as well, a little bit further with you, Roger. Ed, what's your take?
Yeah, look, the only additional point I'd make is no one needs to pile on here is if you are a public equity investor, then the current volatility is going to give you enormous pause for concern. Should be buying, should be selling, but I'm on a mark-to-market basis. The audience here is predominantly founders and people making investment decisions for the long term. Therefore, I'd argue vociferously to look beyond the rhetoric, look beyond the hyperbole. This is an industry within secular growth, and actually volatility can create opportunities as it relates to then seeing new avenues of growth, new availability of financing. Might it be a little bit more expensive? Sure, it may be, but you're building something for the next 10 years, so don't get too caught up in the daily grind of what's going on in the public debt or equity markets.
No, appreciate that, and I echo that as well. I mean, I'm still very bullish on the market, and I think maybe short-term pickups. Hopefully we'll see a pickup both in flow and volume. Flow and size of deals. Just thinking through, we had done a survey kind of closing out 24 into 25 and talking about why some of the deals were happening, right? We got some of the challenges. We got a few interesting responses, right? And some of this goes back to the buy versus build point, getting new product, diversifying your offerings. Acquiring talent, things you might not be able to afford to build or grow yourself, or maybe not have the skill set to do that. So we saw some disparate reasons for the deals. And then we also saw some challenges, right? One of the big ones, interest rates are still high. That's been a struggle. Time to complete diligence is one that came up a lot when we did our surveys. When you guys kind of think about the various positive trends in the space, right? Maybe Sanford, what do you think is the most interesting kind of segment of the industry right now for investment?
Well, I think the first thing I'd say is I think the days of 21, 22, where people barely did due diligence and you did 20 deals remotely via Zoom. I mean, it was incredible. Look, I wasn't complaining, but I think those days are gone. And now what we see is a lot more due diligence, a lot more risk aversion. When you go through a deal, you can see that buyers are more nervous about the hair on a deal. So regulatory changes, things that happen around litigation, they have a big impact on deal certainty. So I think I'd be interested to see the amount of deals that started and not closed because of some of these nuances and more comprehensive diligence. But to your question, so I think there's two components, right? There's the M&A piece, where are people investing from an M&A standpoint? And I think where are people deploying capital into earlier stage businesses? And I'll take the M&A point. So when we, as a firm, when we look at who we want to be working with, we're looking at new geos, new emerging geos. So Latin America, and I'll break this down. I think Brazil is clearly really exciting, but it's kind of unprecedented that you've gone from a .com 5 billion GGR market into a regulated where everyone had to shut their operations down, migrate across, and suddenly you've got a sign up that goes from a minute to 20 minutes. And so you're really trying to figure things out. So I think M&A is going to be very hard in that market for the first 6 months because you've got this regulatory uncertainty and the regulator is vacillating back and forth as to what they should do. Should they, in fact, today they're going to decide whether they should ban all marketing. So there's that kind of immediate flux that the market's in. But I look at other LATAM markets, and I think Peru, incredibly economically stable. I look at Mexico, I was just down there. I think that is a huge opportunity. I think it's 4 years behind Brazil when Betano went into Brazil and started making hay. So I think these emerging LATAM markets where payments and affiliates are getting stronger, really interesting from an M&A standpoint. I still think Eastern Europe, I think markets like Finland that are regulating, these are high-value markets. So I'd say in terms of acquiring local champions, that's where we get really excited from an operator standpoint. In terms of the product and tech. Look, one of the things I'd always say is the bigger you get, the harder it is to innovate, the more technical debt you have as an organization, even companies like DraftKings. I think they've done a great job buying Simplebet, buying Mustard, the golf pricing business. They're buying little technology studios to keep on being competitive. So you'll always see that in the gaming space. You'll always see that. But then for the founders and the guys building businesses, you need to decide, are you going to be a 20, 30, 40, 50 million exit? Or are you trying to build something with fundamental unit economics that can do 30 or 40 million of EBITDA? Because I think there's that mix of deals. So where would I be deploying capital? I think payments. I think the picks and shovels still. Maybe not geofencing, actually. I think that space is starting to look a little bit crowded and a bit tricky. But I think reg tech, as long as the total addressable market size is big enough, and I think too often investors have said, oh, well, this is a huge space, but actually not looked at the fact that they're only going to be selling that tool for 5,000 per customer, and there's only 100 customers. So I would look at serviceable addressable market very closely, but I think all of those product innovations are really interesting.
Excellent. What about, quick follow-up, what about India and some of the Southeast Asian markets?
Okay, so I can, you want me to tell you?
Yeah.
So I love India. The illegal market is fabulous, and you can see all these operators like State.com, Fairplay, they're absolutely blowing out of the water. So at some stage, the Indian government are going to need to accept that the Indian culture actually gravitates to gambling. But what they have is they have an adjacent market, which is skill-based gaming. So you've got Mobile Premier League, you've got Winzo, you've got these incredible skill-based platforms with numbers that are eye-watering. The reality is that 20 million monthly actives is probably the equivalent of 500,000 monthly actives in terms of monetization. But these businesses are big, you know, these rummy businesses. And I think everyone's got a bit nervous in their home markets, and therefore I'm not looking at India, but I think Flutter were really smart to buy Jungly in India. And I think we'll see more M&A going into skill-based gaming in India because everyone's preparing for India and Japan to regulate. They're massive markets.
Huge.
And it's going to be the same as the repeal of PASPA, but potentially much easier because you'll have less state-by-state in Japan. In India, you may have state-by-state. But I think that is, the TAM is huge, the market's growing, all the stuff we know about India.
Yeah, and as long as they fix the tax on deposit issue.
Yeah, don't even start on that. But I think that will cause nervousness because you have Courtside and others who have invested into business like Winzo. They were looking at 100x returns, and then suddenly the government put 28% tax on turnover. So you don't know what a government like that will do, so it's difficult to predict.
Roger, thinking about innovation and maybe industry convergence, particularly with sports, where we see a ton of opportunity in the space for emerging growth companies and kind of the pull-through fan experience. You guys sit right at the crossroads of that. So, but it's a crowded space. So when you're, and you spent years on Wall Street, you know, how do you evaluate the opportunities there and maybe identify the most innovative and compelling investments?
So you're right. I mean, emerging sports and leagues has been a mega trend for the last, really call it 5 years. So it is extremely hard to launch a league. Relatively few have gotten to significant commercial success, and even signing network deals is not in any way indicative of the ultimate profitability of those leagues. So I think where we're really spending a lot of time is on trying to differentiate the value of the IP, inexpensive distribution channels for testing whether or not you can build that deep fandom, that deep engagement that you can then monetize in different ways. Right. And so I think, you know, you've got obviously the sports betting angle, you know, collecting data, selling odds, but then you've got media, and you've got ultimately advertising, sponsorship, rights fees at scale. And so ultimately, and then of course, if you really think about wraparound services for a league, you know, you've got print, right? You've got stories. So it's really thinking about properties as these atomic units that you can monetize. So we're spending a lot of time more on the monetization side than on what is the next new super exciting league, because we've already got several in our portfolio.
Okay. Oh, excellent. And Ed, maybe taking a step back to the higher level overview, right? From a VC perspective, what do you think the role of VC and PE investors is in fostering innovation in the gaming industry in particular?
I think both have been at the forefront of it from its very get-go and will continue to be so. On the VC front, we'll take a bit of a step back. So in terms of how we invest, we do everything from big cap investing on the private and the public side through VC investing. But if you take a look at so many of the companies, including Joey up here on the stage, will be able to comment on this as well, it is reliant upon the funding from VC investors.
Right.
Without them, this industry wouldn't be able to get to where it is. And the reason is this industry, you use a very critical word there, which is innovation. I think we're only actually at the beginning of the innovation with this industry. I think it's actually proven to be, with just a few exceptions, a rather staid industry. You look at the most part of what people are trying to create, it's the Me Too. It's a little bit more slot content, or it's another crash game, or it's something else. What we'd love to see, and where we're most focused on the VC side, is something that's going to be a different paradigm to this industry. Is it targeting a different demographic? We've got, within sports, it's 95% obviously caters to male population. Slots skews female. But why don't we start looking at what else would people like to do? When you take a look at Candy Crush, which makes $1 billion of EBITDA for the past 10 years, that's real scale. What is it we can do that's beyond the product offering that's there right now? What is it we can do that's beyond capturing somebody versus just on a mobile, but everyone talks about distribution via Telegram or usage of crypto instead of fiat currencies? I think we're only at the very, very beginning, and VC money is going to fund this, but it's important in any of your conversations when you go to speak to VC to have an absolute, credible, defensible plan. As Sanford said, the days of 2021, here's a business plan, throw it up, maybe it sticks. We're 4 years ahead of that, where now people are saying, no, we actually have seen how this marketplace is going to unfold. We know who the winners are. We know what the exit path is. We know what resonates with the consumer. We know what the challenges are with respect to the regulatory environment where they're focused. Therefore, that diligence we spoke about is going to be in-depth. But is the market there for it? There is a very, very ready market for VC financing, but don't think it's just walk in the door with a creative idea. It's got to have all of the backbone to support it.
Well, and I think that's where we've seen the valuations start to come back a little bit down to earth on some of the companies, right? Is the investors demanding people account for risk and other factors, headwinds that they may face.
Down to earth.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. They're not unwarranted. They're not unjustifiable. They're down to earth and reflect the relative risk reward for the capital providers and the founders' time and where they're going to invest their money.
So Joey, pivoting to you for a second as an operator, what's your view on this as well? Listening to what Ed had to say, think about the risk factors. How do you address that as you're continuing to foster growth and driving innovation within the, whether it was better or simple bet, right? What's your take on that?
Yeah, I think Ed said it really well, right? Where fundamentally on the venture side, and for an industry like ours where you have this massive TAM and you have all these incredibly well capitalized incumbents that are just either printing cash or on their way to printing cash, the really exciting opportunity is to develop something that hasn't really existed before, rather than building a better mousetrap than somebody else, but contributing a net new product innovation or a net new way of delivering a product experience to a consumer. I think my prior company, Simple Bet, was a great example of this, where we essentially pioneered micro betting on U.S. sports, and nobody had really built it the way that we had built it before, and it required us to raise $80 million of venture capital, and that enabled us to really make significant investments in product and technology that ultimately changed the way that B2B companies deliver product in this space, and provided a net new product innovation that's ultimately benefited the end consumer. And DraftKings has consistently mentioned this product innovation in their last couple of earnings reports since going forward with that M&A. And then pivoting to better, similar experience, right? We're changing the way content is used to contribute to best-in-class customer acquisition economics for a direct-to-consumer business. We're building a super app essentially for emerging gaming verticals, starting with Fantasy Pick'em right now, and really excited. Throughout this year, we're going to be launching a few other nationwide real money gaming verticals over the coming quarters as we go down this super app trajectory. And these are visions that are ambitious and require significant risk capital to execute against. So I think Ed said it really well, really excited about the opportunity to continue building these products going forward.
Sorry. My mic on? Yeah. I was going to say, just to throw up a slightly different perspective, having seen 15 years of cycles in this space, the problem is you get these oligopolistic structures. And so if you're a startup early stage company and you don't work with a DraftKings or a FanDuel, it's really hard to scale. And then in terms of innovation, I think when people come with these brilliant ideas, they need so much capital to get it to a place where it's actually generating revenue. So sometimes they fall between two stools. And I would say to the gents to my right, like, you guys are the port of call for all gambling companies. You will get contacted for all new gambling companies. So you have to sift through hundreds of businesses. And I've seen so many companies where we think this is a great concept, really interesting, but actually gamblers are creatures of habit. And you're not going to get scale. It's a little bit, some of these new products that are coming out here, beautiful products, they're more used as acquisition tools, skill-based slots. Like, people invested hundreds of millions over the last few years. No one's really made it work. So you see these innovations. You have live casino, Evolution pioneered that category. Then within that, they've done game shows. It's more the big companies in a way that are innovating. Then you've got crash-based games, Spry with Aviator, which has 90% of the market. Then you have 1,000 other copycats. Then you have Sweeps, which I shouldn't have mentioned because I don't want to hear that word for the rest of the conference. But you have 15 brands launching every day. You've got things like marbles.io launching now, which I think is super interesting, which is marble racing with marble tracks. Yep. But I think it's tough because I think the more innovative, the less appealing as an investment they are because of the risk. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a very interesting perspective. I'm so glad you said that. So just because you're right, we see so much stuff that I look at and I'm like, it's almost impossible to assess because the cascade of miracles that needs to happen for these businesses to achieve scale it makes them uninvestable. But I will say areas like what we are doing together in Baller League, right? And so one point I was going to make is this notion of scrappiness and kind of founders actually standing up businesses and generating revenues and engagement before a venture dollar is ever invested. Like, that is so unbelievably compelling. So rather than coming up with this huge idea and give me $5 million to hypothetically create this new category within something that's already extremely competitive, how about actually do something, show customer engagement, generate some revenue, sell some sponsorship to prove the point that, in fact, you have found white space. But then the other answer to the question is, how about not going directly at the oligopoly, but trying to find areas where there's a soft underbelly because either the scale is subscale for them, but if you aggregate, you actually do have something of scale, which is part of the reason why we've gone so heavily into emerging sports and the infrastructure to support those, where a Radar or Genius simply are too big to go and service these smaller players. But if you look at them in aggregate, whether it's on the media side through fast channels, whether it's aggregating them through gaming and selling access to those odds, and then building affiliate around multiple properties, you can start to see businesses of scale that don't really take a lot of money, but at the same time could create hundreds of millions of dollars of exit value.
Well, to put some context around this industry and the opportunity, DraftKings has about 5 million MAUs, thereabouts today. Up from 4 last year, look at various projections, maybe it goes to 6, maybe it goes to 7. There's 200 million adults in the US. So their penetration for DraftKings, one of the industry leaders, is about 2.5% to 3% of the population. So I would argue this industry should actually be taking a look and saying, we've got some great product with some great distribution, but apparently only 3% of the population are really engaged on doing this in any given month. What is it we should be doing in order to target that, call it 95% of people that actually don't wish to do what we're doing? And it doesn't, everything, of course, when iGaming conference is around the wager-based component of it, but I have argued for 20 years this should be viewed as an entertainment industry, and what is it you can do to bring that person in? And if you do that, then the industry is going to increase in size by about 5-fold. And that's what people should be actually focused on as they think about, from the entrepreneurial side of things, what is it I'm going to do that will cause somebody to later buy my company? Because unless you change that, you're really hoping.
What's an example of a company that's done that in the last 15 years in the gaming space, do you think?
You really have to put me on the spot with these.
Yeah,
things,
sorry.
Well, tell you what, like, I would, 3 years ago, and you're going to hear this from me until the deal finally happens, and it will happen one day. But I truly think iGaming needs to marry itself together with the social and casual game space. I'm going to pick on DraftKings. The only reason I pick on DraftKings here is because all the data is public, so it's very easy for everybody to assess. Therefore, you can make the financial investment decisions against it. I just mentioned they have 5 million MAUs. They get $100, 108, actually in the past, per past disclosure, $108 per person for those 5 million players. That's terrific. Social casino, if you look at Double Down's numbers, $280 per paying user. A lot less users. They have 5 million. They've got about 100,000, but each one of those spends $280 on Double Down. What does that tell me? That tells me that the wallet that's available is so much greater. Who's done it historically? Actually, it hasn't really happened. I guess you could actually go to some of the big media conglomerates. Look at how Netflix completely changed their business model in recognition of where they were and where the industry was going, and look at the creation of value that's delivered. I think we probably need to go to a media company for seeing how they've actually really thought through fundamentally what should we be doing for the next 10 years.
Yeah. I wonder whether actually the crypto platforms, not the crypto casinos, but the Coinbases of this world, I know they're regulated under a different jurisdiction. They don't want to touch gambling, but they are essentially, in my view, very gambling focused. And if you look at some of the biggest exchanges in Europe, their number one withdrawal destination is they're actually betting operators, which is quite bombastic. So I wonder whether that's also an adjacency where betting operators start to think about being a crypto exchange as well, not in the same regulatory bucket, but that would accelerate the market even more. But I think the biggest, in my mind, I gave myself time to think of it and put you on the spot, sorry, but Betfair is probably the biggest innovation we've seen in the last 20 years.
As a great example. Yeah.
Maybe just forward-looking a bit, and particularly on the crypto side as well, with especially with the announcement of the land-based payment with the Choctaws that was announced last week. It's definitely an interesting development, and I think could be really compelling going forward for the industry. But if we look out over the next, say, 12 to 18 months, if each of you had to make kind of a quick prediction for the M&A market in the space, what would that be?
I think I know the answer.
You have inside information, though, Sanford.
Yeah. No comment.
I think there's going to be substantial M&A over the course of the next 24 months, the next 12 months. It may be going to be a little bit more of the same. People filling in product gaps, people filling in distribution gaps. We've seen it. We've seen a lot of that over the course of the past 12 months. I think that'll be repeated this 12 months. Fast forward 12 months thereon, FanDuel's going to be making $2 billion worth of EBITDA. DraftKings is going to be making $1 billion of EBITDA. Caesars is going to have $300 to $500 million of EBITDA, depending on whom you believe and what your projection is. But suddenly these companies are going to have enormous financing capacity and firepower, and I think then I would love to see, I keep on telling everybody, I'd love then to see the branching out of that industry, and I think we're coming at some point in time towards that.
I think that a crypto exchange or a large retail trading app is going to buy a sports betting company because they're going to, I think the point that Sanford making is exactly right. I think crypto is a huge unlock for the space. And I think that access to gaming users and the cross-fertilization between those who are effectively betting, they're just betting with different vehicles than sports bets, for instance. It's the same psychology, it's a similar demographic, it's just cross-product so that you can substantially increase your LTV.
Yeah.
And so I think that's very, very possible.
I think the omni-channel opportunity with crossing that line between investing and wagering is an incredible opportunity. I could not agree more.
My answer would be, I think, threefold. So on the one hand, I totally agree. I think operators will continue to buy content. And actually, because of taxes going up and regulatory profiles changing, they'll want to own more of that to increase their margins. They're going to chip away at the payment providers. So I think on the one hand, you'll see continued acquisitions in the slots content, table game space. I think you'll see probably on an innovation level beyond the crypto, possibly you might start seeing gambling operators looking at the collectible space, because again, I think it's another space that has lots of similarities with gaming gambling, but yet is not regulated in the same way. And then the really obvious answer is, I think you'll see the North American players going down into South America and trying to dominate the Americas.
Yeah.
And maybe a daily fantasy deal.
Joey, do you want to bring us home on that? And then we'll pass it along to the next panel.
Yeah, no, I think all of these answers have been well said. I think what Roger is alluding to with respect to kind of this convergence of fintech and gaming is pretty exciting and seems inevitable over at least some type of time horizon. I think that there's going to be a convergence between some of these, multi-billion-dollar market cap, regulated OSB and iGaming businesses and some of these other emerging gaming vertical businesses where, for example, you have really, companies like Prize Picks, Underdog, ourselves, Sleeper, et cetera, that are really building very nice businesses in fantasy pick'em, for example, and you have roughly 9 or 10 OSB guys who are significantly investing in OSB right now, and only one of them, DraftKings, has their own fantasy pick'em app right now. I wouldn't be surprised if another major operator launched their own pick'em app over the next month or two here, based on just some things that I'm hearing in the marketplace, and that would ultimately create a situation where I think then everybody else would probably want to enter that category as well. Then you have sweepstakes, sportsbook, and casino. That's clearly, these are verticals that have a pretty significant level of material consumer demand. And then the prediction market businesses. So I think this convergence between the existing incumbents and these emerging operators is going to be something that is worth watching over the coming couple years here.
No, it makes sense. Guys, thank you so much. I'd love to continue talking. We could talk about this all day long. And for the folks at Next, obviously, thank you for putting on another great summit. We all really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you guys today, and look forward to chatting further. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if you recall on the predictions panel earlier with Contessa Brewer, entertainment came up time and time again. So it's perfect that our platinum sponsor, Play and Go, is going to have a panel now on entertainment in the business. And I'd like to introduce the moderator, Anna Flatstrom, who is the regional marketing lead for the US.
Thank you so much, and welcome to our Play and Go panel. You all look really good with those lanyards. Love to see that around here. My name is Anna Fellström. I am the regional marketing lead for Play and Go in the US, and with me today I have Sean Fluharty, head of government affairs at Play and Go, and Magnus Olsen, chief commercial officer at Play and Go. And today we're here to talk about resetting the message and driving more towards entertainment for long-term wins. So, Magnus, I'd like to start with you.
Yes.
This year is Play and Go's 20th anniversary. What do you think has made Play and Go so successful in the past 20 years, and what do the next 20 years look like?
Thanks, Anna. Yeah, I know, 20 years, it's amazing. Next year we'll be allowed to gamble.
Oh.
And drink. In New Jersey, at least. So anyway, I think it ties into the topic of the panel that for 20 years, Play and Go has been a company striving to provide, the vision has been, or still is, to be the best entertainment gaming company in the world. Our values around quality, energy, and trust. I think you combine that and you have a leadership team that drives that relentlessly, constantly, combined with the notion that regulation is the future. So you put all those pieces together, you execute relentlessly on that for 20 years, and I think we set us up for 20 more good years.
I think that sounds like a really good idea. Sean, if we look at it from a wider perspective, what do the next 20 years look like for the industry in the US?
Well, as Magnus touched on, Play and Go's philosophy here is a sustainable model. And an entertainment model is one that puts people first. And we believe that if you are in this industry and individuals that are participating, we should not be profiting at the expense of those individuals. We should be working together in unison to put a sustainable model forward. But I think everybody in this room, on what the next 20 years looks like for the industry as a whole, if we were sitting here when PASPA was overturned, sports betting took off, and we sat here in 2025, we'd be celebrating so many states opening up. But that hasn't happened. So next 20 years needs to be a shift in this industry. We have a public problem and a policymaker problem. And what do I mean by that? The public is not on board in asking for iGaming like they were with sports betting. Policymakers are not on board in asking for it because in large part, they don't know what it is. We need to message better as an industry to the public and to the policymakers, because I'll go back to how the states have got this done to begin with. Public drives policymakers. Policymakers care about remaining in office and passing laws that they believe will keep them there. And we as an industry need to come in with unity and not be fractured. And I think if you look around the country right now and bills that are moving through legislative progress, there's a lot of fracture right now in the industry. And that does not work when states, one by one, according to 2024 data that we have, each state introduces roughly 1,600 bills per legislative session. So we are just one of 1,600 bills. Lawmakers, how do we stand out to them? How do we get their attention? And if we come into a lawmaker's office and the industry itself is in different directions, good luck getting a bill across the finish line. And that's where unity comes into play. That's where the entertainment model comes into play, because that's a sustainable model for success going forward.
Thank you, Sean. Magnus, in the past, you've talked a lot about how Play and Go embraces regulation. What has that looked like for us in the US so far?
So for the US and for the regulation and what we expect and what we want to see, I think you have to have regulation that drives in the right direction and that adds value. And like you talked about, that we have this unity. I think for the regulation going forward in the US, we have to see, you have to solve the right problems. You have to work on, if you can ring fence the age, you don't have to work on the content and restrict that, for example. So work on the right problems, work on the right issues, and let's do it together. Let's have that unity that Sean talked about, that we work together to create a healthy, functional regulation that we then can multiply out and also learn. We talked in another panel an hour ago, learning from others, learning the good stuff and also learning the mistakes that others have done and bringing that into the mix. I think that's super critical. So I'm very optimistic about this. I think what the signs I see are good. It's going too slow, but we're going in the right direction.
Yeah, I agree with you, Magnus. It's clearly important from a supplier perspective. What about from a policy perspective, Sean?
Regulators are essentially partners in all of this, and I think it's great. This conference right now, we have regulators throughout the country here. Years ago, you would only have a Northeast influence, and we just left a panel that Magnus was on a few minutes ago, and we have Louisiana regulators here. And Louisiana is not an iGaming state, but they're taking the steps to become one, and they're doing their homework, and they're working with lawmakers to get that done. Any state where just policymakers are moving legislation forward and not incorporating regulators in this team effort, they're not going to be successful. I can speak from experience when we passed legislation in West Virginia. Our regulatory body, West Virginia Lottery, was with us from the very beginning. And I think the industry has to work with regulators at the onset and not just wait to push through legislation and then say, here you go, regulators. It's on your table now. No, you have to work with them from the very beginning, build those partnerships, and that will create the sustainable model going forward.
Thank you, Sean. And do you think the industry in general is too focused on short-term wins rather than the long-term narrative building? And if so, how can we overcome that?
Well, I'll grab this real quick. Yeah. So,
no.
the short-term wins, I think everybody had a philosophy that iGaming would become sports betting 2.0, that everybody would jump on board and that we would just take off like a rocket ship. It's not happening. No. And we can be our own enemy sometimes, and there has to be a reflection point in the industry, and that's something that every company has their own approach on how they do things. We do it play and go, and our games may not look like yours, but at the end of the day, a rising tide raises all ships. But the industry hasn't really done that. The industry has said, we're going to come in like a wrecking ball, be sports betting 2.0, have our own philosophies, and now you've seen the result of that, which is a message that is fractured through different companies, whether it's the operator or supplier side, and there's no unison in that message. And I'm telling you, that's not going to get you across the finish line. And so the short-term goal of coming in and believing we're going to have this sports betting 2.0, it's not happening when you have a fractured message.
There is an element of, you see, and you have seen, decisions being made that are really good in a 3-month perspective, yep, and really, really bad in a 3-year, 5-year perspective. And having that stamina and that will and that kind of guiding star, this is the direction. We will have to leave some money on the table now to build that sustainability. And the sustainability has to be on player level, yeah, retain the players, and make them return and feel good about returning, and doing that in a framework that functions. And it also has to be sustainability on a corporate level. Yep. How do we build corporations that are sustainable over 20, 40, 60 years? And you don't do that by quick wins or trying to circumvent regulation or challenging regulation. You do that by playing with and playing together.
Thank you, Magnus. And we are at Play and Go talking a lot about how entertainment is the future and how we need to drive the messaging more towards an entertainment-focused narrative. But what role, Magnus, does companies like Play and Go actually play in driving this change in narrative messaging?
So so the obvious is to create content that is truly entertaining. And if you think about it, like you walk into a shop and you spend money, you walk out, you need to feel good about the product you just bought in that shop. Same thing with playing a game. You place your bets, you spin the reels, you keep doing that for a while, you stop and you leave. Was that a good investment in entertainment or not? Do you feel good about leaving that? So content, quality content that's entertaining, that's definitely high on the agenda. We can do more. And for example, we can work on the business models today. Today, a typical business model is that we charge on GGR or NGR. a percentage. This is, and GGR is basically bets minus wins, which is a nice way to say that's the money people lost. We could instead charge by rounds played, by activity. That would disconnect us from the actual winning-losing side and create an environment where we benefit from people spinning the reels and having fun and being entertained. And that would move us away from RTP discussions or bet sizes or bonus buys or whatever instruments there are out there to maximize bets, i.e. maximize losses, which we don't want.
No.
We want people to play and enjoy it and not necessarily empty wallets.
No. We want people to have fun and enjoy their experience.
So I think that's a role we can play. We can challenge the current business models and present new ones. And I would go into a conversation with any operator, new or old, that is willing to look at that from their side, because I think there's something there to explore. And then we have to continue on the content, and we have to be all of us has to create content that is truly, truly entertaining, that can compete with Netflix, if you like.
Thank you, Magnus. And Sean, if you could challenge one prevailing industry narrative today, what would it be and why? I have a feeling I know what you're going to say, but I'll let you dive into it.
Well, I think the hot topic that you see in the industry and the reports of the media is this cannibalization issue. And look, David Rebuck was here somewhere. He's the master. He's the godfather of regulation in this country. And he'll tell you he has years of experience in New Jersey. It tells you that's a falsehood. Other states, an example. State of Pennsylvania passed iGaming. What have they done since then? They've built 4 brick-and-mortar casinos. So the idea that iGaming is somehow cannibalizing brick-and-mortar casinos is one that turns into a good talking point, but it dies on facts and evidence. And that is something that's holding us back. Again, if we are going to succeed as not just as a company of Play and Go, as an industry as a whole, we have to realize that there are partnerships that exist between a brick and mortar and iGaming, and there's model legislation out there that you can follow that has been successful in other states like New Jersey, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, that proves that the rising tide does indeed raise all ships. And that is something that I think we need to focus as an industry on, because it goes right back to that. If I'm back here next year and we're still talking cannibalization, we're going to be saying how no state opened up, because you're not getting it done. We have to realize the partnerships exist within this industry and capitalize on those partnerships and not fall into the false narratives that we've been seeing now with the coverage of why we're not moving forward.
It is strange, though, Sean. Strange is when you look at the different states in the US and also to certain countries in Europe, we are the only industry I can think of where we actually raise our hands and say to the politicians, please tax us, please regulate us. Who does that?
Nobody.
No.
Nobody. At the highest degree.
And we do it because we believe in that, because that creates sustainability, and that enables us to build not only companies, but also an industry that will survive, but also survive in a way that we in 20 years' time continues to feel pride, happiness, and a sense of achievement when waking up in the morning and go to work. And that's what we feel today, and we need to feel that in 20 years. So how do we build that industry? Well, we have to do it like that.
And you've been a leader, and Play and Go has, of doing a great job of policing yourself. And you mentioned direct bonus buys and how we do not participate in that. But that's not by a regulatory decision.
No.
That's through an internal decision as a company. And what we will find is that we talked about short-term goals and things. If you're pursuing the profit to the highest degree at the shortest time, what's going to happen is, as we reflect back on legislation that gets passed and gets implemented, is that there will be a correction. And that correction is going to come with a heavy regulatory hand if we can't keep things in order in our own house. And that's what you don't want, because either you're at the table and you're bargaining, or you're on top of it getting chopped up. That's how things usually work.
What Pierre talked about this morning about the big chunk of black traffic in the US, I haven't read that report yet, but from Blask, but I certainly will. I think address that. Let's address that, and let's work together. And let's just wait and say it's a regulatory problem. There's stuff we can do. And again, it goes back to building a sustainable industry that we are proud of tomorrow and 10 years from now. I think that must be the guiding star.
Thank you both. And to wrap up, if we look ahead a bit, what is one major change the two of you would like to see in how the industry communicates its value over the next 5 years to drive the iGaming expansion?
I would say I would go back to the business model. That I would be open to discuss that or any other things we can do together in the ecosystem that we have to create that sustainable future. I also think that regulation that focus on solving the real problems, the black market traffic that Pierre talked about, and ring fencing. If you have an age control that works, you don't have to age control the content within that, because that only takes away unnecessary time, effort, money from everybody. Things like that, regulation that solves the real problems, and working together with operator suppliers to create that environment. There's some really good examples out there, and we see good signs. But I think creating that environment together, I think that's super important. But if there's one thing Play and Go or any other supplier can do, I would say it's on the business model.
Yep, interesting.
And I would add to that, the industry needs to have core messaging to help close the education gap from the public and policymakers. That's the #1 issue. We recently were testifying in Maryland, and I was able to show that the black market's alive and well. I could play on my phone while sitting in a committee room with legislators at the Capitol, yet they're not deriving any tax revenue, they're not protecting any consumers. That's going on in every single state in this country, yet the public doesn't really realize that, and if they're playing, they're likely playing in the black market. They think it's even legal. And policymakers don't realize that. I had questions. Are you using a VPN right now? How could you possibly do this? I'm on Verizon. Like, this is not complicated. But it's complicated to lawmakers because they don't have that messaging from the industry to them to close the education gap and then formulate good policy. And so that, as a whole, the industry needs to get on the same page in the messaging. When a bill does not make completion through the legislative session, and we read in the press, oh, iGaming bill dies. No, it's more than that. States are not funding vital resources available. The budget deficits in states don't shrink by leaving iGaming on the sidelines. You need iGaming to pass to close those budget gaps that are coming forward in many states. And you're not protecting the consumer as your duty as a lawmaker, your constituents. You're not protecting them by leaving iGaming legislation on the sideline. You're actually allowing them to participate in a market with no protection. So this messaging needs to be straightforward to the public and lawmakers on the same page with the industry in order for that education gap to start closing.
Thank you. Thank you both. And thank you everyone for joining the Play and Go panel today. We look forward to see you all around with the lanyards, and have a great rest of your conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gaming industry. Chris is well known for his time at Eilers and Krejcik, from Akias Investments and other investment in the business, and most recently for forming the Social and Promotion Gaming Association, which looks after the social and sweepstakes businesses. So, Chris, take it away.
All right, step 1, don't fall down while ascending to the stage. Step 2, start talking in English. We are off to a great start. The future will be better tomorrow. Does anyone know who said this, who popularized this phrase? It was Dan Quayle. Dan Quayle is an American politician who became famous largely for being gaffe prone. He would say things like, if we don't succeed, we run the risk of failure. And we're going to produce the best educated Americans anywhere in the world. So over time, people just started to assume that anything that came out of Quayle's mouth was a gaffe. This one I think there's actually a little bit of poetry to. That's why I think there's a little bit of insight to, and that's why I chose it for the title for this presentation. Because for the people that interrogate those themes, those trends, those looks around the corner about what tomorrow is likely to be like, for those companies, for those individuals, the future legitimately will be better tomorrow. And that's what we're going to spend the next 19 minutes and 6 seconds exploring. Rob already gave some of my background. I used to teach college for a living. I stopped doing that. Then I started playing poker for a living. I stopped doing that, and for the last 20 years, I've worked in various roles in the gambling industry. Spend most of my time now focused on early stage investing and trying to help those companies avoid all the mistakes that I made along the way. So let's just jump right into it with the first look around the corner, the first theme that I think is likely to define the near-term future of online gambling in the U.S., and that's product, talent, and promotional investment in the U.S. market is going to shift increasingly toward online casino. This is largely a function of growth. Despite being a more mature industry than online sports betting in terms of the number of years that it's been live, we're really seeing U.S. online casino revenue continue to impress. Nearly 30% year-over-year growth in 2024. Again, a rate that's basically identical to OSB, despite the ramp being much longer for online casino. This next one is important. Product parity on online casino. The difference between the worst product and the best product is quite a bit shorter than the distance between the worst product and the best product on OSB. So that means it's more realistic for an under-resourced competitor to actually make a dent in the market. And there's also just a clearer path to consistent EBITDA. We've definitely seen a trend of modern online sports betting become more attractive from a margin perspective. It's no longer just the milk in the back of the gambling store, 5% structural hold. And we are seeing it become a fundamentally superior product to what it was. But online casino, why do you rob banks? That's where the money is. Why do you offer consumer slots? Same answer. That's where the money is. So there's better margins, and there's also profits that are less susceptible to volatility, the occasional jackpot notwithstanding. How many people here got a chuckle over Q3 and Q4 when institutional investors learned that sportsbooks could lose money? That was, that was one of my favorite events of an otherwise uneven year. This is related. These are very small numbers that you can read later. No one needs to take pictures of these slides. I will provide an email address. You can email that address. I will answer, not a chatbot. I will send you these very slides. They'll also be posted on LinkedIn. The only thing you need to take away from these very small numbers that you can review later in the comfort of your home is that online casino growth is being distributed far more equitably across brands than online sports betting growth. That's the one thing to take away. Let's go on to the next trend, the next look around the corner that I think you should be internalizing when you're thinking about how to make plans for your business, the business you already run, or the business that you're planning to start. Because I know a big theme, a big part of this conference is inviting and engaging the innovators in our industry. And that's that the rise of consumer AI is going to materially disrupt online gambling customer acquisition. I want to be clear in terms of what I'm talking about here. I'm not talking about the way that AI can work in your systems and improve CRM or talk to your customers. Here I'm talking more about when I say consumer AI, I mean the use of tools like GPT, like Perplexity, like Claude by consumers, and what that consumer mainstream use is disrupting. And what is disrupting primarily is consumer search behavior. How many people in this room have started using Google less in the last year and started using GPT, Claude, et cetera, more? That's a substantial number of hands, and at least a third of you are checking your email and didn't hear the question. So I'm going to guess that the number of hands is actually even greater than that. Just a ballpark, that was a good like 15, 20% of the room, right? So that's 15, 20% of this room that is decreasing the amount of time that they spend on Google. And even for those that are still spending time on Google or Bing, or I cannot name a third search engine, Brave, I get DuckDuckGo. I think DuckDuckGo is still around. Even how results are presented, right? Organic results are getting pushed further and further below the fold. So the second observation here is that Google, for many of the folks in this room, affiliates, operators, has long been a primary customer acquisition channel, both in terms of paid media and in terms of organic for online gambling site. And really, operators and affiliates have learned not just how to optimize for this channel, it's what they're good at. They've also come to rely on it. It is really baked in. It is structural in terms of the plans that many companies have for how many consumers they're going to be able to acquire and the kinds of consumers and at what price. So a pretty simple conclusion from that, the operators who are fastest to learn how to optimize, i.e. cheat, game, exploit, the AI-driven search landscape are likely to realize substantial consumer and margin gains, and I think we could see a reshaping of market share in the process. Because remember, for a lot of operators, Google is not a single digit or even a low double digit chunk of their customer acquisition. For many, it's as much of a plurality. I don't know if that's a majority for anyone, but for many, it's a plurality. Let's shift gears a little bit here. Prediction markets. Ever heard of them? So obviously a bit of a topic du jour. My view on this one, I am happy to spend whatever amount of your life you'd like to give to me discussing this off stage. I'm going to only spend about 1:30 of it on stage. I don't think prediction markets are going to change everything, but I think they will threaten to change a lot of things. And being ignorant to those threats is probably the biggest risk for everyone in this room. One of the big things that could be reshaped because of prediction markets is that traditional federal and state interplay over gambling in the US. That has been historically left to the states with some exceptions, the excise wagering tax, FinCEN, et cetera. But by and large, gambling regulation, a state issue. The CFTC-mediated sports prediction markets could really upend that dynamic. Take note. Go back and read MLB's note, I think that they submitted to the roundtable last week, the CFTC roundtable. We don't know about these prediction markets. There's not really integrity. There aren't really, this is how I imagine the MLB sounds for some reason. There aren't really any controls. They're a little nervous. Like they're just like, they haven't shaved in a while. Their breath smells like alcohol, but maybe it's mouthwash. You're just not sure. So, and we don't know about that. So just make sure at the end that those are put in place. Oh, okay. So you're fine with a federal overlay for gambling regulation as long as integrity, et cetera, is also ported onto the federal level. Keep an eye on that. That is what the leagues are going to ask for, and I have little doubt that Kalshi et al. Will be willing to comply. Regulation isn't a magic trick. It's all right there written and just needs to be copied and reapplied. Also, shifting M&A terrain, we've been locked into a pretty static concept of what sort of M&A is possible over the last few years. Obviously, you get something like DraftKings and the jackpot. I almost always mess that one up every time. Jackpot, jackpocket. They could have chosen more distinct names. That would have been helpful to me, at least probably many of you in this room. Is Robinhood now going to be a potential acquirer of some of these gambling companies? That's not a sentence we would have spoken seriously 18 months ago. And what about Flutter looking the other way and considering equities and trading assets that they might not have had a reason to cross that chasm or cross that divide? Last important thing here, new consumers and new wallets. Cannot stress this enough. We learned time and time again that the number of people, and I'm going to put even more emphasis in my already exaggerated emphasis in my natural mode of speech on this next one, the number of people interested in gambling is much greater than the number of people willing to self-identify as gamblers. Prediction markets offer a product that's tailor-made for that last group by swapping out the concept of betting for trading. Let's go with a visual illustration for that last point. This large circle, this is very scientific. I'm happy to provide the underlying data, and by provide, I mean make it up because I don't have it. This large circle is people who enjoy gambling. It's a thought experiment. Roll with me. This smaller gray circle is people who self-identify as gamblers. Now, I live in Las Vegas, so I hear this kind of exchange happen all the time. When I'm flying home and someone else is flying to Vegas. Oh, hey, you're going to Vegas? Yeah. Oh, what are you going to do? Do you gamble? No, I don't gamble. I'm just going to stay at the Wynn. I'm probably going to watch a couple of shows. Like, yeah, we'll go out and we'll play a little blackjack, you know, because we're in Vegas. We're going to play some blackjack. And then me and my buddies are meeting at the sports book. We go there every year. And by the end of the conversation, you realize this guy has, like, black card at Wynn and is going to be picked up by, you know, Wynn 6, the Rolls Royce. This is a real thing, the cognitive dissonance, right, between People who like to gamble, people who self-identify. And in many ways, Vegas is just one big cognitive dissonance reduction machine, because it allows people to go to a place where they can still comfortably not identify themselves as gamblers in their real life. That's the heart of the what happens in, right? You can be someone else here. That has implications for us as well. Those people in the gray circle, for contrast, not because they're like drab or uninteresting, that's just the color I chose. They're more comfortable with traditional casino games and traditional sports betting. The people in the rest of the circle, they're more comfortable with products like the lottery. What other gambling product do you give people as a Christmas gift, right? None. They're more comfortable with products like fantasy sports, prediction markets, social sweepstakes, which is to say products that have some cultural, like the lottery, optical, or mechanical separation from traditional gambling. Do not underestimate the power of this cognitive effect. Next thing to keep an eye out, pick 'em fantasy brands. I think we're going to see them become increasingly attractive M&A targets. We were having this talk 12 months ago, which maybe we did, I forget. Increased regulatory clarity versus 12 months ago, given that DraftKings has now launched a pick 'em product. Really solid unit economics. The power of a brand like PrizePicks is something that if you are not hip to that in this room, it's something that you ought to become hip to. If your idea is that PrizePicks is where they are simply because they offer an online sports betting alternative in your view, you are likely getting that wrong. The power of the brand is tremendous. At scale user bases, I mean, you were talking about user bases that are really only outmatched by DraftKings and FanDuel, and also a massive advantage in the next wave OSB states. We've seen this movie before. It's starting to fade, interestingly. People are starting to forget how DraftKings and FanDuel became DraftKings and FanDuel. That first mover advantage was a big part of it. There are reasons, why they might not be attractive targets. Disagreements on valuation can stymie any kind of M&A. And there's also this question of a perceived value overlap between their technology and their user bases. So if I'm a FanDuel looking at a PrizePicks, am I willing to pay full value for something that I might think I already have part of this user base, or this technology is not necessarily of interest? So finding that value alignment may be a challenge. So that leads me to the last point on this slide, who I think could benefit the most from making this kind of move. And that's really sports-centric brands like Fanatics or Hard Rock Digital versus casino-centric brands like Caesars. By and large, because Hard Rock, Fanatics, still looking for a path to right to win in states other than Florida for Hard Rock, aren't likely to have the deep duplication of user bases that might be possible if you're talking about a FanDuel looking into a PrizePicks database, and also just has the most ground to make up and the most motivation to make up ground on the sports side in a hurry, which I don't think is of the same sort of interest to a casino-centric brand like BetMGM or Caesars. This one won't be controversial at all, so I'll just say it and expect no negative reaction, and that everyone will just nod politely and afterwards come up and tell me how much they agree. Social sweepstakes, including Fluharty. Is Fluharty still in the room? Fluharty left? All right, well, tell Fluharty. Social sweepstakes is an answer to the online casino legislation logjam. A little alliteration there just to make my life more difficult. Observation, online casino bills are not going anywhere. They aren't. And I've been saying this for like the last 6 years, and it's the thing I've been the most right about. The last major population state to pass a bill was Michigan in 2019. Opposition to these bills is arguably growing, not receding. And yes, economic downturn, and yes, state budget pressures, but we have heard that song before, and it has not proven to be a sufficient catalyst. Could be this time around. But at this point, given how hard it's been to get things done, you can't just accept that a small catalyst or time is going to solve. It's going to have to be a major catalyst. With social sweeps, there's a unique no purchase necessary to win quality. It's a softer product. This is a differentiating point that is lost on a lot of people who view the category from the outside in. Consumers like this product because it does not force them to make the same hard decision to self-identify as a gambler by putting down a credit card in order to play games for the chance to win a prize. That softer ramp into a real money experience is something that makes consumers a lot more comfortable with these products, and I think it could also make politicians a lot more comfortable with these products. I think that regulated operators should seriously consider supporting bills that formally regulate this category as an incremental step to what is otherwise stalled online casino legislation. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result has a name. I won't say it's quite insanity, but we should not be surprised if we continue to pursue the same approach with getting online casino done and don't get online casino done. This is not the only alternative path, but it's a path I think we as an industry need to seriously consider, and we certainly should not consider it simply because of the vested interest of a couple of key suppliers like Light & Wonder that are basically looking to tamp down competition for their traditional social casino products, which is what Sweeps actually competes with. Is 2025 the breakthrough year for crypto and U.S. online gambling? Yeah, maybe. It's definitely crossed the mainstream Rubicon. They're powerful allies at the federal level, and the prediction market wave could also usher it in because there's a lot of cross-pollination there. State regulators are still probably likely to be a gatekeeper on this one, although we've seen tribal regulators in Oklahoma, I think, make a historic first here in the last week on that front. And there's still a lot of legal and regulatory groundwork that does need to be laid. I would expect the PSPs, the payment service providers, to really lead the crypto charge, and I think you're going to see that out of folks like PayNearMe, PaySafe, Sightline, Nuvei, et al. They really have the most to gain, and they're the folks who are in the best position to do the heavy lifting. And they're also increasingly facing a situation where their core product is commoditized, and they're forced to compete on price or service. So crypto provides an actually differentiated product. So if you see the canary in the coal mine, if you see, well, I guess not the canary dying, but the canary thriving and singing a pleasant song that everyone enjoys. If you see PSPs doing this work, that's your best indication that crypto is actually going to break through. Let's go through a lightning round. I've got 2 minutes and 46, 45. U.S. online sports betting, as if the rest of this wasn't already a lightning round. This is a double lightning round, triple lightning round, 3x multiplier. U.S. online sports betting, I think we're going to see structural hold continue to march toward 15%. This sports betting is becoming, by and large, a lottery product. And operators, I used to call it the casinification of sports betting. I think it's actually something a lot closer to the lottery, to the Powerball, is the actual underlying dynamic here. There is a really interesting one about how parlay concentration, and my colleague Alan Bowden talks about this a lot on LinkedIn. You've got this intense concentration of high volatility parlays and also a lot of social herding of bets, meaning a lot of people are piling on to a relatively small number of parlays. That does create a gray to black swan financial risk for sportsbooks that hasn't been fully explored. And if you look at how the markets reacted to just a losing quarter or a predictable consumer-friendly run of results, I can only imagine how they'd react to something like that. And I do think prediction markets are going to quickly move beyond the simple event outcome markets into more exotic and complex market types. If you see Kalshi still operational at the end of the year with sports, they will be offering parlays. Full stop. States are going to keep hiking taxes. Sorry. Operators will get more creative about creating non-taxable revenue. Sorry, back at the states. So it'll be a sorry, not sorry face-off. U.S. online gambling, M&A, and IPOs. Financial conditions all feel increasingly supportive for M&A, or at least they did when I made this slide 1 week ago. There's still a question of how many big endemic deals there really are to be done, besides the usual suspects that we hear kind of over and over again, right? Rush Street, BetMGM, and the split of the JV, Prize Picks. I am curious to see whether online casino M&A is going to follow the trend we've seen in the last year or two of OSB really in-housing some of the critical parts of the content chain. That's DraftKings with a simple bet, right? That's a couple of that's been one of the larger trends. Caesars with Zero Flux was the one I was stalling for time on. As spin-outs of digital businesses, as Caesars talked about from larger operators, may also be a space to watch. The one bonus slide, I'm going to end almost on time, the rest of the world. There is a rest of the world. Many of you are here. Thank you. Thank you for coming to America despite everything. Crypto and low barriers to entry are creating a new class of unregulated operators that will prove difficult for regulators to contain. There's a history to this. This is how Flutter came to be, right? We are at the start of a new version of an old story, which is go fast in a lot of markets where there might be questions, grow, consolidate, and then move over to jurisdictions where there are fewer questions in order to attract institutional capital and a sustainable public listing. Data and related rights costs for sportsbook operators are just going to continue to increase. That's redundant. And then finally, this is one near and dear to my heart. I do a lot of work in the region. The opening of the UAE market, I think, is likely to spark a wave of expansion. And I think that's going to happen both regionally, Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, but also critically, if you think about the UAE's sphere of influence and where they exert soft power, I think you're likely to see some unanticipated expansion result from the UAE being willing to put their stamp on regulated gambling as an acceptable opportunity for socially conservative countries. Thank you all very much for your time. There are a lot of ways you could spend it. I appreciate you spending it with me. I'm only like 30 seconds over. The red light has just started to flash. Thanks to our headline sponsor, Softswiss, and I'll see you all later.
Well, in my opening remarks today, we talked about yesterday's controversial discussions regarding sweepstakes and social gaming and other forms of, let's say, unregulated or less regulated gaming. And this next panel, which is evidenced by this large crowd today, is going to explore that. We've heard that talked about a lot today. And I think this is going to be a great panel of great interest because we're going to see if there's going to be convergence or if there's going to be continued battling.
Okay, hello everyone. So we're here to talk about sweepstakes and social casino, and is this a lasting phenomenon or a passing trend? So before we start off though, I just would love to get a gauge from the audience. How many people here are familiar with sweepstakes and how it differs to real money? If you could just quick raise of hands. Okay, most people, that's good. I will just, Kelsey, I'm going to start with you actually, just to make sure we are aligned on that definition. Could you just share like how you would look at sweepstakes and how it differs from real money?
Sure. So good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us. So it was around the early 2000s when we really saw the emergence of these sweepstakes cafes and sweepstakes casinos. A sweepstakes is essentially a type of competition that's free to enter. The outcome is determined by chance, and then participants can win a prize at the end of it. The key defining characteristic of a sweepstakes is really that it's free to enter. Although states regulate gaming differently, generally the definition of a lottery contains three elements: prize, chance, and consideration. And to ensure that sweepstakes does not fall under an unlawful lottery, one of those three lottery elements must be removed. And because the definition of a sweepstakes entails a prize and the outcome is determined by chance, consideration must be removed. And operators do this by free entries, an alternative method of entry, so that participants don't have to pay to enter the sweepstakes. And that's what makes them different from traditional casinos or online casinos who need to wager real money or something of value in order to participate for winnings.
Awesome, that's great. Thank you very much. Bill, moving on to you. So the title of this panel, let's go straight in with that. Lasting phenomenon or passing trend? What's your view?
Well, that's, obviously the topic of every one of these panels, and it changes week to week. I think there's obviously quite a bit of legislation, there's regulatory pressure, but I think one thing to realize, and I wanted to add to what Kelsey was saying, is that the core product in this model isn't sweepstakes. The core product is actually the freemium games. The only thing sold on the platform is the freemium or the gold coin. So to the extent any state or operators wish to claw back, they can still remain in a state as a freemium operator. So I think, you know, a doom and gloom or a all or nothing or on or off outlook for this category is not accurate, because all of these operators are actually freemium operators first. And that is an essential piece of the model, that the only thing a person can purchase on any of these platforms, well, I shouldn't say any of these platforms, on most of the platforms that we are talking about, is the gold coin games. In terms of what's going to happen in the future, you know, I've stressed, you know, this is the United States. Legislation gets put forth by people who are well organized and who have money and lobbyists and interest, and legislation is successfully opposed in the exact same way. We have a lot of stakeholders in the industry, and I think to a large extent, where we will end up 6 months from now or 5 years from now will depend in large part what goes on in the next 6 months, and whether the stakeholders in the industry will either join forces or independently hire appropriate lobbyists and you know, oppose these types of bills that we're seeing, which are really, I mean, I think they are being propounded by a competitor of this segment who is very heavily invested in the freemium category and has hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue. So I'm not sure that that's clear in the context of these bills being proposed, but I don't have a doom and gloom scenario. I think that, like every other business, DFS went through the exact same sort of firestorm. For those of you who may remember watching $8 million worth of Super Bowl ads in 2015, followed by, you know, lawsuits and regulatory actions. And where did they end up? Well, they ended up regulated in 23 states, either through a license process or registration. And lo and behold, DFS is still operated in 22 states because it is a real money skill game. So I draw a lot of parallels here. It's just the hot seat now is for the sweepstakes category.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, so sweepstakes, you know, has thrived in a legally ambiguous kind of state, as you've just been describing. So, Kelsey, how sustainable do you see that from your side? Do you think how does the sweepstakes model change when some of that ambiguity is removed, and what do you see coming?
Sure. So like Bill said, you know, I think we can draw a lot of parallels to DFS. You know, regulations, gaming statutes are always behind and always have to play catch up with technology. And I think here, because there are so many parallels drawn between these pay-to-play games, the sweepstakes, you know, those against sweepstakes are saying that, oh, it's too close to online gaming or gaming, but I think we'll see the operators kind of try to pull away from that. And I think we'll see it like DFS, like sweepstakes will be, they'll either have to require licensure or registration to continue.
Yeah, great, okay.
Yeah. If I could just add, I do think as you get more specificity under the law and operators either can't offer their particular product, it's just going to beget more innovation and more ideas. You don't have to have a dual currency platform in order to operate a freemium model with a sweepstakes. So I think that people will just make appropriate adjustments, and you know, maybe I'll be up here a few years from now talking about the latest special interest legislation that's being proposed to combat the new wave or the new product that comes out. And we saw that with, you know, there's DFS and then what people like to call DFS 2.0. New products emerge, and those are also subject to regulatory action. Wherever there's not a clear path for or against a category, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, great.
Emma, as a platform provider for sweepstakes operators, how are your customers viewing the longevity of the market, and what's holding back major operators from entering this space?
Yeah, good question. So we're seeing a lot of interest as a platform provider in what we can do to support sweepstakes. And I think it's seen as two different types of audience for that. One, you've got those in states where iGaming is maybe not regulated yet, and they're looking at this as something that they can do, and ultimately when regulation comes, maybe they move over. But you've got a lot of players who are looking at this as a low-risk entertainment first offering. And that's why we see it as a space that is going to have longevity. We're seeing a lot of innovation as well around our customers wanting features such as gamification and tournaments and things like that. And I think that, again, that's really interesting to see how that is differing from what maybe is seen on the real money to some extent.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Emma, in terms of the online, there's a lot of talk about the next wave of regulated or licensed gaming will be real money iGaming.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that, or do you expect like customers on the sweeps platforms will move to that category, or are we talking about different users? Is there a different user demographic?
Yeah, I think you see both. So some are playing on those casino sites because that's all there is in a legal offering for them. And yes, they may migrate to real money, but there are a lot of people that are playing for that low risk kind of offering, entertainment first offering. And in terms of the demographics, from what we've seen from our customers, it's quite a range. It's from 20 through to 40 predominantly. It's both genders. Actually, it depends on the types of games you've got more so. And I think, again, as I was mentioning around the kind of features that are offered, social features, gamification, experience points, things like that, that is keeping people on the platforms and on the offerings and is very sticky. So, so we see both. It's quite interesting. Rickard, let me ask you, you're a supplier of technical services in this space. How are you viewing the kind of size of this opportunity and the longevity of the opportunity?
And I can say our view on it, we took a stand 3 years ago that we are not working with sweepstakes at all. We just totally skipped that because we know that, okay, there's always innovation in this industry. It's always something happening. But then you always have the regulators, the legislators that's trying to battle that. And like you said, it's the lobbyists. There's so much money behind the real money gaming industry that will try to battle this. And so we took that stand, and I think I'm happy to do it. We are operating in 25 states, and I see a lot of suppliers that try to be on both sides. Mm-hmm. And we saw Michigan is out hunting for suppliers. We know Pennsylvania is doing a big investigation as well against suppliers that are on both sides. And as we've seen in Europe, either you do UKGC, you do Sweden, you do Malta, like really, and you do those markets, but you can't do UKGC and then do Curacao licensed casinos targeting the UK. It's just, you can't do that. We're one big live casino supplier that had a massive news article about it like just a few weeks back. So I think that's what will happen. It will just divide the industry a lot more. And both on the payment side, because there's still a lot of payment providers doing both sweepstakes and real money gaming. There's still a lot of on the content side as well. But give it 6 months and that will be just divided. And then it will continue, the battle. But that's what I think we'll see.
We were talking earlier, Rickard, about, is this iGaming real money iGaming is only regulated in a handful of states right now. Is the success of sweepstakes a tipping point for that regulation spreading into more states, do you see? Or what are your customers saying?
Yeah, and that's a very good question. I'm getting that question all the time. Like, what will happen? What's the benefit of sweepstakes? And I really believe that it will get, because sweepstakes is not about Pennsylvania, Michigan, New Jersey, West Virginia. It's about Florida, it's about Texas, it's about California. That's the interesting markets. And what we will, hopefully, we will get an online casino, real money gaming casino in those states. Not tomorrow, but this might be the trigger event, as we saw COVID was with online sports betting 3 years ago, New York as one example. And this will then make everyone in this room happy because we get online real money gaming in not 5-ish states, we get it in 20 states or 30 states. So that's my dream of the sweepstakes.
Well, for one, I hope you're very successful with your dream. I think most people here are looking for expansion of regulated gaming. I don't think that it's going to change the availability of other products that are not regulated. The users are very different.
Yeah.
And I really, what Chris Grove was saying earlier is really important. People on these types of platforms, either freemium only or freemium and sweepstakes platforms, many of them play without ever making a purchase. Many of them play with never using sweeps coins. But when you are on a real money platform, you have one, I mean, unless you're going to get a bunch of promotional cash to play with on the site, you're using real money to place real wagers, and that's really your only option. And I do think, I'm not a scientist about, user demographics, but I think we've already seen, like when the social casinos and the sweeps casinos pulled out of Michigan, there was no tangible effect whatsoever on the statistics for real money iGaming in Michigan, which I think allows you to deduce that these are two separate pools of types of players.
Absolutely, but there must be some mix in that. It's not black and white.
Of course not. Of course not. But the numbers told the story in Michigan. And I think the operators know who their customers are and who their customers are not.
Bill, let's just change tack a little bit to talk about the regulation approach. So the American Gaming Association called sweepstakes a threat to regulated markets recently. Do you agree with that? What's your view? How do you think regulators should balance consumer protection with innovation?
I mean, on a gross level, every form of gaming and revenue dollar for every type of gaming, even Candy Crush, you could argue that it detracts from people who might otherwise spend time playing real money games. I don't really think there's any evidence to support that statement other than, if people are gaming and other people think it's gambling, then okay, then that's your opinion. But I don't think there's really any statistics to show that either land-based casinos or iGaming are cannibalized by other forms of mobile games. There is definitely evidence, however, to show that real money offshore sports books and real money offshore iGaming do detract from the same product when it's licensed. And that was, the case. The big case for New Jersey going to iGaming was the proponents showed how much was going out of the country and even out of the state of New Jersey. Hundreds of millions of dollars were going to offshore sports books and offshore real money iGaming. And guess what? It still is, because those companies are not regulated. They can offer different odds, different promotions. I mean, but to conflate those two types of scenarios, I think is inaccurate.
Okay, Kelsey, let me ask you, so obviously it's, the sweepstakes market is drawing scrutiny from regulators. Like, what trends are you seeing state by state as the regulators respond to the sweepstakes phenomenon?
Yeah, sure. Well, like you said, as popularity grows, the regulators are definitely targeting sweepstakes casinos. As my panelists mentioned, we know end of 2023, the Michigan Gaming Control Board started with sending cease and desist letters to sweepstakes operators, similar to what they did when they were sort of pushing back against daily fantasy sports. There, the Gaming Control Board determined that the sweepstakes operators or casinos were in violation of their penal code, gaming laws, and then the Lawful Internet Gaming Act. And since then, we've seen additional states, Maryland, Georgia, Connecticut, and Delaware send out similar letters to sweepstakes operators. Just this past January, West Virginia Attorney General served subpoenas on sweepstakes operators, which caused some to move out of the state. With the industry expecting to see 11.4 billion in player purchases and at least 4 billion in net revenue, we also have those jurisdictions that are wanting to hop on the bandwagon and interested in generating tax revenue from the sweepstakes casinos. So we've got states such as Hawaii and New Jersey who are considering pulling sweepstakes casinos into their already regulated or newly regulated lawful sort of gaming regulations. They're focusing on player transparency, fair play, and safeguarding personal data. And then we've got states such as California and Florida, like Ricard mentioned, who have these revenue sharing payments through gaming compacts with the Native American tribes. Florida just recently introduced 2 bills to criminalize sweepstakes, with operator violations carrying a third-degree felony charge. We've got other states kind of following suit, such as Maryland, Connecticut, Montana, and Mississippi. And then to bring it back to New York, New York State Senator recently introduced a bill that most consider an attempt to ban online sweepstakes casinos. The bill really is pretty broad. It extends past operators and targets associated businesses, financial institutions, payment processors, geolocation services, and media affiliates. So the jurisdictions right now are kind of running the gambit.
Very good. Okay, Ricard, we talked a bit about the operators and the risks that they may see entering this space. From a supplier perspective, what do you think the key risks are there? And yeah, how do you see that changing?
No, but I think it, like I alluded on before, it's you need to pick a side. And we see a lot of, again, big companies like some of the big hyperscalers, they're hosting VGW, and then they're trying to get a license in Michigan, like Amazon, obviously, is hosting VGW, and then they're trying to get a license in Pennsylvania and Michigan. It's like, you can't play on both sides. It will never work. You need to pick one side and do that. And that's what I think will happen. And some of these larger companies will not be able to work with the sweepstakes. So they will either pull out from the sweepstakes, or they make so much money from it, they will pull out from Pennsylvania. And we will see, because that's not determined what will happen. That's, I think it's down to how much revenue they have on each side.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that as it relates to supporting, like a vendor supporting a type of gambling that is clearly illegal, like offshore sports or offshore iGaming, or helping companies operate in black markets. But the gaming commissions and the licensing bodies don't need additional other authority. They already have that built into their suitability analysis. So, if you were to take out all the vendors that supported DFS when it wasn't registered in the state, or when it's still being offered, I mean, you would have nobody. So I agree with you where there's a clear product and there's a clear market where it can't be provided. And I think gaming commissions like New Jersey, I mean, took the lead, and they defined what a gray market is. They defined what a black market is. And that's really the operating standard for licensure. So these bills that have come in that, really target every vendor, saying every vendor who does anything to support any form of gaming that is illegal, it's not limited to sweepstakes, is going to not be eligible for a license. I think that just impedes the discretion and authority of the Gaming Commission, and it's going to just lead to a whole bunch of litigation. And who's going to define how is that triggered? So I totally agree with you when it comes to a category that's being offered in a black market or that's clearly illegal. But I think for this type of model, I don't think those types of lines are really worthy of being drawn.
But we need to make those kind of lines, because I have done fingerprints, I've done all my tax returns, I've done that, and why shouldn't everyone need to do that if you're operating some sort of if it's not illegal, and if it's not legal, I was going to say, if it's not legal, then and you operate in that space and you're supplying those operators, then you need to follow those rules.
Well, what about an operator, a company that just provides gamified sweepstakes to a normal retailer? Like you're going to buy a pair of shoes and now you can spin the wheel in a gamified sweepstakes. Are those vendors, can you supply those vendors? That's not regulated. Yep. It's being offered in connection with the sweepstakes rules of that state. Yep. It's not prohibited. The state doesn't have a prohibition on the game reveal method or anything like that. So would you draw the line there? I mean, you can't just assume that a category is unlawful. Like you can make any business decision you want, but to penalize people who are being, there are legal opinions, there are no clear rules, there are no prosecutions, there's no authority to just say, we're going to get in trouble if we offer this. I think it's a risk management decision, and you're certainly not the only company that has done that, but I think trying to penalize it by statute is wrong.
I agree, Bill. The majority of jurisdictions have sweepstakes-specific laws, and as long as those operators are complying with those laws, privacy laws, tax laws, providing available alternative methods of entry and whatnot, arguably, even if maybe they are in a gray space, they are operating lawfully.
Yep. I agree with that too. Okay, so I think we can all agree this space is going to be changing a lot over the next 6 to 12 months and beyond. I'm going to ask all of you if you could, if you were going to make one bold prediction as to what's going to happen in this space, what would it be? So, Rickard, let's start with you, and then we'll move down.
But again, I hope this will be the trigger event that gets a lot of the legislators to get online casino really pushed through and getting that bill pushed, and so that we all can do online casino, because it's not only sweepstakes, you have all the black market operators, and this could be the trigger event that we once and for all can push away the black market operators. That's what I hope.
I don't know. I'm not Nostradamus, but where we are going to be, at least in the freemium plus sweepstakes category a year from now, will heavily depend on how involved the stakeholders get in the legislative front. Because if the law changes, then that is the law, and then the product is affected by the law. If the law doesn't change and bills die in committee or they don't go further, then it's not the law. A proposed bill is not the law. And as we saw in New Jersey, the Senator Calabrese, who first proposed regulating sweepstakes, pulled that bill and substituted it now with one to ban dual currency sweepstakes. So there's a lot of fluidity, and I think the war in terms of where this product may be offered, the specific dual currency product may be offered, it will be won or lost in the next 6 months based on how involved the stakeholders become in our legislative efforts. But I can't, beyond that, this category isn't going to go away. It may be different in different states. But again, every sweepstakes operator has a core product that cannot really be challenged and isn't being challenged, and that is the freemium games. So they'll make adjustments.
I agree. I think sweepstakes casinos have really made a profound impact on the iGaming industry. I think they're here to stay, but I think, like Bill said, depending on how regulation goes and proposed bills will kind of depend on what maybe end product we might see, these sweepstakes casinos kind of merge or blend into. I think that operators will just continue to focus improving their gaming operations to kind of further disassociate away from the arguments and comparisons to lotteries and gambling, and we'll see what we end up with.
Yeah, I mean, I think the player demand is there for this type of offering. That's not going away. Like you say, the regulation and how that plays out will be interesting to see, but ultimately the demand is there, and that's why I see personally that you know, this is here to stay. It will evolve, it will innovate, but it's here to stay. Great. Well, please all join me in thanking the panelists, my panelists here, and thank you very much.
Okay, we've got one more presentation before lunch. This is going to be a good one. If you follow the financial markets, you've noticed there's been an awful lot of volatility lately. And that volatility has been attributed to uncertainty. And I always learned that the only things in life that were certain were death and taxes. But in the business community, you all know there is another certainty, and that is competition. If you're making money, you're going to have competition, and the more you make and the better you do, the more competition you're going to have. So our next presentation from our lead sponsor, Softswiss, Martin Collins is going to tell us how to deal with that competition.
So, good afternoon. Thanks everybody for coming. Today, the reason that I'm here is primarily for myself, because I want to convince you all that I'm not absolutely crazy. Okay? At Softswiss, we've decided that we're going to launch into the US market in New Jersey, despite all of the challenges that come with that. And I'm going to spend 10 minutes convincing you of the reasons of why we're doing it. We think it's a great idea. We think it's actually the ideal opportunity to take advantage at the moment. You're all sat there saying, Martin, you're crazy, but hopefully in 10 minutes' time, you'll actually understand the rationale a little bit better. So, I'm Martin Collins. I'm the CBDO at Softswiss, and this idea stemmed from a lot of us, but primarily myself. And there's various reasons that I think it's a good idea. My counterpart there before I came on was talking about the volatility in the market at the moment. And you all know if you can take advantage of volatility, whether that's up or down, then it can be a positive step forward. So, if we go back, the US had become a very saturated market. Each state, including New Jersey, had a ridiculous amount of operators. Even now, if you take sportsbook, casino, and poker operators, there's 30 in that market, and there's just north of 10 million people within the market. So, and it was very, very difficult. The barriers to entry were very strong in the beginning. You know, you had your market access deals, you had your third-party contracts, you had your certification with the DGE. But regardless of that, everybody thought it was the gold rush. Okay, we were going back to when everybody came and went west, and everybody was going to make a lot of money from it. There was no question about it. It was going to be a massive opportunity for everybody. However, it's not quite turned out like that. Not for everybody in any case. Many have actually come into the market, they've looked at it, they've invested a lot of cash, and then they've walked away from it. Now, I suppose we need to ask ourselves the question, why is that the case? Why has that happened? And I think a lot of the reasons are fairly clear. You know, a lot of people wanted to be first to market and maybe sacrifice their product. Okay, a lot of people didn't really understand the competition that was going to exist in the market, and they didn't realize how much money they were going to invest in order to get a positive market share. So, we have this situation whereby we have 30 operators across 3 different products. Okay, we have people leaving the market. So again, I'm going to ask myself this question. Are we crazy to come into this market at the moment? It's dominated by 2 or 3 players in New Jersey, as it is in the majority of states. But again, look at the picture, please, guys. You know, Is it hard? Of course it's hard. It's a challenge, but is there an opportunity here? Oops, sorry. Is there an opportunity here? Absolutely. We definitely believe so at Softswiss that we can take this market by storm and really make an impact. But why is that the case? Excuse me. Okay. It's because the perspective is changing, guys. You know, when you're walking up a mountain, okay, when Edmund Hillary went to Mount Everest, many people had tried to do it before him and failed. In fact, a lot of people had died doing it. But he went to base camp in Everest, and what he did was he found the best Sherpas there who had never been utilized before. And he climbed that mountain, and he got to the top, and he was the first person to ever be on top of the world. After that, many people did it, obviously within the window of the weather constraints, but many people did it. And we're of the opinion that we can be the first. We can go to the top of that mountain and really bring something positive to the market and show the path for everybody else to move forward. So, where are the key areas that we believe that you can make a positive difference within the market? I alluded earlier that the majority of people that come into the US market, including the current incumbents, were very much about getting first to market. They wanted their brand there in the first day in order to be able to start generating revenue and building their customer base and cross-selling from their existing customer bases. But from my perspective, from our perspective as a business, they sacrificed the UI UX challenge that comes. If you look at the majority of sites that exist in New Jersey and the wider states within the US, you'll see that it's very similar to the European UI UX from around about 2012, 2013. And there's been no major changes within that over that 12, 13-year period. So as a consequence, the customers that are coming through are not getting the experience that they expect. What do I mean by that? When we talk about mobile native customers, these are guys that grew up with a mobile phone in their hand. I wasn't lucky enough to have that. I'm a little bit too old for that. But this cohort that's coming through and starting to get disposable income have a massive expectation, way beyond what mine is, of what their experience is when they interact with an app. They expect to be able to give an experience that engages with them, that they want to go back to time and time again. And this is the key area for us. The UI UX needs to change in order to be able to give these customers that are coming through the experience that they're looking for. If you look at our European products and some of the gamified experiences that we've created, what we've seen is screen time actually increased by 4 times. So no longer is a customer simply coming in to spin some slots or make a bet and leave within 5-6 minutes. They're coming in and they're engaging with the brand and actually coming back time and time again without the requirement of a bonus, which is, I think everybody in this room would agree, is a positive step. You're actually building engagement, you're building loyalty, and genuinely, you're no longer competing with your traditional competition. You're competing with TikTok, Netflix, these types of guys who are commanding their screen time whilst they're sat on their couch at home at night watching a game. So this UI UX movement is key to success. Many of you would have seen in October that for the first month, online outpaced retail. Now, I don't know if there's anybody here from the retail side of things, they may well say that's a terrible thing. But actually, it's not cannibalizing, as many of you know as well, it's not cannibalizing the... thank you. Okay, thank you. It's not actually cannibalizing, right? But what it does say is that online's becoming more popular, right? The growth is still there on the retail, but online is outpacing it. So what does this mean? It means that there's an opportunity for everybody to take advantage of that. And again, provide an experience that the customer expects. I alluded to it earlier, guys. Okay, we have 2 big players in our market, okay, who are really eating up the market share. But and again, you might say I'm crazy. I don't think so. But I think that presents an opportunity. Let's say, for example, that you had 10 equal players in a market. It would be much more difficult for you to enter that and take market share than when 2 actually dominate, from my perspective, because you can differentiate better. You can differentiate in terms of your product, your experience, your flow, everything that you do. So yeah, these 2 guys, they might have a big market share now, but it's something that can be taken advantage of, and you can focus on it rather than having to concentrate on the 10 that I mentioned. I alluded to gamification, and this is a really important factor and something we've built our entire strategy on at Softswiss, that if you're going to cater for the customers that are coming through, even the customers that already exist, and you want them to come back to your site and your app time and time again, then you have to give them an experience that gives them the reason to do that. I always mention a story when I come here and I go to the New Jersey Turnpike into New Jersey, and there's a big billboard there, and invariably every time that you go round there, it's a betting company that is taking that advertising space. So when I was here last May, FanDuel was there, and they had a deposit $5 and get $500 free. Okay, now in Europe that's unheard of, and I know they want market share. I get it. Now I'm not criticising the tactic. I'm not criticising the approach. Clearly it works for them. They've done a great job. But what I'm saying is imagine you could build an experience whereby customers come back to you and engage with you, not because you've given them free money, but because they actually like the offering that you're giving to them. They engage with it. They're loyal to you. And you don't need to give them crazy bonuses and promotions in order to keep them coming back time and time again. This is a really important factor, and the number 1 factor for me that makes me think I'm not crazy. Okay, the panel that was on before us was talking a lot about sweepstakes, but there's other aspects, right? So you have sweepstakes, you have crypto, okay, you have these fortune solutions that are coming through, and invariably that is going to have a massive impact on the legal framework of the entire industry. The guys were talking about how literally in a year from last year when they spoke about it, everything's changed. Now this is going to start impacting iCasino, and iCasino is going to roll out as well. This January, there was 14 legislative movements by states in order to move iCasino forward. Now, all of them have now, unfortunately, dead. Okay, but I think it shows the intent of the industry to actually take control, of the situation, increase tax in order to cover the deficits that exist, and give the customer the experience that they're looking for. RG is really important, and it's starting to come alive in the US. And again, gamification, spending your money over a longer period of time, is a massive element that actually, again, gives the customer a better experience. So we are here to revolutionize the market. We want to give the customers a first focus, and we want them to be at the very forefront of everything that we do. So thank you, and I'm going to invite Pierre up to give some deeper questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You got a bit excited there for a while, Martin, didn't you?
Yes, yeah, this isn't particularly comfortable. Yeah, and it decided it didn't want to be on my head.
It is a big head.
Thanks.
So, Martin.
That wasn't that funny.
Wait, so that's small? No. Anyway, let's get into it. So, Martin, great presentation first and foremost of the plans that you are now kind of basing your thesis on for the entry into the US. But for the audience here that perhaps don't know Softswiss as well as we do, can you introduce the company a little bit more and talk a little bit about the background of Softswiss?
Sure. At Softswiss, we are 8.5 years old. We primarily started and continue to be a B2C organization. We stemmed from the Ukraine, but when things started to become a little bit difficult there, we moved the operation to Cyprus. We also have offices in Malta and Bulgaria. And currently we are operating with 16 licenses. And about 2.5, 3 years ago, we started also delivering B2B. So our strong belief is that we can create a proof of concept with our B2C and then sell that from a B2B perspective. Many people here may think what I'm saying, again, is a little bit crazy, but, and that ultimately operators don't want to compete with their platform provider. However, if you guys ask yourself one simple question, what are the 3 main issues with your platform provider? Every single one of them will be that they don't have a B2C focus. So we believe with this B2C focus, we don't become a bottleneck. We understand the challenges that you're having, and we know how to drive revenue. So as a partner from a B2B perspective, we think we stand out quite significantly as well.
Brilliant. And I've had the pleasure to go to the customer appreciation events of SoftBet each year in Cyprus, and spectacular events, of course. And one of the things that SoftBet does really great is you, on a year-to-year basis, you talk openly about the success the company has, and you report some numbers, even though you're a private company. Can you talk more about the success the company has seen in the last few years?
Okay, so from what I would say first and foremost is that from a cultural perspective, the business is entirely built upon opportunity. You guys, me, I've worked for organizations in the past, and they constantly look for reasons not to actually do things, not to actually make money. You know, everything's a blocker, everything's a challenge. Whereas what I would genuinely say about SoftBet is that we genuinely look at every opportunity, and if we think there's a business case there, then we will drive forward with it. And that drive and that passion and that willingness to deliver something specifically for the customer, as you've just seen, has ended up with a ridiculous amount of success, culminating last year in 200 million euros net profit.
Brilliant, yes. And speaking of growth, you have some news today for us, don't you?
Yes.
You want to share those things?
Okay, so so you're thinking, why on earth, what's going on here, what's happening? But actually in June, July time, we will be launching into New Jersey with a B2C offering, both casino and sports. And again, the gamification and everything's there, but we're also going to build an entirely new UI UX that the market hasn't seen before. And this is going to be something that we believe will resonate strongly with those mobile native customers that we spoke about. We think there's a real opportunity there.
Brilliant. And you already signed a first agreement with Caesars, didn't you? A partnership with Caesars. How much is does that mean?
We did the market access deal with Caesars, yes. So as you may know, in New Jersey, retail control the market access for brands like us in order to be able to operate there. And we did a great deal. We've got a really good relationship, and they've got lots of experience within the market, having not only ran their own brands, but had third parties on other licenses that they have. So yeah, we see a really positive relationship blossoming there.
Brilliant. And I think from my perspective, if there's one trend that I've spotted in the last year, it is that the industry has now gone from talking about gamification to actually executing and implementing gamification. I spoke to Simon of Fast Track here earlier, and he talked about that. It's specifically gamification, gamification, gamification. And this is specifically what you are bringing to the market here. Can you talk more about gamification and why it's so important?
Yeah, so the majority of B2C operators with their own platforms are operating through a third-party platform. For the last 10 years, probably had some sort of gamification. So they would have had leaderboards, they would have achievements, okay, they would have had maybe collections, perhaps. Okay, so this was fairly standard. Everybody had it, and everybody knew that it drove the major KPIs within their business relatively well. We believe that although it's good and although it helps you with your customer base and it drives engagement and loyalty, that actually there's a step beyond those simple elements of gamification, and that you need to find a narrative that resonates with your customer. We have about 25 mechanics that we utilize from a gamified experience, and they're all built for different cohorts. So you might have some that resonate more with your older players, maybe with the cohort that I spoke about before, your mobile native cohort, a female cohort. We've got 25 different mechanics, all built for different audiences, bringing a different narrative that resonates with them. And again, it drives the screen time, it drives the engagement, it drives the loyalty, and it's the next step within gamification.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Martin, for traveling over here and for presenting us with the new exciting news of SoftBet. Thank you as well to the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you. As a final point today, Softswiss is now inviting media to join the VIP lounge here just behind us at the VIP hub in Hub 4. So get your credentials ready. Feel free to talk to Martin about this exciting news, to David Yatom, who's here as well. And we'll see you in the lunchroom here. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a nice lunch downstairs. My name is Ashley Rodriguez, and I am a media editor with Business Insider. I will be your co-host this afternoon up on the leadership stage. It's been a great kickoff to the next summit so far. We've heard this morning about investment, about AI, about the prediction market space, about sweepstakes, but we cannot talk about gambling in the US without talking about our next guest, DraftKings. They command a colossal portion of the online sports betting market and also online casino. So very excited to have their Chief Product Officer, Corey Gottlieb, here with us today. He's going to be having a conversation with Ariel Epstein, who some of you might know better as the Prop Queen. So please welcome our next guest to the stage.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us. It is my pleasure to be here with Corey Gottlieb, CPO of DraftKings. So when I was looking into Corey, because of course when you moderate these things, you have to know a lot about people, I was actually shocked that we had more in common than I thought. So we're not just both in sports betting. We both actually have a background in news. You came from the Boston Globe before you even ended up as this leader in the product world, like technology with DraftKings. How on earth do you get from the Boston Globe to where you are now?
That is a great question, and I appreciate you having done some good homework.
Little stalking.
Yeah, I came to this space in a somewhat less sort of traditional path than maybe others. I have no background when I started here in gambling, in gaming. My background is actually sort of on the liberal arts side. I had been an English major undergraduate in college, and then I applied to a Craigslist posting for part-time fantasy baseball writers working the overnight shift at MLB.com, and ended up being my first job out of college. I stayed at what became BAM, learned product sort of by osmosis there. Was in this moment that I kind of lucked my way into, where BAM was in the midst of building products like at Bat and MLB TV that ended up being these big sort of fixtures of technology in relationship to sports. I went from there, you mentioned, to the Globe, which was a totally different experience. I was the executive director of digital media at the Globe, and stepped into what was one of the biggest challenges I've ever had professionally, where the Globe was in this moment then, and really is still in the midst of this moment, where it was attempting to sort of rebuild the way that it did business. Like the Globe had been for decades doing business on the back of print journalism, and was attempting very rapidly overnight to become this digitally oriented product and technology oriented thing. So for me, it was this total exercise in people and culture and change management, which can be scary and difficult, but also incredibly rewarding. And then I came to DraftKings, and I've ended up being at DraftKings for 10 years, but there's this similar thread of change where, the company has so crazily evolved since the time that I started here in the middle of 2015. I was, one of the first 100 or so employees here. We now are, thousands of people and multi-geographic and multi-product, but a lot of those same threads of, managing through change, being constantly flexible and evolving to new circumstances, building and rebuilding teams to orient around solving the particular problem in this particular moment, feel very much consistent with some of the experiences I had before I was here, but it's a great question.
Like breaking news. Breaking news is the same thing in the news world as it is in the sportsbook world. You have to be ready at any given moment for it. How do you take what you learned in that news world into the DraftKings world with breaking news?
I think breaking news is a really actually good sort of analogy, because one of the most important parts of the way that we think about running a product like our sportsbook is in the lens of merchandising. Merchandising is the way that we package and deliver content to effectively meet customers in the moment of sports. And I often use the analogy there of it feeling like running a newsroom, which is for a really good sportsbook to operate effectively, it needs to move at the speed of sports. When Luka Doncic gets traded to the Lakers overnight, our sportsbook needs to reflect that. When it's the week leading up to the first day of the Masters or a giant NFL football game, we need to tell that story and build narrative through all kinds of different lanes, short form and long form. And the way that a news site typically delivers content in packages is no different from the way that our sportsbook needs to tailor its experience in packaging content around what's happening in sports. Our authenticity as a sportsbook operator is totally tied to the way that we can editorialize and deliver news. A big part of what we've invested in from a product perspective is in-house merchandising capabilities and a really, really strong CMS, a content management system, to be able to essentially function exactly the way that a news site would.
DraftKings has become one of the biggest players in the sports betting world. Since PASPA got repealed 2018, DraftKings was a front runner from the jump. Why has DraftKings been so successful?
It's a really good question, and it's a really competitive and crowded space. I think at a simplified level, if I sort of zoom out, we are constantly attempting to take the most important levers that move our sportsbook business and marry them directly to where product can be impactful. When I talk about those levers, I'm referring to handle, the volume that's flowing through our product, sort of the total volume that we're trying to maximize at any given time. Talking about hold, which is the revenue that we take with every bet, really the sort of preeminent reflection of the health of our sportsbook business and our margin. Retention, which I think of as the aggregate reflection of our customers' life cycle and behavior with us and the stickiness of our product. All of those things tie directly to the core components of what we've prioritized from a product perspective. For sportsbook, that is the breadth and depth of our content. So we never want customers to have a reason to leave our sportsbook because another operator has an offering. It could be a sport or a market or a feature that we don't have. It's our trading platform, which is a deep investment in the infrastructural foundation that powers the way that we make markets, our in-house capabilities for pricing, for risk management. It is the combination of tools and models that we put in the hands of our traders to ultimately deliver our product. It's merchandising, which is what I just talked about, our ability to both intelligently and in real time and dynamically package and deliver both content and promotions on a personalized basis for our customers. And then it's an investment in what I call core performance, which is some of the stuff that you don't really see, but it's payout speed and settlement speed and bet success rates and live market availability and cash out availability and site stability and all of the things that when you experience them, you walk away and just say like, oh, DraftKings just works. Those are things that we invest heavily in. So with those as sort of the pillars, we've made really big investments. I think the thread line, the single theme that connects all of what I just described is our technology. We have prioritized again and again foundational technology capabilities that we believe ultimately act as unlocks for differentiating our consumer experience. I'll give you an example. So I mentioned our content. We have made a major investment both in bringing new content to market. So, in 2024, we launched 700 plus new markets. They held at almost 16%, really effective in our new content delivery. But then we've also made a conscious effort with the most important components of our content lifecycle to invest in bringing that content in-house. What do I mean when I say bring our content in-house? Well, the vast majority of operators in our space are reliant on the same small subset of third-party providers to deliver their content. So it's the same providers that deliver their live betting or deliver their SGP product. When you go into most of our competitors' product on Super Bowl Sunday or right now for the Celtics game tonight or before a big MMA fight, you see an offering that is very redundant. Content is similar, the markets are similar, the pricing is similar, the delivery is similar. That's because they're all reliant on the same providers. We consciously decided to pivot off of that, to invest in building our own capabilities, to bring our content onto our own in-house modeling and technology platforms. We did it with SGPs. We most recently did it with player props, and the results have been really immediate. Our SGPs, held at 200 basis points better year over year, 2024 and 2023. We launched 300 plus new SGP markets in 2024. So from a content delivery and a hold perspective, the ability to have content in our control unlocks everything from our ability to do pricing, to create new markets, to build amazing experiences on top of our product that we never could have done with a dependency that wasn't our own technology. We'll do the same this year. So by the end of 2025, all of our live in-game content will be in-house. And that's just a huge unlock. And really, I think the primary example of the way that technology has been just a momentous staple of what we've prioritized in winning with Sportsbook.
I use DraftKings, so I'm listening and hearing all this for the first time. It's 100% true because every time I know I need to go somewhere that I need a market, if someone else doesn't have it, I know DraftKings does. You have so many really unique betting opportunities, such as like match bets, SGPs, but the live betting component that you touched on, it's growing. How is live betting growing as it already really has since 2018?
Yeah, live betting is a huge space for us, maybe the single biggest space we believe for sort of opportunities for consumer differentiation. And I say that across a couple of different planes. One is what you described, which is the popularity and the growth of live betting as relates to customer demand. So, for us in 2024, we saw 42% of sportsbook GGR was on live betting. That's compared to 38% the year before and significantly lower than that in years past. So clearly it's growing where demand is concerned on our book. And that makes sense. If you think about like when you talk to your friends or you talk to anybody about their experience with watching live games, it's become so synonymous with live betting. We've created this totally different emotional experience that gets you watching things that otherwise you would have had no emotional interest in. That kind of started with fantasy, but it has really held true for live betting. So there's a popularity story, and there's just us wanting to meet our customers where they are. And then there's what I'd call our right to win. We determine in spaces we have a right to win when we have a meaningful advantage from a technology and infrastructure perspective. Today, we have the best live betting platform in the world. We were ranked the #1 platform by Eilers over the past year for live market availability, which, as you mentioned, is the single sort of key to determining how good your live betting product is. You come in to the fourth quarter of an NBA game or halftime of an NFL game, you see every market you want to bet on, you click on that market, your bet success is 100%. We've delivered a really, really strong live market availability experience on the back of our platform. Then there's a second side of that story, what I'd call the back end story, which is SimpleBet. We acquired a company called SimpleBet at the end of last year. They are the preeminent provider for micro markets. Micro markets is content that moves at the speed of game. So pitch by pitch for baseball, or point by point for tennis, or play by play for NBA. It is incredibly difficult to do that well, to deliver a product, a live betting product that moves as fast as sports do. If you watch sports and hold open our app in real time, you will see a micro markets product that is second to none. So I think between our existing infrastructure, the micro markets infrastructure that we've gotten and that we'll expand on from SimpleBet, we believe that we're the leader in live betting, and it's just a space that we think is exploding and where we need to be.
Another market that's really exploded, the props market. I love that you guys have launched the Pick Six. It is very unique. It seems to be the way that a lot of the younger generation's going. I have a brother who's in college, and all his friends, they love betting this way. What was the idea behind Pick Six? For people that don't know, it's very similar to like a DFS component. How does DraftKings mix Pick Six then into that DFS, the prop betting? How do you mix that all into the ecosystem?
Yeah, Pick Six is one of my favorite stories since I've been at DraftKings, because I think it's a real reflection of what I'd call our operational innovation. So a couple of years ago, we saw this space that was clearly evolving, where customers had a real demand for what you described, this very simple mechanic where you come in, you pick more or less for a subset of categories for a few athletes, and you hit submit, and maybe you can win a multiple of your entry fee. And it made sense. It was a simple, easy thing to do. And when we see customer demand among customers that look like ours rising like that, we immediately say to ourselves, look, this is a demand that we need to meet. We need to find a way to deliver a product in this space that scratches the itch that we're seeing become more and more popular. At the same time, we had to find a way to enter that space that we felt comfortable with from a regulatory perspective, from a legal perspective, and ultimately that was sort of the conceit and the birth of Pick Six. Pick Six is different from the rest of the products that are in a space similar to this, in that it's a fantasy product. It's a peer-to-peer product. So your performance in Pick Six is based entirely on how you perform against other competitors, other players who are playing at the same time as you. It is guaranteed prizes. We were able to define and build a fantasy product that still scratches that same itch from a customer demand perspective, and the results have been amazing. We've evolved, over the course of a year into what I'd call real product market fit. We've seen, just over the course of this NBA season, 44% growth in paid active users. The product is very much sticky. We're hearing great feedback from our customers, and is now, a huge part of our product ecosystem. It's a way that we think about both a standalone experience. It's a great funnel to our other products. But I mention it as a story that I love because it was not an easy space for us to enter, and it was something that required a lot of thought and a lot of creativity to ultimately deliver something that our customers love.
There are so many things now. It used to just be, DraftKings was DFS. Then it became DraftKings is DFS and DraftKings Sportsbook. Now there are so many markets within DraftKings. How do you continue to market all these different markets without taking away from the others?
Yeah, I think we have gotten increasingly intelligent about the way that we can meet the right user with the right product at the right time. We have a lot of really strong analytics that goes back, a decade plus in learning about what our customers want. And we have made deep investments in data science, in addition to just having really good primary relationships with our customers, where we're constantly talking to customers and asking questions and running focus groups and merging those primary experiences with customer level analytics. And the result is that we feel, more and more confident that despite the fact that there's this wealth of content in our products, that we're able to surface the right content in the right moment for the right user.
We've talked a lot about sports betting. Moving into iGaming, a lot of people are seeing the growth in this industry. How has DraftKings embraced iGaming?
iGaming is another one that is a great story for us and has been a real learning experience. When we first entered the iGaming market, we were coming sort of off the back of having been a fantasy company. And we had to figure out what made for an authentic product in the space. I think a lot of that learning came to us from bringing in folks who had worked in iGaming for years. So, a few years ago, we acquired a company called Blue Ribbon, which was a third-party jackpots technology company. And the premise of that deal originally was to integrate their jackpots to power what has become our product. And we've certainly done that. But what we also got was an incredible team of folks, primarily based in Israel, who have spent their lives around this space and this industry, who deeply understand the full life cycle of the casino customer, who have spent years building great proprietary technology in the casino space. They ended up becoming a lot of our core casino product and technology team. We got similar learnings when we acquired Golden Nugget from some of their team. And the result is, I think we've gone from this relatively nascent product. We are now the #1 product, actually the #1 and #2 product in market, because DraftKings and Golden Nugget are the #1 and #2 rated products. And that's a sort of a multifold story. So one part of our casino story is very similar to the thread that I described with our sportsbook, which is that we've made a huge investment in in-house content. We launched our DK-owned studio at the start of when we were sort of moving into this space. And originally it was with, I would say, not huge ambitions. The goal for us initially was, how do we just sort of reduce a third-party dependency, create some cost savings? And what we sort of found our way into was a fully functional end-to-end studio with everything from game development to in-house art to math modeling to in-game mechanics. The result is sort of this hit factory where we're producing 30 original titles every year. We've now produced 110 total original titles from our casino studio. Those 110 titles made up about half of our handle for casino last year. So if you think about that number, it's a tiny number of games of thousands in our product that contributed to almost half of the business. So clearly there's a story here about how compelling our unique content is, and it gives us a totally different headline that we can bring to market and talk to our customers about. So that's one part of the story. Second part of the story is a merchandising story. So you asked the question with our sportsbook about how we've modeled our sportsbook merchandising and content delivery off of sort of a newsroom model. Casino is not that. Casino is static. Casino is an always-on product. It's not, derived off of any sports content or news cycle. And so the challenge in content delivery for us with casino has been very different. We ended up building a product that we refer to as our next generation lobby, and it was really modeled after Netflix from a content delivery perspective. If you think about your experience with Netflix, you come into the product, immediately it drops you exactly where you were before. You're on episode 3 of season 5 of Friday Night Lights. And then it starts making recommendations in sort of smart concentric circles outside of that. So because you watch Friday Night Lights, maybe you like more football content. Because you like football content, maybe you like original sports content. Maybe you want to watch content that takes place in Texas. Really intelligent with what it recommends to you, smart about offering new content, smart about telling you what's popular and trending within the product, smart about taking advantages of moment in time. So when it's Christmas time and you come into Netflix, there is a nostalgia that they will create by packaging Christmas movies that makes you feel sort of a certain emotional connection to the platform. Our casino is attempting to solve a similar problem. So this next-gen lobby product we've created essentially allows our operators to manage dozens of lobbies concurrently with one another. And every lobby is themed. It could be content themed, so we have a table games lobby or a slot games lobby. It could be persona oriented, so we have a VIP lobby or a casual lobby. And the idea is that we can get increasingly granular over time with the way that we map our content delivery mechanisms to individual segments of customers or to individual content types, but really a different story in what we're trying to do from a problem-solving perspective. And then the last part of our casino, I know I talked about content, I talked about merchandising, and I mentioned gamification. There's this gamification layer that we've built that sits on top of the user lifecycle that's super critical. I talked about our acquisition of Blue Ribbon. Jackpots are one of those products that's just become sort of synonymous with our brand. A couple of weeks ago, we had a $9.2 million jackpot hit in Michigan. It was the single biggest jackpot in online gaming history on, I believe, a 20-cent contribution from a customer. So there's a great story that we can tell with products like that. We recently launched a Casino Quest product, which basically allows us to take any mechanic that we believe is, positively contributing to good user behavior. Let's say it's login, and the user comes in and we say, okay, log in every day for 7 days, spin the casino wheel, you'll receive a prize. The idea here is that we've built all this sort of proprietary underlying mechanics, jackpots, quests, gamification, promotions, content delivery, with a proprietary layer of content on top that is now what we deliver through our casino. And the nice part is it's for every brand that we have. So our DK Casino taps into it. Our Golden Nugget Casino taps into it. Our Jack Pocket Casino will soon tap into it. So there's this set of capabilities that are now essentially skinned that we believe fundamentally differentiate us in the iGaming space.
People tend to overlook the digital lottery space. I don't hear much about it. Like the casino gaming I've heard come up, obviously sports betting, DFS, digital lottery, the Jack Pocket you mentioned. What is the future of it?
We are so excited about this space. You talked a little bit about Pick 6. I would add lottery and Jack Pocket as sort of the other vertical. When we think about the horizontal expansion of our business, we have these two relatively new products for us that we think are just massive from the perspective of potential growth. So we acquired Jack Pocket last year. From a product perspective, we set out on a couple of different concurrent paths pretty immediately. Path one is what I would describe as integration. So with most new products, with a new product that we acquire, for example, we immediately do the work to take that app and that experience and integrate it onto the DraftKings platform. By that, I mean that it sits on top of all of the sort of foundational infrastructure that powers all of our consumer products. That is our utilities, so our account platform, all things related to the user's identity, verification, authentication, registration, geolocation, our financial platform, all things related to transactions, currency, the user's wallet, deposit, withdrawal, as well as hooking into all of what I would call our technological operational infrastructure. So for example, our marketing technology, the platform that powers our customer service, the way that our technology powers our responsible gaming and risk detection, all of our regulatory infrastructure, all of that goodness sits underneath our consumer products. And one of our first steps with Jack Pocket is to integrate into that, which not only creates pretty obvious, sort of seamlessness from a cross-sell perspective when you think about being able to use one wallet and one account, but it also just gives us, huge efficiencies in operating the product. We've seen major gains in the way that we operate the Golden Nugget product, having done the exact same transformation. So that's part one, is integration. The other opportunity, I think, that we believe is just massive with Jack Pocket is the expansion of the consumer product. One side of that in particular that we are super excited about is the scratch product. So, if you've ever played on Jack Pocket before, you know what I'm talking about, but it's essentially exactly what it sounds like. If you've ever bought a scratch ticket when you walk out of a convenience store, or you've gotten them in your stocking in a package from your mom for Christmas, this is the digitized version of that experience. And you could think about why that would be super fun and easy and sticky. It's directly in the app. And we think there's huge opportunity for this. The early engagement, Scratch product hasn't even expanded to every possible state that it will eventually be in. But the early engagement we've seen with it is crazy. So, example, in states that have both a Scratch and a Draw product available, we see 3x the average monthly spend per user on Scratch that we do for Draw. Draw is traditional lottery. It's Mega Millions. It's the big games. For what it's worth, there's huge opportunity in Draw too. But it makes sense. You think about sort of the always-on nature of a Scratch ticket. So we think there's major opportunity to innovate there, to improve fulfillment. We've already reduced fulfillment time by 50% on Scratch since we acquired the product. We'll do a lot more there. But really, sky is the limit. And I think the lottery product is one where we just think there's a massive ceiling.
A massive ceiling. March Madness is coming up too. We've got that in a couple of weeks. Since 2018, when Sportsbook really became big with DraftKings, how have you seen big events grow, and what can we expect from, let's say, March Madness, men's and women's side, for the markets out there?
I love March Madness. As a sports fan, there are just certain sort of seminal moments across the calendar that every time they are happening, I have the same sort of heart-fluttering emotional reaction to. I remember in high school, I used to, with my friends, sneak out on the first Thursday of March Madness every year and sneak into some restaurant near our school to watch the first game. And I still have that experience. And I think a lot of sports fans do. And that puts the onus on us to deliver an incredible product and incredible content to really match that moment in sports fandom. And we're doing that with March Madness. So we'll have 600 markets for every game during the tournament. It's a crazy volume of content. We're delivering tons of new content. I was talking actually to my team yesterday. So we're doing buzzer beater markets this year. So if you think about one of the key experiences when you're in the middle of watching March Madness games, thinking about them live, or the nostalgia when they show the montage at the beginning of the Final Four. It's Bryce Drew on Valparaiso hitting a buzzer beater, or Chris Jenkins on Villanova hitting a buzzer beat. Like, buzzer beaters are just fundamentally authentic to the way that people think about March Madness. So now when there's 4 minutes to go and some crazy 3 versus 14 upset happening, you can say, I want to bet on Duke to win this in a buzzer beater. There's that kind of deliberate creation of markets, super specific to where consumer actually authentically watches a sport, is very much reflective of the way that we approach content. I think the other side of it, I know I mentioned Simple Bet, is that we will confidently have the best micro markets product in the industry for March Madness. And if you think about the live betting experience for something like college basketball, it is so critical. So our ability to deliver the deepest and best experience, we're actually right now this week launching our new micro markets user experience, which I'm super excited about. But we think that college basketball for the month of March will do $2 billion plus in handle, which is just another reflection of the fact that this is just massively popular for us, and puts a lot of pressure on us, good pressure, to create an incredible product experience to match that demand.
Yeah, especially those micro markets. From someone who tries betting on college kids, definitely not easy for us normal people. So for you guys, you definitely have the edge. But responsible gaming is something that you guys always promote, of course. What are the initiatives that DraftKings takes to promote responsible gaming? Yeah, a critical and important question. We think about responsible gaming really as a cornerstone of the way that the company operates, and that is true in every function at DraftKings. It is certainly true in our product development lifecycle. The safety and security of our customers and our platform is second to none in terms of importance. I think one of the major roles that we've realized product can play in that story is around the destigmatization of responsible gaming. So there's an analogy that we've used internally that resonates with me, which is that it's a little bit like, years ago, I grew up skiing, and for a long period of time, nobody wore helmets when they skied. You would look around and like maybe 1 or 2 people out of 10 would be wearing a helmet. Now when you go skiing, everybody's wearing a helmet. It has become, over time, this second nature, default, obvious thing, and that's because over the course of the last 20 years, there was great sort of educational material that came out. There was great data about health and safety. Helmets became more comfortable and easier to use. The job to be done for us with responsible gaming and product is somewhat similar, which is to take this thing that might feel sort of a little bit serious or intimidating and to destigmatize it and make it accessible. We launched a product this past year called My Stat Sheet, which is essentially a way for customers to track all of their activity, on the product. So think about when you're wearing a watch that tracks your steps during the day. The product is no different. It's super accessible. It makes it easy to use. It makes it fun for people to check. We've seen 14 million plus visits to the product since we launched it, about a year ago. So there's lots of experiences like that. We'll launch lots of new sort of budget management tooling for our customers. But product has a real role to play here, which is just to make this easier and more accessible and something that's more comfortable for customers. How do you balance promotion of DraftKings with responsible gaming?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think that those two things by no means have to be mutually exclusive or exist in opposition for one another. I think that we have to be super thoughtful about who the customers are that we're talking to, how we're talking to them, what we're seeing as soon as they engage with us on the product, and making sure that we have a great one-to-one relationship with them, such that if they want to use our tools, if they want to do outreach with anyone from our customer service, that we've made our product extremely accessible there. I think over the course of the last year, couple of years especially, we've done deeper and smarter work in figuring out the way to really talk about this space. Again, it goes back to that notion of destigmatization. There's a way to talk about this and have a conversation with our customers that feels accessible and it feels, I think, not intimidating. And that's gone a long way in marrying spaces that sometimes can feel a little bit at odds.
Chief Product Officer of DraftKings, Corey Gottlieb, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
If you're enjoying the next summit, hopefully you've had an opportunity to check out Pierre Lin's Vested Interest podcast. Each month, it unpacks different iGaming and sports betting trends with a selection of different experts in the industry. So we're going to bring that to life for you in our next panel here. Pierre is going to be joined by investors Lloyd Danzig and Benji Cherniak to talk about trends in the North American market.
All right, guys, good afternoon. Hope everyone is doing well at the conference so far. And welcome to the 21st episode of The Vested Interest, which is the podcast that we've been running over the last 2 years now, together with Lloyd and Benji. It's been some ride.
It's been a while.
Time. Yeah.
21 already, wow.
It's 21, yeah, blackjack, baby.
Time flies. We're legal.
We're legal now, finally. I suppose the first question that everyone here, of course, is asking is Lloyd. I'm sure we've been paying attention. We haven't seen you wearing a hat in a while. I just want to ask, is the hat game retired, or is it going to come back at some point?
You'll have to wait and see, and continue attending future Next.io events, I guess, to see the resolution.
All right.
TBD.
There was a dinner the other night that Lloyd was at, and Joe Asher was there, if you know Joe, and he commented on that after the dinner, saying, I don't think I've ever seen Lloyd without a hat on, but it's become the new norm is Lloyd without the hat. So
I don't think that place allowed hats, to be honest. You gotta spruce things up sometimes.
Possibly.
Well, I miss it somewhat. Well, for the audience who perhaps haven't seen our podcast previously, this is a monthly podcast that we put together where we kind of discuss the latest trends of the industry from an investment perspective. Both Benji and Lloyd are, of course, very successful investors. Benji being a private investor, and Lloyd runs his very successful venture capital fund. But maybe we can do like quick introductions for the audience who may not know each other. Lloyd.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me. Good to be here. Lloyd Danzig, I'm the managing partner of Sharp Alpha. We are a venture firm that specializes in sports gaming and entertainment. Have invested in many of the companies here and continuing and actively writing generally $1 to $10 million checks at seed and Series A. So if that fits the bill for what someone in the audience is looking at, make sure to shoot us an email or check out our website or find us later.
Benji.
Yeah, my name is Benji Cherniak, and in a previous life, I was operational within the space with a company called Donbest Sports. That was sold back in 2018, and really for the last 5 or 6 years, I've been a free agent doing a combination of some investment, some advisory. I sit on some boards and a few other things that I pull together.
Brilliant, guys. So jumping into the first topic, I'm not sure if you guys have heard of the famous Peter Thiel interview question, where he famously asked his interview subjects, what important truth do very few people agree with you on? Talk about that question to cause a heart attack for your interview subject when you interview new prospective clients. But I want to start on that contrarian point today. So Lloyd, what is a contrarian belief that you currently hold about investing in this industry? What's like a widely accepted narrative in sports or gaming that you believe is wrong?
I think that I have a few that come to mind. One that comes to mind is I think we're seeing and have already started to see a bit of a shift in the locus of value creation, or maybe like an expansion is a better word rather than a shift. You know, in a world where software development becomes commoditized and everyone has access to the answer to any question for free instantaneously at any given time, I think a lot of the value creation shifts to people who have good taste, which seems to be sort of like a uniquely human quality, and who can apply first principles, systems level thinking to complex coordination problems. And when I talk about taste, I think basically about in a world where there are infinite answers available, who can ask the good questions and think about the problems that are worth solving. Reminds me of the, I think, falsely attributed Henry Ford quote where he said, before I invented the car, if I asked people what they would have wanted, they would have said faster horses. And I don't think he actually said that, but people think that he did, and it helps make this point well. And in addition to asking the right questions, he sort of solved this complex coordination problem, how to build and standardize an assembly line, how to build the supply chain that supports it. And when I even think about some of the companies that have made the biggest impact in this industry in the last few years, sweeps companies, crypto gaming companies, lottery courier. None of those are really businesses that are built on moats based around proprietary software. Most of them have moats built around knowing the right questions to ask, what problems to solve before other people were looking, and then solving a whole bunch of coordination and operational problems, a little more like the conductor of an orchestra maybe than a specific musician. You might push back on this. I would even argue that Simple Bet's success in micro betting, for example, is more based on deciding to attack that problem before anyone else thought it was smart to, and even in fact when many people thought it was dumb to, and then coordinating all the data architecture and the high fidelity, low latency data feeds, and of course the consumer facing UX on the side. Those are what help people win at micro betting much more than just having a proprietary prediction model. So overall, I think one of the contrarian views I have is that software investing, pure play software investing has been king for a while. I think over the next few years, there will be more focus on management teams that have good taste and that can solve maybe less glamorous, complex coordination and organizational problems.
Brilliant. Lloyd.
That was very deep. I think I'm going to go completely in a different direction and talk more from an investment perspective. And, I think that for a lot of people who are in the space and who are entrepreneurs and who are building companies, we think back to 2021 and 2020 and maybe even 2022 when there were some really outsized exits. And I view those more as outliers today, but I think it's super important that we kind of look at what the reality is right now, in particular, maybe even less so for some of the B2C companies, but more for B2B suppliers, that there is a limited TAM within our space, right? And until it's proven otherwise, as big as the market is and as much as there's opportunity for expansion, and there is, you still have to, when you're building your company, think of it in terms of within that limited TAM. And you can just see a lot of examples of companies that are exiting. Some of it's based on EBITDA multiple, which is really specific, which shows you what you need to do. And some of those other exits are based on an operator that needs that particular product or skill set, but is going to pay the minimum amount that they can for it in a world in which there's not very many bidders. So I know that we view sportsbook and casino and legislated wagering within the US as potentially a pot of gold, and it can be. I think within that, and within a lot of these outsized deals that we saw early on, the flip side of that is that right now we're seeing some real limitations, and that's not meant to be as a negative or a criticism, but I think that for entrepreneurs that are raising capital, they've got to really think about that as it pertains to ensuring they can achieve an ROI for themselves and their investors.
Yeah, brilliant. And when you think about innovation in this space, if we were to rewind the tape, let's say 2 or 3 years, the conversation was very centered around operators who perhaps were failing at that time. What are the next generation of operators in the regulated space that will figure out a way to succeed in the space? That were kind of the conversation that was taking place. Whereas now, fast forward 3 years, we see that the innovation isn't necessarily happening within the traditional regulated space, right? Sweepstakes, prediction markets, DFS 2.0, so on and so forth. So with that said, if you think about innovation in the next 12 or 24 months, are there other potential new verticals from left field that that could impact the future of the industry? Or how in general, Lloyd, do you see kind of the future, the next 12 to 24 months of innovation in the space?
Yeah, worth noting that DraftKings and FanDuel could have at some point similarly been described as companies that are building outside of the regulatory landscape. I think one of the main areas that I expect continued growth and innovation over the next 12 to 24 months is one that I thought 12 to 24 months ago, frankly, would have been a lot bigger by now, which is the use and implementation of more AI-powered recommendation and personalization services. I think this is something happening in every industry. I think our day-to-day lives will be governed and influenced much more by recommendation engines in the future than they are today. Your smart alarm clock will track your sleep and know your schedule and figure out what time to wake you up. Your smart closet will check the weather and know what's clean and tell you what to wear. And hopefully your smartphone will ask you if you want to take the Yankees money line at the exact time you would want to, if that kind of thing is your persuasion. I think still consumers in this industry are spending too much time navigating sub-menus off sub-menus off sub-menus, navigating the intimidating process of looking through and finding the bet that someone wants to place and minimizing that decision fatigue. I think the reason why it hasn't played out as fast as I would have expected, one is many of the operators are just laden with technical debt and sort of legacy inertia from historical relationships. Another is that, frankly, I think a lot of the operators thought they would be able to build in-house capabilities for fully robust AI-powered recommendation engine and personalization programs based on their user data. And I think many of them have found it's either a little harder to do or requires more resources and bandwidth than they want to commit. So I think we will see a much greater push toward minimizing decision fatigue, providing a path of least resistance, pushing things to users rather than requiring them to pull them from you.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, thinking about AI today and so on. You're saying in the next 12, 24 months, we'll see this coming to fruition, let's say. But do you not have any thoughts around, again, these unexpected kind of innovations that we'll see change in the space from one week to the other almost?
I mean, a few times. Part of the fun of it is that if it's unexpected, it's hard to expect it, right? So it's like someone out here is going to come up with it, and we're going to look at it and say we want to invest in it, but it's hard to say what will be revolutionary. But nothing surprising about what Lloyd just said previously. If we were doing this exact vested interest a year ago, you would have spoken of that, evolution of personalization in that exact same way. Only we're now a year later and we're just not there yet. But a lot of things are taking a lot longer than we would have thought within the world of legislated wagering and casino within the U.S. because there was still initially there was the race to get live state by state. And then there was a desire to bring in your own tech stacks. And then once you brought in your own tech stacks, you have a backlog of 1,001 things that you want to do. It's not that the operators don't want to have that menu of delivery to what an individual's personalized tastes are. It's just that it's taking longer to get there.
For what it's worth, though, there has been, even if it's not explicitly advertised, certainly more today than a year ago and more a year ago than a year before that, especially on the market-leading operators, you will find them suggesting extra legs to add to your parlay. Once you complete a bet, they will say similar users also like to bet on XYZ. FanDuel the other day announced the launch of an AI-powered chat bot that you can use to research, and then, of course, that in the chat box window recommends multi-leg parlays to you that you can execute natively. So I think we're getting there, and I think there are micro examples of movement in that direction. And as companies iterate and find which ones are most effective, I do think we will have a much more streamlined, push-driven experience rather than pull-driven.
Yeah. How are you guys thinking about the alternative products that have cropped up in recent years? Again, mentioning sweepstakes, prediction markets, DFS 2.0, it's still not really settled where this will go legally, right? And from an investment point of view, I'm sure you're thinking, where is the opportunities in the long term? Is this perhaps something that will be thwarted earlier? Benji, how are you thinking about these alternative ways to enter the industry today?
Look, I've been saying for a long time that the world, the legalization of sports betting on a state-by-state basis 6 years ago in the U.S. was the tip of the iceberg, but it's not the end of the iceberg. And real money gaming is an entire continuum of a whole bunch of products that have different levels of social acceptance and different levels of legislative acceptance. But I think that from my perspective, a trend that we're going to see is going to see more blurring of those lines. And what I mean by that is it's within the realm of reason, I think, that an operator in the U.S. that's playing in the legislated white space will make the move via an acquisition of some sort into the quote-unquote somewhat gray space in some capacity in order to get a leg up in upcoming states, in order to bring on board user base, in order to create another revenue stream. I think we're going to see even more blurring of the lines between legislated and unlegislated as over time we see bigger players adapt towards a one-stop shop for multiple types of products. whatever those products might be. And it doesn't have to all be within the world of real money gaming. It can include clothing lines, it can include music brands, it can include a whole bunch of things, but within that, it'll be more than just casino and sportsbook. There'll be other line items within it.
Brilliant. And just a quick question maybe for you, Lloyd. How would you, let's say that the sweepstakes business, profitable, would look to sell today. How would you value that business in terms of EBITDA multiple?
That's a tricky question. I think a lot of the sweepstakes companies are paying out dividends on a quarterly or annual basis to avoid answering exactly that question.
But how would you value it?
Just to be fair, that's not the kind of investing that we do. We do early stage investing, and generally for us, by the time there is an easily identifiable keyword that everyone's using, a conference with an entire day's track dedicated to a space, when we're getting in.
When did that happen?
Not saying anyone specific. When we start getting inbound from totally non-endemic players saying, hey, can we get on a call with you to hear about this thing? Sweepstakes, for example. It doesn't mean there isn't money to be made, and certainly some of the sweepstakes companies are doing quite well for themselves and their investors, even if dividending out. It probably means that it's a little too late to write a seed or Series A check and see outsized returns over a 5 to 10 year period. So I'll just not answer the question.
I'll make up an answer.
Yeah, please.
I'll make up an answer.
Let's go,
so if you're a
you don't have LPs, you can say whatever you want.
I can say whatever I want.
Yeah.
If you're a legislated company, sportsbook casino operator in the U.S., and you go to sell your company, you're getting $1 for $1 on the value of your company because you're legislated. If you're a sweeps company, clearly you're getting less than $1 for $1. Now, on your dividends, you're getting $1 for $1, which is why they're paying out dividends. That makes all the sense in the world. If you went to sell the company, you're getting something less than $1. How much less? No one knows. If I were throwing out a number, 25 cents on $1, making up a number, anyone could disagree.
Yeah,
but that's what I would say.
Yeah,
there's probably there's a much narrower set of natural buyers, and probably,
if any,
probably not a likely path to IPO, and so supply and demand would just dictate the necessity of a discount on an EBITDA multiple.
Yeah, brilliant. So we're gonna shift gears a bit, and we've had a lot of people here today at the conference, a lot of really interesting startups that are pitching all kinds of really interesting products and ideas. And I wanted to ask you, what are some of the most interesting specific startups, Benji, perhaps starting with you, that you have talked with in recent times? Like, who are you paying attention to right now?
There's a lot of them. I'm gonna get away from talking about any companies that I'm involved with, because that creates a natural bias. So if you're in the room and I'm involved with your company, I can't talk about you. In terms of other companies, I mean, we were talking about it walking up, and I've always been a big fan of the company Linemate, not just because they're from my hometown in Montreal, but I like what they're doing. I like how they're doing it. They're addressing a niche in the market as it pertains to both analytics and being able to drive users, and I think that they're on a good path. And there's other companies that I like for sure. I like what the Wager Games guys are doing. They're creating a social and gamification layer. I think that's really interesting. I see other guys. I like what Mark's doing at Stake.ai. I think he's skating to where the puck is headed, in the sense that obviously AI is going to be a bigger part of the picture going forward. Our industry is a little bit slow to adapt to it, but I think that the voice technology, the voice mechanisms that he's implementing on the AI side, and how that can assist an operator as it pertains to generating content, is really interesting. And I can go on and on, but I'm going to stop there for now.
I'm a little more inclined toward self-promotion than Benji is, so I will name companies that I'm involved with.
But I might take round 2 and do the same after.
But only because
again, Lloyd has LPs, so
only because I know them well. And on the topic of AI, the ones that came to mind for me are 2 companies that have been working on vertical-specific AI for this space since far before it was cool or in vogue to do so. One company, you may have seen them around, is Kiro Gaming. They are a provider of micro-betting feeds and infrastructure to operators, and for free-to-play in-game prediction capabilities to a lot of professional sports leagues. I think they are probably the single greatest direct beneficiary of the DraftKings Simple Bet transaction. Pretty much all of Simple Bet's former customers, who are now DraftKings competitors, seem to have migrated over to Kiro. I know they announced Caesars already, and I won't speak otherwise because I'm not sure what else has become public yet. Something I love about Kiro is, in addition to pricing micro-betting feeds, I think they have been more focused than anyone else in the space since inception on curation and recommendation, not just pricing and putting out a probability distribution for every type of micro market, but using a data-driven process to only surface the most salient, contextually relevant micro market that a human customer would be interested based on the flow of the game. And I think we will see a lot more movement toward that. Other company, again, in vertical specific AI, is a company called Future Anthem. They provide turnkey AI-powered recommendation agent capabilities to real money gaming companies for bet recommendation, lobby structuring, bonus personalization. On responsible gaming side, they can detect deviations from responsible gaming behavior in real time and steer you back. And again, they've been at this for so long that I think a real edge they have, similar to how Tesla will win the autonomous driving race because they have the most miles actually driven from which they've been training their models. Future Anthem, I believe, of the remaining standalone providers of AI-powered personalization engines to operators, I think they've processed more log-level betting data over the past however many years than anyone else in the market, and that generally tends to be where the accuracy and fidelity of your models come from. So those are two companies who were doing AI for this space before it was cool, and now are having some really major commercial progress as a result.
And in fairness, those are companies that are a little further down the train track than the startups that you're going to probably see at tonight's Starties Award. A little plug for the Starties Award tonight.
Plug for the Starties.
Those are companies that have been around a little bit longer. They're a little further down along in terms of their evolution. We spoke about the personalization side, and Future Anthem, along with some others, is at the forefront of that. And look, I'm not going to disagree on Kiro either. I'm a board member of Kiro, so I'm obviously a fan of the company.
Brilliant. And if we were to take a bit of a helicopter perspective on the startup landscape today, moving out of the hubris of 2020 and 2021, and a lot of startups came into the space, perhaps didn't succeed, and so on. What is the quality of the startup landscape like today? And what does it tell you about kind of the future of the industry? Do you feel that, especially here in the US, will we still see growth within the sector? How do you see the ecosystem as it stands today, Benji?
Look, I think the quality of the entrepreneurs is great. There's some fantastic entrepreneurs and fantastic startups. I would caution them to be very careful as it pertains to, who they're working with, how they're valuing their companies, and how they're measuring success. I think that as a general statement, the exits are likely going to be lower than higher than they think, as a general statement. And that's, not me being negative, it's just me being perfectly transparent and honest. But in terms of the quality of the entrepreneurs and some of the ideas that they're doing and the work ethic, I think the industry's in a good space.
Lloyd? I think the correction that has happened since peak in 2021 has been painful for many, but healthy and good for the industry and for the capital market ecosystem going forward. I think most founders at this point have probably taken their medicine and readjusted expectations as to whether they'll be able to raise and what valuation they'll be able to raise at. I think one of the biggest shifts we're seeing, both because of the elevated cost of capital and the availability of AI products that can at least help companies often get started, is a lot of the best founders are not coming to venture capital investors until they don't even need them. It used to be, I think we talked about on a previous episode, there was this mantra that the best founders seek VC funding and those who can't bootstrap. And maybe that was the 2021 ethos. Today, it's the other way around. The best founders bootstrap, and only if they can't succeed do they, sometimes look for VC. And so nowadays, when we're looking at deals, by far the most competitive ones are the ones that, frankly, don't actually need the money because they figured out a scrappy way to bootstrap themselves to product market fit, to proof of concept. And it's quite hard if you did not take that approach. If you're maybe taking more of a 2021 style approach, you got a pitch deck and a dream and a vision. It's really hard to take that latter approach and compete with companies that are taking a much scrappier, more resource constrained and efficient approach.
And I would even add to that, and I agree with that there's companies out there, there's a couple that I'm involved with that I'm under NDA and can't even speak about right now, that are successfully raising capital that are completely off the grid. You won't hear about them. You won't see them at the Starties. They won't be here networking trying to... There's other companies out there that are keeping a much lower profile than some of the usual suspects.
Brilliant. We have 1 minute left to go here, and I want to ask the question to the audience here. How many people are founders in the audience today? How many? Oh, we have a lot of founders.
Wow.
That's great. So obviously, Lloyd and Benji here talked to a lot of founders over many, many years. And so, not a question on the prep here, but I just want to ask you guys: can you very quickly identify, say, 3 attributes each that most successful founders have? Lloyd.
Go ahead.
Tenacious, detail-oriented. Over to you.
Love clarity of thought, clarity of vision, love bias toward action, and love relentless resourcefulness. Those will be my 3 picks.
Also in level-headed, like doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low.
Love it. Well, thank you so much, guys, for listening into episode 21 of Vested Interest. Thank you so much, guys. It's been a pleasure to be here. Have a good conference.
Great to see we've got such a strong entrepreneurial presence here in the audience, because we're actually going to stick with the focus on the early stage side of the industry for this next session. So that was a really great primer from Pierre, Lloyd, and Benji for us. So the startup space, as they recap, does seem to be rebounding and growing from what's been a relatively tough market in the last couple of years, but we're seeing money start to flow back into the sector, and we're starting to see more opportunity for exits as well, with the IPO market opening up again. Next up, we're going to hear from directly from several startups. We have our Hot 6 presentation, which if you haven't had a chance to check this out in years past, we're going to have a panel of top institutional investors who are going to interrogate some of our founders here on stage, dig into their business models, and this is going to be led by Jesse Learmonth, who is the host of the Betting Startups podcast.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. As said, my name is Jesse Learmonth. I'm really honored to be here today to moderate the Hot 6 panel, which is one of the cornerstones of Next's fantastic content lineup every year here at the Summit. And just for some historical context, past participants on this panel have raised hundreds of millions of dollars, and I haven't done the numbers, but probably something to the tune of billions worth of enterprise value. So today's panelists are excellent up-and-comers that are, tomorrow's, hopefully, unicorns, and really excited to get into it. We're joined here today by 3 experts who are going to be interrogating our panelists. I'll ask you guys to do a quick round of introductions, and we'll get started straight away.
Hey guys, Lloyd Danzig. I was just here, managing partner at Sharp Alpha. We're a venture firm that invests in sports, gaming, and entertainment.
Nigel Eccles. I'm the co-founder of FanDuel and more latterly co-founder and CEO of BetHog.
Jake Kleiner, partner at Better Capital. We're a venture firm focused on online gaming.
All right, so with the formalities out of the way, I'll read a quick biography of our first participant, which is Kelvin Kanya, the co-founder and CEO of Linemate, which is the sports gaming research engine designed for everyday sports fans. The platform allows users to discover, analyze, and select the best bets, aiming to become the Expedia of sports gaming. Linemate's a 3-year-old bootstrapped company that now has over 130,000 MAUs and over 35,000 DAUs, and has seen consistent double-digit growth over the last 2 quarters, all the way from the mean streets of Montreal. Please welcome Kelvin Kanya. All right, jump ball here. Actually, no, I take that back. Lloyd, let's get started with you. Kick it off here for Kelvin, please.
Thanks for being here. Congrats on the success you've had so far, not only bootstrap, but as I understand it, your marketing spend has been very limited, or maybe limited to 0 even. You'll tell us. How have you attracted 130,000 MAUs with very limited marketing spend and on a bootstrap budget?
Yeah, so I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you. I'll answer that quickly, that it's been 0 from a marketing spend perspective. So entirely organic in-house. We're sampling some paid transparently over the last 30 to 60 days. I'd like to say that the success is primarily driven by two factors. So one is really ironing on our vision of being, so we are a freemium app, free to download with a layered subscription for depth. We're really focused on being a landing page that's entirely driven by discovery, validation, engaging levels of content that have the data foundation, but are really layered around seamless, quick decision-making process and validation for our users. Doubling down on that over the past, I'd say 6 months has really allowed us to 13-fold from 10,000 monthly actives in September to now 130,000 plus. And then we've layered organic as part of that. So picking and choosing key validating concepts and just doubling down on that with our users across socials have been the key component for us.
There are a lot of different directions you could take this from a monetization standpoint. So you mentioned the freemium, affiliation, advertising on platform. How are you thinking about the potential directions and sort of the pros and cons of a couple that are top of mind?
Yeah, that's one that's close to our heart. So when we first started out, there was a lot of intent, both industry-wise and as our group, to really move into, I see it as two playgrounds when it comes to research tools. So there's one that, and you'll hear from a great founder that exceeds in that element, which is depth of analytics behind a paywall, right? So really engaging with depth of analytics, extensive research to really layer on and essentially beat the operator, right? So we've been entirely more focused on being top of funnel, so discovery. And our playground of my belief anyway is innovation's great in this industry, and there'll be more of it, but with innovation comes abundance, and with innovation comes complexity. So there is the need for somebody to help guide these everyday sports fans to making their decisions and validating their perspectives, right? So that is a big reason why we've stayed freemium to this day. We could layer on maybe tiered pricing as an example, but we really want to double down on being a freemium app, free to download, build a community, which will drive importance on affiliate. That's an inevitable path for us in terms of funneling that traffic, but we believe there's a seat above these operators to help funnel, guide, and essentially instruct users across the world.
That's great. Is this mic working? Oh, it is working. It didn't work a moment ago. What drives growth? Like, I know that's sort of a very simple question, but it's like, is there kind of key channels that really drive growth, and how do you kind of really scale them?
Yeah, so it's transparently been social driven for us from a marketing perspective. Key channels have been TikTok and Twitter and X. Those have been critical for us. But more than just being present on those channels has been the type of content that we've pushed, right? So by doubling down on that discovery page, so it's essentially the landing page, whether it be app or web.
And are those tracked? Like, are you seeing it, or can you actually see those tracking all the way through?
We can't see the tracking from the social page to, we can see it in terms of views, but we can see it just in terms of community engagement.
Right.
So unpaid influencers or individuals across the board are really sharing and lobbying for our platform. I think the fact that we're free to download plays a huge role in that. But it's really just the validation aspect that's quick and seamless on our discovery page. Layering that into socials has been a critical component for that success. And transparently, it's been close to all of it.
Okay.
On the freemium piece, because that's so core to what you do and who you are, how do you think about, how do you balance, how do you make decisions on the margin of, we want there to be a ton of value in the premium product and we don't want the free experience to suck?
That's my co-founder and I have this discussion very often. I think if I were to simplify it, like in terms of maybe two ways to answer the question, is one, we don't necessarily want to prevent access. So we want our free user base to have a very similar level of access to the product and not prevent them from accessing a larger depth. But we really try to layer it in terms of consolidation of the experience. So focusing on speed of access to top trending insights or trends on the app. So consolidating that into simple user formats. And then a slight dip into the extensiveness. But it's a very tight rope, it's a tight balance. But truthfully, we'll continue to prioritize the free user just to keep straight to our vision long term of the company.
When you talk about Expedia or DoorDash, presumably you're referring to how with DoorDash, there's a bunch of restaurants, DoorDash aggregates the offerings, and not only allows you to compare those, but to place your order without leaving the centralized aggregator. I assume, and please correct if I'm wrong, that I guess when you use that language, you mean that your ideal final state is to serve a similar purpose where not only would you aggregate and compare odds and available bets, but people could actually execute them on your third-party location. What sort of buy-in will you need or have you already received, I guess, from both operators who would need to be willing to allow bets to be placed off-site and perhaps regulators? I'm not a regulatory expert. Help us understand what needs to happen on the regulatory or operator buy-in front to make that vision a reality.
Yeah, it's a great question. There's definitely some, whether you call it assumption or hope, that we'll get to that place. I think the way I see Linemate in its current state is, for lack of a better word, we've sort of nailed that validation perspective with our user just in terms of retention and the community we're building. So from a trends and insights perspective, check mark. The future of our company is not solely based on that. So to your point, that's where affiliate will become a critical component. We do want to be the source to help guide and drive traffic accordingly. In order to achieve that, we are of the belief that we'll end in a place where handle-based traffic as a commission or a source of revenue generation will come into play. And that'll be a critical component for us being a freemium or free app at that point in time.
What's the what does the customer look like? Like very detailed. If you were to kind of be very narrow about the type of customer, and then what do they say the benefit of the core benefit of the product is to them?
So I would say that just based on the engagement we're seeing when it comes to the discovery page, the customer is seeking just quick validation on simple elements. Like example, 100%. We have 100% club, which is top hit rates across every league. It's being able to access that for just quick, seamless decision. We're talking about everyday fans that are 9-to-5 workers that maybe have, an hour to research before 7 p.m. games on the Eastern time frame. Some of them are looking to go into significant levels of depth. Others are just seeking quick validation, right, to make a seamless bet. So that's, for us, really where it lives.
What's your focus from a product roadmap platform augmentation sort of next steps? Is it like event sport depth coverage? Is it more features? Where do you see yourself going sort of in the near future?
Yeah, so I mean, we have now 15 leagues across the platform. So all the North American leagues from college to the Big Four. We have 5 European football leagues. We just launched AFL. What I didn't mention, we do have an international market, so we're in 117 countries. 85% of that index obviously sits in North America. So I think it's a bit less of sports coverage. It's more now building towards what Lloyd had mentioned in terms of a vision, which we want to stay true to as a company.
All right, that's time for us. Thank you very much, Kelvin from Linemate.
Thank you.
By the way, are a finalist tonight for Best Bootstrapper at the Starties for anybody that's joining us later this evening. Next, let's welcome up Aman Agarwal. Aman, we drilled the pronunciation earlier. I hope I got that right. You're the co-founder of Toast, which is a startup creating live multiplayer skill games for the iGaming market. Founded less than a year ago and backed by Lightspeed, Toast has already launched 2 games in partnership with 2 clients, and there's 2 more games ready to hit the market, which, by the way, I got to play yesterday. They're a ton of fun. Toast games offer operators a legally sound alternative that have undergone legal scrutiny and are classified as skill-based in almost all states, making them a reliable, compliant option for long-term growth. Please welcome one of the nicest people you'll meet here this week, Aman.
Thank you. Thank you, Jesse. Very happy to be here. Thanks.
All right, Lloyd, get us started, please.
Where to start? I think most people who are involved with poker or sports betting exchanges or financial services will be familiar with the concepts of liquidity. But for those who are not in this context, can you just tell us why is liquidity important for skill-based gaming companies? Why do some people struggle to attract liquidity to their skill-based games? And where do you guys fit into that whole picture?
Perfect. So skill-based, by definition, is peer-to-peer. And peer-to-peer means you have to have 2 people playing. That's why liquidity is very important. But more than that, what's really important is to ensure that 2 people with the same skill are playing together. Because if you don't do that, then retention really takes a hit. So to find 2 people of the same skill in the same platform, of the same game, at the same time, at the same price point is extremely hard to do. And that's where people often struggle for. So what people generally do and what we see skill companies do is make asynchronous games. So they can afford to remove the time aspect of it and still find people within the same skill level, same entry fee, same platform, same game. What we thought of doing was because the moment you extend time, you're kind of spoiling the user experience because you want people to play together, right? The whole point of PvP is for multiplayer to be live. And that's where we come in. So we said, hey, if we're going to keep skill very sacrosanct and we're going to keep time sacrosanct, can we change everything else? can we change price point? Can we change game? Can we change platform? Can see where we go with it. So what we started doing was we started, like you said, like poker exchanges and stuff. We started building a skill gaming network, and that's what we do. So we build global player pools where you kind of match across all operators, across everyone, and therefore you can find the best appropriate match if you have 1,000 people to match with. That makes it easier.
So games of skill we've had for, well, online games of skill we've had for 25 years.
Yes.
They've had a pretty mixed history. We've had some, like you go back 15, 20 years, King was originally a skill game platform, World Winner. They both had early growth, they plateaued. Skills had explosive growth and then sort of had almost explosive, what we call reverse growth, shall we call it. Like, I guess the question is, why is that and why are you different? Because you obviously don't want that.
Yeah. No, I think the asynchronous nature that we just spoke about, I feel, and we've actually proved it with the way that we've been in this industry for approximately 3 to 4 years. We've built a lot of asynchronous games, built a lot of synchronous games, and seen the difference. Asynchronous is probably the biggest reason why it doesn't work. The other part to this is, moment you have games of skill that are motor skill or knowledge-based, which is, let's say, word games, or, because what happened was, all of these companies that you spoke about, whether it's King, Skills, any of them, they started trying to get the average gamer to bet.
Yeah.
So they were going like, hey, can you get a Candy Crush player to start betting?
Yeah.
Can you get a FIFA player to bet on the game, right? That generally would not work because they are not built for betting. And at the end of the day, a gamer is playing to play a game is a very different psyche than a person who wants to bet. A gamer who plays in free-to-play is okay to lose because they're not losing anything. A person who's betting is not okay to lose. And therefore, you have to kind of make a game that's built for the better. That is something that's never happened before.
Right.
That's something that we've learned, and we've kind of figured out what the secret sauce is. And that really, honestly, is figuring out what a bettor wants.
Right.
And every bettor you see, whether it's a roulette player or whether it's a sports bettor, they're all making decisions based on information.
Yeah.
And if you can build games that are based on decision making, which is strategy, and not based on how fast can I daub something or how nicely can I throw a ball, you'll end up attracting the audience that you need to make the game, work and make it monetizable.
How does that not open you up to there being a dominant strategy? So, like, that's been a problem with those sort of games, which is there's a dominant strategy, the algorithm could just play it perfectly.
That's where turn by turn comes in.
Right.
So if I do an asynchronous strategy game, you're absolutely right, because there is a dominant strategy in an asynchronous game. But if I'm reacting to what you are doing, then there is no dominant strategy because you change your strategy and now I have to react to you.
Yeah.
So it becomes adaptable. So all our games are live multiplayer, which is they're all at the same time, and I'm responding to what you are doing at every given moment. And that's what makes it immersive.
Yeah.
And you get a result like within 2 minutes or 4 minutes. You know whether you won or lost. You put that money again, and you keep having a way to play this.
I like that.
I'm curious to hear your perspectives on free-to-play versus real money and how you think through those as like testing, proving ground, monetization avenue, or if it's a little bit of both across sort of both those avenues of delivery.
I think it's actually very interesting. So a free-to-play is free-to-play games obviously monetized through IAPs, and it's a gamer mentality like we were talking right now. In the real money, it's a betting mentality. Now, the way we think about this, I think a little bit of both exists in almost everybody. But when you are playing a game for free-to-play, you are playing with a different psyche. And when you're playing in gambling, you're playing with a different psyche. So your monetization from a company perspective has to tailor-make it for that psyche. So for instance, in like the meta we design around these games, like a free-to-play game, the meta would be a lot more, hey, let's build a farm, right? Like a standard farmware, like you're building a farm or there's some other meta there. With a gamer, with a bettor, if you tell them, hey, you're getting a farm, they're not going to care, right? But you got to give them rakebacks. So that's when you change your meta around it, you change your monetization around it, you give them bonus on deposits, and that's how you kind of build the retention on the betting side of things. But what's interesting is, in the gambling industry, we have not seen enough gamers come and try and build games. There's been a lot of, obviously, UI, UX, explosion with slots and a lot of things. But real innovative game design is something that has happened a lot in the gaming world. And the gaming world has in fact borrowed a lot from the gambling world. Like with Monopoly Go is a perfect example. They've borrowed almost everything from the gambling world. But the gambling world doesn't seem to have borrowed enough from the gaming world.
Do you think they have tried and it's failed, or is it just not been, there hasn't been as much cross-pollination?
There hasn't been because of the skill aspect.
Yeah.
Because the moment you try and borrow something from the gaming world is all skill.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to keep upskilling. That's the aim that a person comes to play a game with. Whereas the gambling world is, hey, everybody's equal, nobody's skilled, it's all chance-based.
Yeah.
So they've never tried borrowing it. So what we are doing is, can we build just enough skill that makes sense, that makes you feel like you're in control, which is true, and with that control, can you build a game that works for that segment?
When Nigel mentioned some of the historical companies in the space, as a consumer, personally, I feel like I don't need another bingo or solitaire skill-based game out there. We're investors in a company called Triumph Arcade with General Catalyst and Drive by DraftKings. I think I saw Josh somewhere in the back. If you haven't played Triumph Arcade, check it out. I think they make the best games, free to play or real money, skill-based or not. But I keep seeing more studios launching that are offering solitaire and bingo, and not as many that feel like they're offering something toward, I don't know, the Gen Z audience. Why is that? Is it what Nigel was referring to, that you just don't have the right people building? Is it technical debt? Is it a perception of lack of demand? What do you think the future holds? Is it all bingo and dice and solitaire, or will it be maybe some new age, new form factors?
Quick answer, please, Aman.
So from what I have spoken, because we don't build those games, right? So, but what I've spoken to people that do that, they all feel the reason to do that is because it works. And everybody wants to jump on the bandwagon that works. But the thing is, solitaire and bingo work because the TAM for solitaire and bingo was really big compared to, let's say, a block puzzle or something else. And that's why the liquidity problem became slightly lesser, because you're building a game that everybody likes and everybody plays for. And that's why people go for these games. The future definitely is multiplayer and live. It's not this.
All right, please join me in thanking Aman Agarwal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, folks. Thank you.
All right, moving right along here. Next up, we are welcoming Desiree Dickerson, who is the CEO and co-founder of Thunder, the world's first PvP skill-based gaming platform powered by Bitcoin. After amassing over 1.5 million users in their Bitcoin rewarded games, Thunder is bringing instant, low-fee, non-custodial Bitcoin payments to iGaming. Virtual casinos and sportsbooks can now drive user engagement by simply adding Thunder's Bitcoin skill-based wagering platform and player liquidity tech. Please join me in welcoming Desiree. Just walkout music for Desiree. Nice. I feel like it was a missed opportunity to not have some AC/DC on, but that's just my opinion. Jake, why don't you get us started here with this one, please?
Yeah, I want to start with a super basic one. Are you a gaming company, a marketing company, a payments company, a combination thereof? What is the grand vision over time? Because it's not even a pivot, but the sort of expansion of how you guys are thinking about the world at such an early stage is so interesting.
Yeah, definitely not a marketing company, for sure. We actually don't have anybody doing marketing besides myself. But we are definitely a gaming company that also does payments. So I come from the Bitcoin space. I used to work at Lightning Labs, which did infrastructure and liquidity tools for Bitcoin and the Lightning Network. And we actually started out as a free-to-play studio and used Bitcoin as a micro-incentive reward to drive engagement, retention, ultimately LTV, and then eventually transitioned to the wagering component after trying to find new ways to monetize and engage our users. And one of the things that we found was that the payments piece was something that people struggled with. And as we, just like Aman and Toast, had struggled with the player liquidity problem, we were like, hey, is there a way that we can really harness the power of Bitcoin and the Lightning Network to settle some of these wagers? So while we do support some all the traditional payment methods, we do encourage our partners when we are doing that cross-operator matchmaking, if you can't match a $100 bet with one of our sportsbook partners, we can match you with one of our users or with our daily fantasy sports Telegram game users, and we can effectively provide a 99.9% fill rate, and we can actually settle each wager instantaneously for almost free using the Bitcoin Lightning Network. So we do support some of the traditional stuff, but really we're a gaming company, and I don't even like to talk about the back end when we're selling it because the games are really rich and powerful, but we can really offer a much better user experience and also a more operationally efficient experience for our partners.
Really enjoy some of the mini games. I was playing the car one last night. I didn't get up to 100 miles an hour yet, but I'll work on it tonight. Tell us about how you feel and what your outlook is on crypto regulation and adoption within gaming in the U.S. Would it be good for you if FanDuel and DraftKings start accepting Bitcoin and paying out Bitcoin rewards, or would that kind of take away some of what makes you unique and different? How do you think crypto regulation and adoption in gaming will evolve, and maybe how do you hope it does, or how does that impact your business?
Yeah, I mean, I am very much a Bitcoin. I love Bitcoin. Like I said, I've been working in it or with it forever. So more importantly to me is like, the adoption of sound money, whether that be nation state or, from the ground up. So I think it is better. I mean, if all the big players started accepting Bitcoin, I think that would be huge. All the partners that we work with tend to start with fiat, and we try and convince them to start using Bitcoin. So actually, if they led with Bitcoin, it would be much easier for us to do our job and onboard new partners. But I think, right now I remember when I first started working at Lightning Labs, you couldn't even send a payment across the network. And now it's like, David Sachs, who's one of our investors, is crypto and AI czar, and like literally just established the strategic Bitcoin reserve in the US. And so I think we're seeing adoption, not just adoption, but regulation and going in that way. I mean, I think there's still a lot more that needs to be done in terms of crypto regulation, at least in the US. But I think we're starting to get there, and so we'll see where it goes in the next 4 years under this administration.
So I guess two questions. One is, how big is the adoption of the Lightning Network in terms of users? And then the second one, are you Bitcoin or are you crypto?
That's a great question. So we are Bitcoin first and foremost. We do support some other coins, and we'll support more, or really focus more on stables now. Tether announced issuing USDT on Bitcoin via the Lightning Network. So the Lightning Network is pretty big. Like Cash App supports it, Coinbase. Most large exchanges support the Lightning Network. I think adoption could be a lot greater, but it is a little bit of a hard technology to use.
Yeah.
But now that we're seeing I think Tether coming to Lightning is a whole game changer. So we'll actually start getting super nerdy open source devs working on it, and someone actually fixing the UX and making it really, really simple and easy to use. So I do think Bitcoin has been, or the Lightning Network has been kind of stifled a bit by some of that, but I do think Tether coming to it will be a game changer.
Okay.
What's your core focus from a product roadmap development standpoint? Is it continued sort of product game expansion? Is it continued infrastructure differentiation, since that's a piece of the USP today, or how are you thinking about things?
Yeah, I mean, the infrastructure we have, and it's was our core focus. We did the Bitcoin payments for the free-to-play games before, so we've already got that really well built and tested. We've processed tens of millions of payments over our free-to-play portfolio. So really the focus is on content. So, we just also released a blackjack game last week. It was incredibly well received. We saw like 2,000% growth in wager volume last week. So it's pushing out additional games, and then just trying to onboard as many partners as possible. And then, as we onboard people and they have the front end with fiat, we can slowly kind of transition them to using like the Bitcoin infrastructure.
Are you building games in-house, or do you work with some of the usual suspects
Yeah,
studios?
right now, I mean, we started off as a game studio, so we have a few amazing, really very amazing game devs. So we have been building in-house right now, and our game designers got a really. I encourage everybody to check out our blackjack. It's like very strategic focused. It's different than Toasts in a kind of fun, different way.
What's your sort of core route to market? Like, what's your ideal partner?
Our ideal partner right now, we're like looking to partner with like small to medium-sized like sports books and virtual casinos. We have a Telegram version of all of our games, all of our platform. So we're really starting to explore.
Are you seeing adoption on Telegram? It's been a bit of a. It's one highly lauded, but not. My own experience has not been great with it.
Yeah, so we have not integrated TON yet because we're still, testing the waters. I think if you do have TON, or if you have the TON integration and have the support of the TON Foundation, it's a different story. But we have we have seen not a ton of adoption, and then the adoption we've seen, it isn't like the users don't place super high bets.
Yeah,
which is,
that's true. Yeah.
So for us, like the sports books, you know, the virtual casinos are we see a lot better results.
Yeah. I think I made like 3 cents from punching a monkey for like 3 months. Like it's not a good ROI.
I'm like,
yeah, it was a hamster actually. I get it right. It's a hamster.
Cat is in. It's like a farming one. I was a big farming person back in the day, so yeah.
All right. I think we're done here. Desiree Dickerson, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Applause,
Thank
everybody.
you.
Really appreciate it.
All right, we are about to welcome Tyler Amaro, who is the co-founder and CEO of Hot Takes, a free-to-play sports betting simulator offering real money prizes. Their platform provides daily tokens for wagering on actual games with real odds, where correct predictions yield redeemable currency, all without requiring user deposits. Their affiliate model has proven successful in their home market of Ontario, with over 8,500 sportsbook conversions last year. Now they have their eyes on the big prize of the US market with the launch of their new app this past January, which will be the centerpiece of the ultimate ecosystem for beginner sports betting. Please welcome Tyler Amaro.
How's it going?
Hey.
All the time?
Nigel. Hi.
All right, Nigel, why don't you get us started for this one, please?
Yeah, give us just a quick overview of the product and the user journey, just so we can understand it.
Sure. So yeah, so Hot Takes is meant to be a sports betting simulator for beginners. So we're trying to create a safe place for people to come on. And these are people that we're really targeting are people that might increase their wallet share and they might bet more, but there's something in the way, whether it's lack of confidence or lack of familiarity. So Hot Takes is trying to create a safe place to try, practice, and build confidence. It's prize pick style, so you're going to see a lot of player props, a lot of headshots, and we're trying to simplify the experience. For example, we use like the term like who will win, and then we go on to explain what a money line is. But we're trying to make it really accessible for beginners.
Yeah.
And as you play every day, you're going to engage in some mini games that'll give you tokens, which is our virtual currency, and you wager those tokens, and you win coins, and the coins are withdrawable for real money. And over time, that will become other kinds of prizes, namely deposit matches and bonus bets. So.
Gotcha.
I love the origin story and the thesis of it's something everyone can easily identify with, like help people up the curve. How do you balance, it's at least partially a learning, educational ramp-up tool, but you don't necessarily want users to graduate from your ecosystem? How do you keep people captive as they become really smart, intelligent bettors over time?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think to an extent, like we have to acknowledge that people will graduate. That's kind of the role we're trying to play. Like we are trying to, where a lot of affiliates are fighting for the wallet share of existing bettors. We're trying to actually find those bettors that are in the $0 to $100 a week range and increase how much they're betting and build that confidence and convince them that they do enjoy this product and spending there. So to an extent, we do need to acknowledge that they are as they care less about the small $2 bets on Hot Takes and care more about their actual bets, they will graduate. But we are investing, we have invested the last year a lot in building software that helps us track their deposits, so we know exactly when a user that's converted through us is depositing or when they stop depositing, so that we can actually play a role with the operators and give them a notification and give them a new free spin when they're dropping off, and help with that retention aspect as well. I say, like, in short, we're trying to solve distribution, education, and retention at the same time. It's a lot. It's going to take a while, but that's the long-term vision.
Awesome. Just to make sure I understand the business model, are you primarily monetizing through affiliate, such that actually maybe you would want people to graduate, or are there monetization channels that are active while people are in your ecosystem, even though they're not wagering real money?
Yeah. Right now, it's like 100% affiliate, and to date, we've been very CPA focused. We've had a lot of things we want to invest in, so the cash up front is really nice. Longer term revenue share is a great model as well that we're eagerly looking into as our balance sheet gives us more possibility to do that. And we've thought a lot about other monetization strategy. I think at a high level, it's like affiliate, broader advertising. I think there's sending users to betting tools like Outlier and Linemate. There's sending users to crypto exchanges. We offer crypto or Bitcoin as a prize. So there's other broader advertising revenues. There's subscription revenue, which I think I don't see in our future. And then there's the idea of actually becoming a sweepstakes product. We actually do look a lot like a sweepstakes product. And we're staying away from that for now. We like being a chameleon and able to adapt. So yeah, in the short to medium term, it's going to be affiliate. Yeah.
What about your own growth? How do you drive user acquisition?
That's a good question. Yeah, we've been I'm really proud of the team's ability to, over the last year and a half, build a really robust network of micro-influencers. We've actually built software around that network to really make payments seamless, make invoicing seamless, handle the legality across US and Canada, and track their performance, make sure we know exactly how well they're doing and the actual revenue that they're driving. So we're really proud of that network. So micro-influencer has been amazing. And then the app itself has a referral program. We've seen 34% of new users come through referrals. And right now the app launched a month or 2 months ago, so we're still really new.
Okay.
But and we haven't spent that much on marketing. But referrals are really key. Micro-influencer is really key. And beyond that, we're going to look at different forms of content. It's about getting in front of other audiences and building our own audience. I think the next step for us is really looking at the content side, and with a brand like Hot Takes, we have to get our own hot takes out there.
By most metrics, it seems, at least in the U.S., affiliate marketing spend is on its way down. Certainly, I think if the Penn ESPN deal does not get renewed, that won't give investors further confidence on future affiliate spend. On the other hand, obviously, you have states like Texas and California that hopefully will at some point open to online sports betting, and you'd expect maybe a rush or a pop in CPAs when there's a first mover advantage to be gained. How do you guys think about any challenges or limitations on affiliate spend going forward? Is that something that you're worried about or that affects your business model, or are you thinking maybe you solve that by moving away from just CPA toward revenue share? Any commentary on future of affiliate spend in the broader market and how that impacts your business?
Definitely. Yeah, it's a great question and something we're thinking a lot about right now. I would say, in general, if the affiliate spending in the industry is going down, I think it's not a problem of like gaming apps not wanting users anymore. I think it's more a problem of like the incentives are just getting misaligned and the deal structures aren't great. At the end of the day, like a new user is typically net new business for every single app out there, right? When are they going to not want a new user? It's more a matter of like maybe some of the really inflated CPAs may start to disappear, and that's fine. I think it's about adapting to that and scaling our own unit economics so that like it works, and like how much we're spending on the prizes we're rewarding users with, and how much we're spending to get those users aligns with that to stay profitable. So yeah, I think it's just about adapting the incentives and the models to make sure that like when our clients win, we win, and vice versa. And to be honest, like I think we are seeing still a lot of social casinos and sweepstakes pop up, every Tuesday, every Monday, and they're going to need users. And I think they're going to look to people like us, to platforms like us, where that users can build confidence and build familiarity and build brand recognition.
Given your position as an on-ramp for casual or new bettors, how much is depth and breadth of the core product a priority, adding new sports, events, markets, and how are you thinking about the roadmap there versus get the basics of betting right alongside the UI, UX, the educational pieces?
Yeah. So we launched 2 months ago, and I think now is the first time we've actually been able to come up for air and go, okay, like, we did it. We got all the age verification and payments and everything, all the seams ironed out, and now we can look forward and go, what's the next thing that's going to keep users on our app cheaply, beyond just here's some money, right? And I think new sports are exciting. That'll really help when we want to expand globally. We'll need those new sports and new markets. The first thing is content. To me, it's content. And the social interaction that comes with it. User-generated content, I think, is going to be the key to unlocking Hot Takes as a brand and as a platform. And within that, in-house content, AI-generated content, responsible gaming content, I think all those can fall under that umbrella that can really keep people on our app cheaply and give them a real incentive to like bring their friends.
All right, that's time. Thank you very much, Tyler. A round of applause for Tyler Amaro and Hot Takes.
Thanks so much.
All right, we are getting into the home stretch here. We're next going to welcome up Todor Minev, the founder and CEO of Toka City, a B2B online casino game provider, setting a new standard for casino operators with high-tech gamified solutions. Their proprietary pixel streaming technology enables players worldwide to meet and interact in immersive environments without needing sophisticated gaming hardware. Utilizing these cutting-edge technologies, they are able to introduce new games and categories to the market. Todor, please come on up and join the panel.
Hey. Me.
All right, Jake, why don't you get us started, please?
Sure. So we invest almost exclusively in B2B, so big fan of the business model. You have a very unique and very immersive product offering. How did you make the decision, B2B, B2C, and the implications, pros and cons of sort of each of those paths?
Right. Well, first of all, we come from a traditional video gaming background, so we're not, native to gambling. And we started off building a platform where first we thought we could all operate it on our own as a normal video game thing. But then we ran into the whole licensing regulation process where we needed to go all the licenses if we wanted to do it ourselves. So we decided, why don't we build what we know how to build best and give it to people that are doing that in order for them to run it. So that's how we came up with the whole thing. We decided to go for, at first we wanted to build like full, let's call them metaverse casino experiences where you go in and you have everything. You have the slots, you have the tables, you have like custom games that we would deliver to you. But it seemed like a very big bite for the operators to take all at once. So we decided to break it down and deliver smaller white labeled games for them to, try it out and see if that's something that works with their customers. So yeah.
And following on customers, like what have you learned from the people who've played it when you kind of interview them? Are they basically the same who play traditional casinos, or are they different? And if they're either like their reason for playing, is there any kind of nuance you've discovered?
So I would say that the customers that would play our games are more of the like Gen Z, millennial, that side of the scope, because, the people that simply play the old Fruit Loop slots and all that, they're not going to be interested in what we're building. So we started, one of our, I don't know if you've managed to see the games that we're building, but one of them is like a PvP game where you put on jetpacks. It's like a multiplayer crash game, let's call it. So you probably all heard of Rostin, the streamer. We built a game for him. He started streaming it about a week ago, and like his viewers are going crazy about it. Like because right now we're only allowing up to 30 people to go in and compete against him at that game. He has like more than 3,000 people wanting to go in every time, but we can't give him. So he's doing like raffles for the tickets that he gives out to the people to compete in that. So that's the kind of sort of customer base that we're looking for. It's more of the video gamers that want to bet against each other and use an environment like that to navigate through. Yeah.
Thank you for being the best dressed guy.
My pleasure.
Got a real firm hand too, just so you know. From the outsider's perspective, at least, metaverse was very, very hot, and then maybe a little less hot. How has that hotness and then lack thereof impacted your sales cycle, your business development, your ability to raise funds?
Right. Well, first of all, the metaverse attempts like Decentraland and Sandbox are so bad that they hurt your eyes looking at the monitor. I mean, they're really, really bad. From a guy that played a lot of video games growing up, like that's something that I can't spend more 5 minutes looking at. So we wanted to bring a AAA gaming experience, but keep the whole easeability of access through the browser. So what we actually built is we've built all of our games in our metaverses on Unreal 5, which is the latest gaming engine. This is what's used by Fortnite, like Call of Duty, all these, the latest video games that you see. And we use pixel streaming using the Microsoft Azure infrastructure throughout the world. So you don't need a gaming PC in order to access these AAA graphics. You can access them through your phone, through your tablet, any laptop or PC that you have, because all of the computing power is in the cloud. You just log in and it's streamed directly, and it's really easy and cool to navigate. So to me, those platforms never had a chance. Like, they were so bad, they never had a chance. Like, I don't know who invested the valuation of Decentraland was $3.6 billion. I mean, you guys know more about that than me, but that is ridiculous. Like that. This means we got to be at like 35 billion by this point, and we're not. So yeah.
One thing question I had is, like, when you look at say like Stake is a really good example, and you look at their most popular games, they're the most basic. And in fact, they launched one, it's about a month ago, their balloon one. And our designers nearly had a heart attack when they saw it. I'm like, how can a company that makes $5 billion a year like make a game that looks objectively so bad? Like it looks like a middle grader like who had never designed it before. But it's a lot of fun. It's a fun game. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad game. It just looks terrible. And it's something that I find quite difficult to understand. But like, there is a trend to these sort of much simpler games. How do you square that with the idea of having a really immersive 3D rich game? Like, is it wrong, or are we going both ways?
Well, we've gone both ways.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's taken by all of you guys, but we're going both ways
Yeah.
now. It's we're going in the traditional 2D
Yeah.
sort of way as well, and we've actually went into the more pixelated, retro graphics because we feel that there's a nostalgic feeling towards the 16, 32-bit games that were out. Your Game Boy games that you had back then. But there's also the fans of the 3D. Realistic
Super rich.
immersiveness.
Yeah.
And this is what we want to do with the casinos. Ultimately, we want to have the feeling of, because like, I don't know why people call these casinos social casinos. There's nothing social about them. I think we're building the first social casino. It's because all of us are going to have our avatars. We're going to have the options to pimp out our avatars, whatever we want to do with them. And we'll be able to sit around the table, play blackjack, talk to each other. Like it's going to have a proximity sensor where we can actually communicate and have the real social element to the whole thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, both ways I think is the safest bet here.
Yep.
Yeah. What has the process been like to evangelize operators, bring them along on your journey, get them to truly understand it? And is there one light bulb moment, whether it's seeing the product or beginning to see early traction around KPIs, metric, like what really makes it click for one of your prospects?
I think that the eye candy is the biggest draw to that. Most of the, I have to say, most of the operators don't see it yet. Like, why fix something that works, right? Let's just go with slots and live, tables, and that's it. But some of the people, like I had a meeting with Eddie from Stake talking about it. Like whenever he saw it, he was like, "Oh my God, this is great!" Like this could really work. So. I think we've walked a long path since the start. We've tried out different games. We've tried out different ways of approaching this. But the eye candy is getting our foot through the door with the 3D and then feeding the 2D so that has accessibility through all the markets that don't have the bandwidth for the 3D. Yep.
All right, that's time for us today. Todor Minna from Toka City. Thank
all
you
right.
very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, taking us home today, last but certainly not least, we are going to welcome Evan Kirkham, the co-founder and CEO of Outlier, which is the Bloomberg terminal for sports betting. With Outlier, bettors can browse, analyze, and execute picks on any one of the major sportsbooks from all from one platform. And by partnering and integrating with the major sportsbooks, Outlier users can seamlessly place their bets in just 2 clicks. Evan, please come on up. Awesome. All right, Lloyd, once Evan's settled, we can get us started here.
All right. Cool. Thanks for being here. Maybe sort of similar question that I threw at Linemate. Jesse's description mentioned being able to place bets from a third-party aggregator platform. I don't know if that functionality is live today or if it will be, but to the extent it's live today or will be soon, what does it take on the back end, relationship-wise, legal and regulatory-wise, to get to the point where you can have Outlier users not only searching and researching bets, but actually placing them without leaving your app?
Yeah, it's actually fairly difficult to get the relationships with the sports books. We were lucky because we started forging those relationships back in 2019. And at the time, we had a completely different product. It was called Colorcast, if anyone knew Colorcast out there, RIP. But we pivoted to Outlier, but we had those existing relationships. And today, we've sent tens of millions of bets to our sportsbook partners. So they maintain the API access for us. They want that bet volume. And it's an actual integral feature set for Outlier. What we want you to be able to do as a sports bettor is go from ideation to analysis to execution, kind of all in one seamless flow. And obviously a big piece of that is being able to line, shop, and just fire off your bet on your sportsbook of choice.
Follow up on that, because I think it's a really interesting and important topic for the entire business model. does it feel sort of binary, like we're there in terms of operator relationship, or is it kind of a constant push and pull where they always want them captive on their sports books too? So you're providing value to them, but there's also a little bit of maybe this isn't the optimal, perfect utopia for the book.
I don't really get that kind of pushback from the operators. Like they want them in their walled garden. Maybe I will eventually. Right now, they're pretty happy with the bet volume, the order flow. I actually don't even get compensated for that order flow. I will one day, but I don't now. So that's not really the push-pull. Honestly, the biggest rub I have with the sportsbook is when their API goes down and I go to contact my affiliate manager and say, hey, can you fix this? And then they have to pass off to the dev team, and then the dev team comes back in a couple weeks. Meanwhile, our users are stuck not being able to execute their bets. So that's really the difficulty, if anything.
How big do you think the market is for people of consumer this product within the kind of broader sports betting?
Yeah, so this is hard. I do some like back of napkin, top down TAM here. So if we're saying there's like 25 million bettors in the U.S., and right now what we're finding is, or what we've learned is that about 60% of bettors say that they're researching their bets. Now that could be anything. That could literally be like finding some handicapper on Twitter who's recommended something, recommended a bet, and just tailing that. But that's kind of our ICP. Beyond that, we see that 80% of bettors are betting multiple times per week. That's definitely core ICP.
Right.
If we're getting 2% of that market, again, I hate the top-down TAM, but let's pretend we're getting 2% of that market. We're looking at 500,000 plus subs. That'd be pretty big business. We're on our way. We're not at 500,000 subs, but yeah.
It strikes me that I assume maybe the optimal or a optimal user journey comes when there's an operator who's competing on price. If I'm putting myself in the shoes of a user, what gets me to fire off a bet when I'm aggregating and comparing? Probably going to be the one that has the best price. Cool. Do you find that the most successful partnerships you have with operators are either exchanges or books that think of themselves as welcoming sharp action and competing on price, or not necessarily?
Price is definitely one of the value propositions for our bettors, but more than anything, they like the kind of visualized data. So I'm a liberal arts student. I'm actually a lawyer by trade, and like give me a spreadsheet and it like makes me dizzy. So what we've built is something for a bettor like me, where I just want to see visualization, red versus green. Like that's a lot of green. It's a good bet. And so that's probably our strongest value proposition. Second strongest is price. Now, what I would love to do with the sports books, and I have not been able to work this out quite yet, maybe with an integration we just did with Sleeper, is I would love to get unique odds from the sports book. So, for instance, anyone DraftKings, I'd love to go to DraftKings and say, hey, give us unique odds for Aaron Judge home runs tonight, and I can funnel a bunch of bet volume towards you because we know that's going to be a hot market tonight. I'm not doing that yet. I'd love to do that. It's complicated because the trading teams there are reluctant to do that, but I think that's kind of where we end up moving as the sports books compete for order flow.
How do you think through user retention, and do you have active, cohesive strategy on the marketing or product side versus how much of that is the core platform is going to be really good and we're going to be acquiring our ICP, so by that function our retention will sort of be really naturally strong?
Yeah, so there's a few things. So there's a lot of ways we think about this. So we need to have kind of qualified users in the first place, which means that we need to get our marketing material correct. We actually need to do a lot of like disqualifying. Like this tool might not be for you. That's actually really good to do on the front end. It also kind of creates this like weird sex appeal where it's like, you might not need this. Like I definitely need that. So we qualify on the front end. We also take your credit card right off the bat. So we don't do the freemium. We say, give us your credit card right now. And that kind of that's a next kind of qualifier to the user. But then honestly, the biggest thing we can do for retention is really quick product iteration. So we get hundreds and hundreds of pieces of qualitative feedback every week. And so the team's job, we are way overweight product. We have 2 guys on marketing. The rest are on product. The best we can do for retention is just take that feedback, triage it, iterate as fast as possible. And we've seen so we've had the product in market for 2 years. On 12 retention, in that time we've gone from 9% retention to like 23% retention. So that's a real the long tail of the business is really strong, and that's because we've just gone like deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper with feature sets.
Where do you acquire most of your customers from?
Okay, so most of us, so kind of stack ranked here. So number one, organic word of mouth. Someone's like Outlier rocks. I won bets. You know, you can win bets. So that's number one. Number two are our affiliate networks. We actually, I'm meeting with a few of them here this week, but big programmatic ad buyers who we pay per subscriber. That's been a great source for us. And then we also we work with YouTubers. We work with Instagram influencers. Anyone who's like kind of giving their bet recommendation wants to show off Outlier because it's like showing their work, but it's also selling our product at the same time. So we found a lot of success with that strategy as well.
Have you done much experimenting with pricing?
No, and that's something I want to do. So we have two tiers of product, which probably don't have time to get into, but there's a $20 a month product and there's a $130 a month product. And for both of those tiers, you can go monthly or annual. There's all sorts of things I want to do, like this concept of like phantom pricing or like defaulting to annual, or maybe you can buy like a season package or a lifetime access.
Yeah.
We just haven't gotten there, but there's a ton of leverage in that. So I need to get there. I just haven't yet.
Real quick, I know there's only 20 seconds left. I'm sure a lot of founders out here would love to have a business doing the amount of subscription revenue you guys are right now. What is something you wish you had known that maybe a founder could take home with them that you didn't know when you were starting a subscription business?
Well, with subscription, I don't know about subscription in particular. It is, I don't know. Subscription's great because you make money right off the bat, and that's like the best indicator of product market fit you could possibly have. One thing I would say, this is just a general piece of advice, is definitely like build in the open. Honestly, like looking at some of the crowd here, like there's a lot of people who I've just connected with over time, and I didn't even know why we were connecting or what we were going to talk about, but they've supported me and I've supported them, and no one's going to take your idea. If you have a good idea, they're going to take it anyway. So just build fast, rely on each other, and listen to the user.
All right, well that wraps things up. Evan Kirkham from Outlier, thank you very much. And that takes us home today. So thank you everybody for sitting in for the full hour. Thank you to our experts, and we'll move on. Have a good afternoon, everyone. Good job, man.
Our next session is sponsored by Optimove. It's going to dig into some of the numbers that drive the sports betting industry and how we measure success across the industry. So please welcome our panelists, led by Bloomberg Intelligence analyst Brian Egger.
Okay, thanks everybody. I know we're late in the day, so we don't want to stand between anybody in this room and a cocktail, so we'll try to move it along. I am Brian Egger, Head of Gaming and Lodging Research at Bloomberg Intelligence. We've got a great panel today, and I invite each of the panelists just to briefly introduce themselves the first time they speak. If they want to just give their name and their company, it's all up there. But I know a lot of our discussions in the prep for this particular panel centered around market share, and in particular, what is market share? What's the right way to define market share? And I'm going to ask my first question from the perspective of a public company gaming analyst, where when I think of market share, I think of a company's share or of GGR or NGR, traditional metrics that I can look to evaluate the relative performance of companies. And I'd like to kind of throw this open, whether or not those are in fact the right metrics whereby to define market share, market success, and if not, are there any others we should be looking to as an alternative? Anyone want to start?
Anika? Start. Anika Howard, President and CEO of Wonder Nation. And I think you look at market share in the totality. It's not just market share, but it really depends on the goals and objectives of the business. And so you need to look at profitability. You need to look at how efficient your operations are. You need to look at brand awareness. There are lots of things that go into looking at the totality of the health of your business. Because you can, from a market share perspective, you could be very, very effective in gaining market share, but not running an efficient business and still not making money. So it has to be in the totality.
Yeah, Mike Savaris from Pro League Network. Hi, everyone. Just to build on that, yeah, I think it's, you think about market share, obviously bigger market share is better, but, to Anika's point, it's how you're running the business, and even at a small share, you could be profitable.
Yeah.
But then also, I think you need to look at what else someone is doing with that user and how else they're being monetized. So yes, I've got single-digit or low double-digit percentage GGR share in online sports betting. But am I monetizing that user through merch? Am I monetizing that user through iCasino? Am I monetizing that user through retail, brick and mortar? Other ways that are not strictly measured when you're defining the market so narrowly as you're looking at GGR. I mean, and from a supplier perspective, we supply content to sportsbooks. Obviously, I'm looking at stuff, the bigger share players and saying that would be great, but if there's a smaller share operator that has a more passionate audience that I think coincides with our audience, or is some way is going to further develop the audience that we're developing for our sports, then that's that could be in some way rises to the top over just a pure share metric.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Matt for Altenar. So obviously market share is very important, like you guys said, but I'd say the main thing is how are you, getting to that big market share? How are you acquiring those customers? If you're bleeding cash to acquire customers and not actually retaining them at the end of the day, it's not a sustainable business. So I'd say obviously market share is important, but it's about your CPA compared to your LTV at the end of the day.
Yeah.
My name is Shai. I'm a SVP of product at Optimove. At Optimove, we like to say many times to our clients and prospects, we want you to start with the customer in mind.
Yeah.
And to me, market share is not really a customer experience KPI, isn't it, right? It's about the business, it's not about the customer. And to my colleague's point, right, it's one thing to gain a lot of market share. You can spend a huge amount of money to grab some land and get and acquire a lot of customers, but it's a different story if you want to retain them over time and be profitable and sustainable over time. And the way to do it is probably by providing a great customer experience, so the customers will stay. And then market share doesn't really measure the level of satisfaction and customer experience of your customers, so we probably need to accompany that with some other metrics to decide on the health of the business and how good it is.
So I think your comment, Shai, about customer acquisition costs is really important. There is a perception, maybe more among the public company investors, that one of the barriers to entry in getting to a particular subsegment of online gaming is the customer acquisition costs, particularly in the early stage, could be quite high. And Mike also mentioned something about the fact that you can succeed with a smaller share. So I'm curious to know whether or not you think of this as either potentially a smaller share company succeeding in a large industry, or is the best path to success a smaller company trying to make a go of it in more of a niche industry? Is it possible to bring a smaller share with the right types of engagement metrics and customer acquisition to a large industry and still succeed? Because I think there is certainly a perception in the public market that it is really challenging, and we've seen some smaller sportsbooks shut down. It's really challenging to make a go of it with a single-digit share, and yet I think you brought up some potential opportunities about how that could actually happen.
Yeah, I think if you want to succeed with a smaller market share, you have to optimize your unit economics, right? One of our clients told me not long ago that they ran some analysis and they figured out that the time to recover the acquisition cost could be decades in some states and some cohorts. And obviously that's not sustainable. If you want to succeed with a smaller market share, you need to make sure that you are not overspending on acquisition, not overspending on retention, and you optimize your generosity so you can sustain your business.
And to kind of elaborate on that as well, it really depends on kind of what your focus and the metrics that you use. So if you're looking to still be profitable in a large market but with a smaller share, you're going to be focusing on your efficiency metrics. You're going to make sure that that when you're doing it, that you're looking and being very, very targeted in your approach for acquisition to how to keep those costs down. In converse, if you're looking to basically be a larger player in a niche market, it's going to be more about the player engagement and the experience and the things that you need to do to be relevant and so you have an authentic connection with that player base and what are the things that you can do. So it really just depends on the approach for each, in my opinion, are very different, and the metrics that are going to matter in the success are slightly different. You're always going to need to be efficient no matter what. But when you're looking to own a niche market, then to what my panelists were saying, that experience, that engagement, how you move them through, kind of the loyalty, all those pieces become more outsized metrics that you need to look at.
Yeah, I mean, I think the evidence is very hard, but possible to be profitable with a smaller share. I mean, I think Rush Street achieved profitability last year, and certainly if you look at some international operators, it's possible to be profitable with a smaller share. The question then comes, though, even after congratulations, you're profitable, but is that an interesting business? Yeah. And is that an interesting business for a public market? Is that an interesting business for the venture capital or the other investment people who have invested in you? Or is it an interesting business for your staff and the story you're trying to tell on the retention side of things? And so if the answer is yes, then congratulations. But if it's not, you're still going to get those public pressures, and you're still going to have to try and either get bigger, whether through acquisition or something else, or exit the market.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the tools for a particular smaller operator to actually succeed, get the right kind of engagement. And AI comes a lot. It's come up a lot today throughout various panels. And I can think of different ways that might be used, whether it's to target messages or to personalize messages. I'm curious to know two things, really. Number one, how much of this are companies taking advantage of? And also, number two, is this really an advantage for any particular size or type of company? Or is it sort of an across-the-board equalizer where harnessing the power of AI helps the company target and personalize their messaging, and it lifts all boats?
Yeah, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head there about the future of AI and what it can bring to a sports book. And it's about, at the end of the day, giving a customer a good experience. So how do you do that? Through personalized messaging, through a market offering that's unique and tailored to the actual individual user. And that's what I think as an operator you're trying to do in the industry, is stand out with a differentiated product that's tailored to your user based on the jurisdiction also. So I think AI is one of the many things that'll go into improving the sportsbook experience for all punters.
Yeah, and to just follow up on what Matthew said, I think it also depends. Like part of your first question was, what type of company I think can benefit most. And I actually think this, for kind of startups or newer companies, it's easier because you don't have the legacy of how things were done in the past. And a lot of times you don't have to kind of contend with a lot of the infrastructure. When you look at what's possible, you look at everything from being able to do targeted messages to be able to, from a content development standpoint, all the way to being able to identify and kind of in real time adjust underperforming campaigns. So AI really kind of your imagination is the extent for what can be done. I think the challenge is making sure that you're not doing it just for the sake of saying, okay, now I'm doing it, but really making sure that it's tied back to, like, once again, what are those metrics? What are the things that you're trying to optimize for? What are the things that you're wanting to do? And you can do it broadly, but what I find is kind of some of the larger companies have a little bit harder time leaning into it. It happens, but I think it's at a little bit of a slower pace. And that could also be my bias.
I think we're working with at Optimove, we're working with a lot of CRM teams across the industry, and we see different uses of AI. Some of them are to improve the effectiveness of efficiency of the business, right? So how can CRM teams increase their throughput, gain faster insights from idea to execution. So what tools are they using to empower them? And we like to talk about kind of like empower them to be positionless. So a marketer can gain access to data and insights without the help of a BI or analyst, or can craft an experiment without an analyst doing it for them, and analyze the results without some PhD in statistics, right? Because the technology and AI can help them achieve those things by themselves so they can move faster. There's also AI usage to, like you said, to improve customer experience. So you see a lot of teams, they want to do, test and learn, right? You want to run a test, you want to see what works, and then deploy your CRM strategy accordingly. Problem is that their test results are obsolete as soon as you've completed the test. And then you run your future marketing based on results from today that may no longer be relevant 2 weeks from now. The prime example is the end of NFL season, right? You have a ton of active players, highly engaged, and don't need much incentive to play. And then after the 3rd week of February, something happens, and all of a sudden you see a huge drop in engagement. If you continue run your marketing strategy based on some tests that you've done in the middle of the NFL playoffs, it's completely off. So you could use AI to continuously optimize your strategy and your deployment of generosity without having you to worry about running constant tests and experiments and optimizations, which are manual and hard to achieve. So it's improved your efficiency as a CRM team, but also the customer experience that automatically gets the right messages and the right experiences based on what they are currently feeling or exhibiting in real life.
AI can definitely shorten that cycle. So it goes from that real-time analytics to detecting anomalies to being able to kind of optimize on the fly and kind of phase out underperforming and phase up. So there are lots of different things that has to be done. Now, in order for that to happen, there's a lot of work that goes into training the model, making sure that that all of those things are innate in the system. But once you get that, I think it can be very, very effective way to cut through that and really immediately make a difference. And though that kind of even a day, even a week makes can be $1 million difference in terms of your revenue and your opportunity to adjust to what's happening in the market.
I want to talk for a second about, in addition to the marketing approaches we've talked about specifically, I want to talk about cross-marketing a little bit, and specifically in the context of when I think about sports betting, there are certain adjacent activities that are, that are related or maybe symbiotic in some ways with sports betting, and I think in particular about media, sports media consumption, and also about free-to-play games, and not necessarily wagering for real money. And I'm curious to know from your experiences, have there been any novel ways in which companies have kind of tapped adjacent activities? For example, we know that viewers of sports probably have a propensity to wager. People that play free-to-play games may view that as being something that entices their interest in actual real money wagering. How do these kind of adjacent activities come into play in terms of developing a marketing message?
Yeah, so to give some context here, we develop casual bettable sports that we supply to sports books. The content. So for a simple example, we have a mini golf property called the Putt Tour, professional mini golf. You can bet on it in 16, 17 states in the US. Now, why does a sports book like the odds and like professional mini golf? Is it because there's millions of fervent professional mini golf fans? We hope one day, but probably not, right? But why it does is we attract a 18 to or 21 to 34-year-old male who comes to bet on putting, stays to bet on the NFL, and then, oh, by the way, if there's nothing else on, maybe I'll go play a slot. And it's really thinking about the consumer that you're attracting rather than the bet that you're trying to make or your bet you're trying to promote. And I think when we talk to sports books, we talk about cross promotion intra-sports, as in from one sport to the other, and then cross promotion from a sports customer to a slot or an iCasino customer. Now, the traditional iCasino customer is obviously a little bit different from a slots player, but we find at least in our sports that we attract, there is actually quite a lot of overlap between someone who wagers on our sports and then who does also bet in an iCasino property. So yes, I think the cross-selling across different sports and across iCasino is definitely a big selling point in what we do.
And I look at it between, when you kind of said one of the keyword experiences, so experiences and convergence. And so when you look at the opportunity around kind of cross-marketing, I think it also kind of allows you to, it's a lower barrier of entry when you look at the free-to-play experiences and some of the media experiences. So it allows you to tap into your feeder markets and areas that maybe are still up and coming and start building that base. It allows you to get additional data on what people are doing so that when you're looking at your marketing campaigns, how do you target and retarget those players? It creates a sense of engagement so that you think about time on device, share of wallet, all those types of things. The more that players are connected and engaged, the more the more opportunity for them to be able to have experiences in your product.
I think so many gaming operators are looking for cross-sell strategies to increase lifetime value of players, increase engagement, and every opportunity to increase player engagement can contribute to that. And it could be mini games, it could be free to play, it could be all kinds of gamification practices that are embedded in a CRM journey. So you might have avid sports fans, and in the low season you want to cross-sell them to something else. But if you don't invest in that in due time, you might come off as like, why are they now promoting their casino to me? That's weird, right? If you have to invest in this multi-product strategy over time, so you can form some habits and improve loyalty. You can employ all kinds of secondary currencies that you play some free-to-play games, you earn coins, you earn badges, then you can redeem them and turn them into free spins, then in time move that over to some wagers on sports. And the hard thing to do is to craft a strategy that plays nicely together, but there is huge upside to that.
Right, so if you have these, you earn coins, redeem them, you have a strategy like that, there is obviously a difference between player engagement and player retention. And I think the presumption might be if you do a great job on engaging players, the knee-jerk reactions, well, you'll keep them. Are there different metrics you use or different techniques that are necessary for a company that's done a good job engaging an audience to actually retain those customers? Because that's really where very often that early trial customer doesn't stick with the initial platform.
Yeah, I think, retaining a customer obviously comes down to a number of different factors, but the one thing that sticks out in my mind is those high friction moments in a sports betting experience, such as the KYC, the payment methods. It's about optimizing those. So making the UX, the user experience, clean, smooth, and fast, and then pairing that with a wide array of markets using official data covering. There's a market for everyone, whether it be putt-putt golf or cricket or maybe two pigs racing each other. Having those markets for the customers is really important.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at sports wagering by month, right, you'll see, January, February, and March obviously pretty big, and then all the NFL, NBA finals up in June, and then from June until August, it's basically craters. And we talk about engagement. There's a ton of sports bettors out there that just go silent. They go dark, right? And so keeping those bettors engaged throughout those months with interesting content, with something to do, is a real opportunity. We still think is a real opportunity, and it's very key because at the end of the day, I think those dollars go somewhere else. They don't go to they're spent on something else, entertainment. It's not sports betting. But I think with the right content and the right engagement tools, it could be.
I think this point you just made is key, right? You want to stop reacquiring the same customers over and over again, just in the high seasons, because we've established the cost of acquisition is so high. So it's not a smart strategy to spend a lot of dollars to acquire for some high season, and then lose them to just reacquire them again 6 months later. So any form of engagement you can introduce in between helps you reduce acquisition costs while also improving retention and lifetime value. So it's like a win-win magic. Another point about personalization, right, is to understand different players and their habits and their frequency, right? A risk of churn metric is not unified across every player. If someone hasn't engaged with you in the last 30 days, for some players that's terrible, they're gone. But some players are, that's just their frequency, their habits. If you can use data and insights to understand what the right frequency, what's the average wager of every player, what their preferences and propensities are for sports or casino, or different types of games in casino, or mini games like that, you can craft your retention strategy to try to maximize as much as you can from that without overspending or even spamming your customers with offers that they don't care about.
So it seems like, personalizing your message and trying to target specific types of offerings to specific customers, a lot of that in the public market realm tends to center around things like same-game parlays. And a lot of the public companies, DraftKings, certainly Flutter, when they talk about their results, they've talked about with pride and success the fact that their structural hold rate has gone up over time, largely because this mix of parlays has gone up. So I'm curious to know, if the techniques they're talking about, it's easy for an external observer to say, well, just keep on coming up with more novel offerings of same-game parlays, and the structural hold percentage will go up. And I guess my question is, do we reach a natural ceiling where we've been sufficiently innovative on that kind of SGP front, and you need other things to engage people, that I think, is there a danger we become overly enamored of the enticement of that SGP that's going to get people to play a little bit more?
I mean, I think you still got the issue of, these dead spots and these times where there's nothing really to bet on. I mean, SGP competition, I think, would naturally, although it is hard to compare apples to apples on a lot of game parlays, I think eventually, there's enough comparison tools and stuff where that'll start to erode some of those margins. But I still think that's a pretty healthy business. But I still think you need additional tools. Like, you can't just rely on SGP.
I was going to say, when you look at that, the off season, when you have that lull after NFL season, and maybe picks up again when you get into March Madness, how effective are the tools and techniques you're seeing in helping operators identify the most compatible type of, like, if you have a wager on football, they're most likely to have an affinity for this other sport. Are you able to tap the data you see and have in order to find out what the greatest affinity is in terms of the next activity, where that betting in this market on NFL football is likely to be a keen candidate for this type of activity?
I think that this is where, sorry.
No, go ahead.
This is where technology comes into practice, right? You can use predictive models and propensity models to gauge into your historical player behavior, to pick up on signals that would tell you these types of players with this demographics, this betting behavior, this engagement activity are more likely to be interested in those types of things. And we see a lot of success for companies that are using those predictive metrics and propensity models, because otherwise you're shooting in the dark, right? Okay, everyone, football season is over. Let's send everyone a March Madness offer. You can do that, but it's not sustainable. And you also don't want to put off and annoy your customers with offers that they don't care about, because the competition is literally a click away. So you want to be smart about that, and technology can help you do that.
Now, and I was going to say something similar. When you're looking at this, I look at it from kind of 2 or 3 different perspectives. And so one, when you're looking at players, it's very much what we talked about earlier, is that some players are seasonal players. Some players, like, they bet March Madness. That's what they do. Some players, like, they want the NFL, or they're just bet Super Bowl. So really, this is where kind of AI and a lot of the other things can help define what audiences are doing what. And I think also, we're not really talking about iGaming, but that's where the synergistic aspect of iGaming comes in, because there is a natural crossover that, while sports are happening or other things are happening, players are engaging in other activities. And then to layer in the final piece of it, this is where you have the free to play and the media and all these other aspects to it. So how do you kind of find, if that's not their thing, how do you meet players where they are and find the different things that are kind of standing in the gap between when they're having those betting experiences that keep them engaged and build community and allow them to still stay engaged until they're ready for the next thing.
Yeah, the iCasino and online sports betting affinity is an interesting one because I think there's obviously limitations. You've got the iCasino games in, let's say, 7 states and mobile online sports betting in 30 some odd states. But do you think as we see more states that have iCasinos, we've had other panels of talking about how that process has been slow and frustrating, does that open up a natural avenue to accelerate that cross-marketing flywheel?
I think so. And I can speak from experience with Wonder operating with kind of DraftKings and Softswiss in Connecticut, where we are one of the states that do have iGaming and sports betting, and we see outsized performance of, kind of that synergistic relationship where, those key times where there are football and March Madness and natural pulse points are also kind of big pulse points for iGaming as well. And then you can also see when there are lulls in the sporting kind of activity and betting, you see that there's still kind of that consistent and sometimes rising on the iGaming side. So there is a very symbiotic relationship between those two. And then when you add in a lot we talked about around free to play and kind of the media as a way to bring people in, and even sports betting having a lower cost of acquisition than iGaming, you have this natural kind of pattern of bringing people in, getting them engaged on the sports, but then when they're kind of pulling back from that, or that's just not kind of something that they're interested in, there's still enough of other things to keep them engaged.
Yeah, and I think it's important to think about the segmentation of the sports bettor, right?
Yeah.
Both in terms of, there's different ways you can cut it in terms of frequency or whatever, but one way that we think about it is like the different types of sports. So we have a cluster of combat sports fans who like all our combat sports, like jiu-jitsu and slap fighting, and there's a cluster of sports fans who like golf and putting and all that. There is a higher propensity of crossover from our iCasinos to iCasino from our combat sports fans than from our golf fans, and we know that because we've surveyed them and we talk about it, and it makes sense when you look at the demographics. Slightly lower socioeconomic group, maybe slightly older in terms of age group, but there's different fans, there's different propensities for crossover, and so when we're talking into sports books and we're talking about what's likely that fan is going to do, we can say with some data that we're confident that guy or that typically a guy is going to go bet iCasino when the game is over. But on the putting side, maybe they're going to look at NFL or maybe they're going to look at NBA because they're not so interested in the slots.
And I think the other interesting kind of cross opportunity, you talked about it a little bit, is this idea of the traditional sports versus the niche sports, and you do see interesting overlays between players that are kind of interested in NFL or kind of one of the things that it wouldn't naturally track, like maybe slap fighting or something else. That as you introduce some of those niche games, it becomes more of a novelty and an interest, and that may be their introduction into that sport as well.
Awesome. Well, I know we're out of time. I want to thank our panelists. This has been a really interesting discussion. We'll probably go on another half hour and talk more about it, but thanks, everybody. Thanks. Happy to be here today and happy to have these great panels with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Team and league sponsorship seems to be table stakes for U.S. operators these days, particularly for sports books, but there has been some debate about how effective these deals can be. Our next guests have had a lot of success with a partnership, and they're here to unpack for us how both teams and leagues can get the most out of these relationships. I'd like to welcome our guests. I'm actually going to stick around to moderate this one, and I'd like to welcome our guests to the stage. All right, thanks for joining us. I'm here with John Bowden, the CMO of Playstar, and Ken Lisi, VP of Corporate Sponsorships for the New Jersey Devils. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for having us.
So John, when I first started doing research for this panel, I was surprised to hear that you're a startup, right? It's so unusual in the space these days. Can you tell us a little bit more to start this off about Playstar and how this partnership came to be?
Yeah, sure. So Playstar is an online casino based out of New Jersey, operating in New Jersey solely at the moment. We've been live for about 2.5 years now. And the partnership came about really from looking at something that would get the brand out there, so driving brand awareness in the market while still having a huge amount of effectiveness. And often brand plays are seen to not be able to facilitate that. Ken and I actually spoke, I think, firstly, 3-4 years ago, maybe.
2021 right
yeah,
there.
yeah, exactly. And being a true startup, there's always been challenges through the story around funding, the ability of what we can and what we can't do. We were ready to put ink to paper and then had to kind of pump the brakes a little bit. Ken then reached out again, must have been just over a year ago, and said, look, should we pick the conversation back up? He'd seen that Playstar were doing kind of bigger things, bigger plays in terms of brand awareness, and the conversation really started from there, and the guys had some great ideas of how can we put a traditional brand play in the market in New Jersey whilst also driving performance, and that's ultimately how we look at every single dollar that we spend as a true challenger, true startup brand in, you know, the most competitive regulated iGaming market in the US.
Yeah, can you give, for folks who maybe aren't familiar, can you give us just a bit of a sense of what that actually looks like? What are some of the components of the partnership?
Yeah, so we have a golden goal promotion that we sponsor. It appears at every single home game that the Devils have. If the Devils score between a certain time in the second period, somebody who signs up through a QR code has the chance to win $10,000 in cash. On top of that, we can then take those leads, cross-sell them over into Playstar. We can activate the Devils branding through everything that we do. We can leverage a lot of gamification that we have on site. It's pretty much endless how we can activate this promotion partnership and push the Devils brand name through with Playstar.
And Ken, for you, you're no stranger to sponsorship deals. I know you've dealt with many of these across industries. What is unique about the relationship with Playstar?
Yeah, a lot of them, we started these discussions knowing that Playstar is a Jersey-based brand looking to really capitalize in the Jersey market. We saw a lot of synergies being the New Jersey Devils. We play in the state of New Jersey with a lot of other, teams that say they're New York. So we see ourselves as a pure play for a brand that really wants to capitalize on a Jersey-based audience. And Playstar in that, we're literally claim the state of New Jersey. We're the only team that has Jersey across our chest. So we saw a lot of synergies there. And then figuring out, having these multiple conversations. Like we said, we started these conversations in 2021. The ideas evolved.
Can I ask, is that typical for you to have such a long
No, we took a break, didn't we, in the middle? And then, yeah.
We had a soft breakup. Then we came back together.
Yeah.
But just keeping the conversations going and really listening to John and his team, it wasn't really about a logo slap, and it was figuring out what makes the most sense to drive their business forward. So we go in with a blank canvas, and we listen to his marketing goals and objectives, and figuring out their biggest thing was customer acquisition, and how do we bring this to life in a unique style where we can get our fan base engaged, and we know that our fans are their customers. 70% of Devils fans have $1,000 of disposable income every single month. So we know they have the propensity to go out and gamble. We know that our fans are 2.6 more likely to play iGaming than anybody else in the nation itself. So we started marrying this with data and ideas. We're like, hey, John, no one's speaking to our customers. The iGaming space is wide open. It's been a lot about sportsbook. And I think that was unique for Playstar, too, that they really are a pure play from an iGaming standpoint. So we were like, let's have some fun. Let's get your ideas, and let's figure out how to gain some customers.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point. You don't operate a sports book, correct?
Nope.
purely casino, yeah.
You're pure online casino.
Yeah.
Why was a sports team sponsorship? Why did you think that was going to be a good fit for you?
Two reasons, really. One, the fact that it was local. So, as Ken says, they're the only team that have New Jersey across their chest. You know, the teams that play in Jersey traditionally come from New York. So we know that traffic goes into Jersey, then goes out. Well, they can't play on Playstar. So they're the biggest New Jersey-based franchise. So that was the first one. The audience was there. It's local. We know from the research that Ken gave us when we spoke about it, do they have a high propensity to cross-sell into iGaming? Yes, they do. What does disposable income look like? Are they based in New Jersey? So it ticks a lot of boxes there. The second thing was how we were activating it. So what you can see there, you know, we haven't just been taking the Playstar logo and the Devils logo and kind of merging them together and saying, oh, the official online casino, the New Jersey Devils. We have that, but it was all around the in-game activation. So having this golden goal promotion, on top of that, leveraging the power of the Devils socials, what we do outside from an out-of-home perspective, targeting into the players. We know that New Jersey Devils are very well known as a brand, and actually for us, we're a challenger brand. So putting those two together, it just evokes a load of trust, and we don't look like a, you know, run-of-the-mill fly-by-night casino. We are the official casino of the Devils, of the Prudential Center, known worldwide. I think the Prudential Center's up there in kind of the top 5 in terms of the
Top 5
so entertainment places, yeah. So
Yeah, and so thinking about these different components that are in place as part of the partnership, what kind of results have you seen? It's been last summer is when you kicked this off, right?
yeah, just before this season. Excuse me. Yeah, the results that we've seen so far from our side have been phenomenal. We've seen a huge amount of demand increase from a search perspective. So 20% increase on brand searches. We've had 3 times our app downloads in the App Store. So that's increased over the past 6 months. We have VIP seats at every single game. So the VIPs alone, from the revenue we see from those guys, have effectively paid back for the sponsorship in its entirety. Yeah, there's been a huge amount of KPIs that we've seen shoot through the roof. We've started putting it as part of our loyalty scheme as well. So we take the vehicle for our brand is a concierge. So this kind of animated character you can kind of see there in our logo. What we've done is we've dressed him up in hockey gear. And we've given him a New Jersey Devil strip, and you kind of beat the goalie for bonuses and free spins. That's performed phenomenally well. We have gamified how you can win tickets to the Devils. So from every single area of the business, from a patron's perspective, so top of the funnel, from an awareness point of view, from a conversion perspective, CRM, VIP, we've leveraged the power of this partnership, and the results have been outstanding so far, and we're only kind of 6-7 months into the season. So yeah.
Well, I mean, VIP, you bring that up, that's a huge area for growth for a lot of operators in the industry right now. Was that something that was top of mind for you as you were approaching this deal, or did that sort of come up organically in these conversations as you're thinking about what's the best way that I can make use of this relationship?
Yeah, I think it was definitely front of mind of how could we leverage the partnership to give our players a unique experience that no one else can. So obviously people can just go and buy tickets for the Devils, that's fine. But at the same time, we have a couple of seats in their newly renovated built Pier Club, which is outstanding. And our top level VIPs know that if they go there, they're going to have a great time. They get a different experience to what they could usually have access to. But then on top of that, it's okay, well, how do we use the Devils to kind of activate increase in stickiness from a VIP perspective, increase in player days? So the guys have been fantastic in allowing us real creative freedom of how we use the Devils logo, the Devils branding, integrating it to kind of the full on-site in-app experience around gamification, onboarding, winning tickets. So yeah, VIP was of course front of mind. It's, we have huge ambitions and targets around our VIPs in terms of growth and our existing VIPs as well. And when we were talking that through with Ken and the team, they have so many solutions around, okay, this doesn't need to be just a play whereby we give you a couple of tickets, and then on top of that, you can use the Devils branding. We've used it to kind of really enhance our VIP offering.
Yeah, and Ken, can you share a little bit about how you and the Devils have evolved the way that you approach sponsorships over the years? I mean, what are some of the missteps that you see folks make in the marketplace, and what have you found really works?
Yeah, I mean, and that goes back to our conversation of really going in open and minding and really listening to that prospect right there. Each operator, a sports book, we were the first. We were the first state to be legalized right then and there. So we had the first sports sponsorships for sports betting right then and there, and it was really listening to what their marketing goals and objectives. And I think when you saw books and other operators come in, it was a lot of media, a lot of logo slaps. It wasn't about getting customer acquisition. It was like, how do we get out in the marketplace? So when we met with John and team, it was really, how do we really figure out what is going to be that driver? What is that vehicle to make sure we're driving their business forward? And figuring out, okay, it is going to be a customer acquisition campaign lift that we need to do right there. But what is a fun, unique, gamified, really going into their brand ethos, this concierge echelon, and having a little fun with our fans, where it isn't a hard way to get them into the top of the funnel. Who doesn't want to win 10 grand from just entering into a form stack and being a part of the action in the second period? So we're still hoping to find our first winner. We were close a couple months ago, but fingers crossed we're going to get there soon with it.
We were really hoping it'd be last night, actually.
Yeah.
That would have been really good. Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, this is a multi-year partnership, right? You're going to continue building on this.
Sure.
So what can you tell us about what's next? I mean, if you think about the next year down the line, what do you hope to see? I guess let's start there. What do you hope to see from this partnership? If this is successful a year from now, what do you hope to see, each of you?
You want me to kick that?
Yeah, you go for the win.
We want to see a couple winners. So that's what we want to do. We want to see a couple of golden goals. We like lighting the lamp over at the Prudential Center with the boys on the ice. But what we want to see is that we're still being able to drive PlayStar's business forward, that it's not getting stale, that the funnel doesn't drive up. We want to figure out and making sure this partnership is still where it needs to be. And if it doesn't, then we'll go back to the drawing board with John and his team and figure out, okay, what are tweaks we maybe need to make to the program here? Is it something with the golden goal? Is it maybe some media? Is it a different way we're speaking to our fans? So just making sure that we're having the best success and listening to John's KPIs, listening to the marketing goals and objectives, and figuring out that the business is still going forward. Because if we can't be a vehicle to be successful for them, then there's no point there. So it's making sure that we have our check-ins and we're making sure that we're still getting people onto the platform and people are still going there and having a great experience.
Yeah, I absolutely want to see someone win the Golden Goal promotion. I mean, we will obviously get a huge amount of PR off the back of that. I think from our side, how we're activating, we're putting it even more present and prevalent in terms of our gaming. So we now have New Jersey Devil-themed blackjack tables. We're looking at what we can do from a live perspective as well. On top of that, it's really how else can we use the power of the New Jersey Devils branding? Hopefully they get to the playoffs, looking more and more likely after last night, which is good. And how can we really leverage the Devils branding to drive further awareness, but do it in a smart way? We haven't had this as a kind of brand play, which is, you heard a few years ago in this industry, the kind of coin of phrase, spray and pray. This hasn't been that at all. This has been something that we've looked at from a performance lens. You know, actually, how much is it increasing demand? We know our paid social CPMs have halved when we use the New Jersey Devils branding through our social campaigns, our paid social campaigns through Meta, through Facebook and Insta. So that in itself has been huge for us. So we are still majority a performance play, but we're trying to understand now, okay, how else can we leverage this great branding and activate and enhance what we're doing from a performance side? Yeah.
And what do you say to some of the critiques out there that this isn't always an effective marketing channel, right?
Yeah.
Sponsorships like these.
Yeah. I would agree, to be honest, because when we first looked into things that we could do from a kind of brand side, especially around sponsorship, we went in with, I suppose, a raised eyebrow, and which was why it was very refreshing to speak to Ken and his team. Although it ticks a lot of boxes around being local, that we can activate it from a kind of a performance side, the fact that we had this golden goal property that Placeholder get huge levels of awareness and branding out there. I think if you don't activate it in the right way, and Ken can speak to this, you've had previous partners who have kind of come and gone. We've definitely, I think, seen it more as as something that can really help us drive acquisition. So we look at it from a kind of, you know, what is it doing from an FTD perspective? And on top of that, the icing on the cake, exactly as you say about VIPs? Are we getting players coming back to the site, coming back to the app? What are we offering our VIPs that they can't get anywhere else? So I would say be hesitant around it because we are very much a performance-heavy laydown. But at the same time, I do think there are certain ways that you can analyze and understand what something like a brand sponsorship or something that's traditionally seen as more of an above-the-line play is really doing to drive performance, retention, VIP, and growth.
Yeah, and Ken, same question to you.
Yeah, I would say for brands that are really looking to enter this space, it's not only a media play, it's really figuring out what is going to help move the needle for you. A lot of this is, another thing we didn't also touch on is with Placeholder being this startup, when you're able to use our marks and logos, it automatically brings that credibility, that validity right into the marketplace, especially when people are gambling. They're giving their money into a site, they're putting their banking information in. So when you're able to use a sports team's logo, an arena, it automatically builds that credibility of a brand where people build that trustworthiness right away. So I see other brands that are trying to go in, it's coming a little bit open-minded. It could be in a multitude of different ways of how teams can help drive your business and really tell them what you're looking to solve there and challenge them on building a platform that could do that, where we knew a logo slap wasn't going to do it for Placeholder. That's not what it was about. It's not going to be a strict media play. So what is a fun and creative way that you could challenge these teams and brands to really make a 360 platform to drive the business?
I think it depends on the brand as well, by the way, because we've used it to drive awareness. And there'll be a lot of brands that partner up with other teams and franchises that don't ultimately need that level of awareness and consideration. We did, and it's really helped in that way.
So that's a really good point. As we think about, okay, I'm an operator out there, I'm evaluating who's going to be the best partner for me. What type of operator should be looking for a relationship like this? Is it someone like yourself that you said brand awareness should be the goal rather than perhaps acquisition?
Yeah, we've done it with both. We've tried to look at it from how can it support what we're doing from a marketing sense, but then on top of that, how can it drive awareness in the market for us? And obviously, being with the Devils, it's a bigger property than us, so we're kind of leveraging off the back of such a great property. I think any operator can make sponsorship work. I think it's just making sure that you're activating it the right way and measuring it in the right way.
Mm-hmm. And for you, is there a certain type of partner that you feel fits best for something like this?
It's just making sure that you're building that solution to accomplish that. I think that to John's point there too, it's, how are we helping getting that customer in front of them and opening a different lens and showing them a customer that may have never heard about Placeholder before. So from that perspective, it's really making sure we're checking all those boxes for them to get those types of people into the top of it and backing it up with a little bit of data right then and there to build that solution for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you share any other specific examples or maybe changes that you made as you started activating and seeing how people were responding things that you doubled down on, things that you maybe shifted away from?
From our side, absolutely using it across the whole top of the funnel. So we started using it in our app advertising, in our app ads, in our paid social. It's now become kind of a mainstay across landing pages, banners, creative. So that we've certainly doubled down on, because if someone's seeing us for the first time, never heard of Placeholder, but then you have that association and the Devils logo, that's been phenomenal for us. So that's been super strong. I think leaning into it from a gamification side, so once they're through and they're playing on site, we've had quite a lot of fun with it around the gamification and how can we leverage, I suppose, the NHL, the powers of ice hockey as a game, and then try and put a twist on it and make it casino with stuff like this, like get your stakes on. We're also been looking at some other variations of creative where the puck becomes like a poker chip and things like that. So those are the things we've really lent into to kind of, I suppose, really harness what the Devils can offer for us as an iGaming operator. Yeah.
And I would even say, even when we started our conversations in 2021, some of the technology the NHL has really been on the forefront with these digitally enhanced dashboards that you now see on the broadcast. It's not a logo slap. It's more call to messaging action right there. You're seeing it. So they have a unique graphic that comes in. So this was something we were talking in 2021. This type of inventory didn't exist. We were like, oh yeah, you could maybe have an in-ice logo or something that didn't really do anything. And now the NHL really brought call to action messaging onto the broadcast that we're able to now discuss, where he had something into our arsenal to John. We're like, John, I know we're not looking for visibility here, but this is a little bit different. We're going to have a little fun with your brand. It's going to catch people's attention when they're watching the guys on ice when it's on TV. And that's where they really jumped into the gamification, used the poker chip. It's all animated, it flips in, and it really takes over the entire rink at their time in possession right there.
I still think that's different to anything that you see at the Prudential during the game.
Yes.
From an advertising perspective, we do a lot of the in-arena stuff around the concourse. And actually, a lot of the stuff that comes before and after us is quite static. And then you look at this, and it kind of really stands out. So, yeah.
And you talked a little bit about this at the beginning of the panel, but about the overlap, right, of your customer base, people that you, Devils fans who are interested in iGaming. Tell us about the target customer that you're looking to reach with this.
From our side, obviously, being in New Jersey, first and foremost, is a massive bonus. So, you know, a lot of the fans and supporters, they are based in New Jersey straight away. The high propensity of crossover from the audience into iGaming was absolutely massive for us. When you go in there, you can see actually the audience. I think Ken, you've got some stats around the disposable income as well. Like so that for us was really interesting. Especially, I think it was 2.7. Is it 2.7 more times likely to have to be wagering on casino? So from a target audience perspective, you know, we are looking for existing casino players. We're not looking to kind of educate the market. That's kind of being done from the bigger brand plays, the sports books, that kind of thing. Actually, what we're looking for is existing iGaming players, existing online casino players, and saying, look, we can offer you something different. I think one of the big things for us as well is if you're a big Devils fan, you're based in New Jersey, you're going to the game all the time, you're playing casino, why would you pick another operator when actually you can win tickets to the game, you can win merchandise, you can actually feel like you're supporting your team at the same time whilst you're playing with us?
And I think the other thing we're able to also to offer to John is with his Pure Club seats, we're more than just hockey. We're also the Prudential Center. We're doing about 200 plus events a year. So our building is 12 months out of the year where now we're able to open up John's demographics where, great, you could be a casino player, but you may not be an ice hockey fan or a Devils fan. You're a fan of a Latin show or you're a country fan or an R&B, whatever it may be. So now this gives John a little bit more depth and breadth to go out and reach these different demographics and reward them and show them that concierge experience if they're not into the sports itself, but still give them that brand association.
It's an important point because the audience for online casino, of course, is so much faster than you.
Yeah, we don't have an empty seat for any event, whether it's ice hockey, a concert. It's they're very sought after from our VIP base, which is great. And then we can start to identify within our base, especially new VIPs, existing ones, who are big Devils fans, who can we kind of harness that relationship with because we have something else. We've got a different property that we can offer our players. But then on top of that, the concerts. I mean, there's so much stuff that you guys have at the Prudential. And yeah, we never have spare tickets lying around the office.
Amazing. Well, John, Ken, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
So this final panel is what I'll call the Dreamers panel, or the Dream Come True panel. If you're in this business, chances are you're pretty creative. And if you were a musician, you dream of becoming a rock star or performing on Broadway, maybe getting being a concert violinist. If you are an actor, you want to be in a movie, maybe win an Academy Award. And if you're in the iGaming business, you want a really profitable exit, whether that be selling out to a bigger company or doing an IPO. And our next panel is going to talk about that. These are people who've had exits, and maybe we can bring some inspiration to you folks. It'll be headed up by Benji Cherniak, who really knows this stuff. Minutes for a wrap-up before we leave for the next party.
All
All right. Made it to the last panel of the day. Thank you all for being here and for sticking around. Hopefully we're saving the best for last. I think we are. And I'm going to be spending the next 40 minutes or so with 4 exited founders who have been in our space and done some fantastic things. I'm going to start with Tom Waterhouse and then speak with Matt Restivo, speak with Jay Ma, and then we'll be speaking with Carolina Pelk. But we'll start with you, Tom, and you're up first. And maybe just a quick introduction of who you are, and then we'll get into some questions.
Yes, I'm Tom Waterhouse. I live in Australia. I had a long line of family in the bookmaking industry. My great-grandfather's a bookie, taking bets at the horse races in the 1800s. Grandfather was a bookie, dad was a bookie, and I was also an on-course bookie. Then had the fastest online growing sports betting business in Australia from 2009 to 2013, sold it to William Hill. They bought 3 businesses in Australia. I was CEO of that, those 3 businesses for them for 4 years. That sold to PokerStars, and then started Waterhouse VC, which is a VC firm focusing on the tech layer of the game.
Well, considering you began in the 1800s, that's 200 years and 30 seconds or so. But I want to get back to when you were running your business, and we're going back to maybe 2002, 2003, right up until the sale to William Hill in 2013, and what began as a retail business and eventually shifted into a digital business. But maybe to give a sense of flavor to most of the folks here who maybe aren't from Australia and as familiar with that landscape, what it was like being, at that time, a young entrepreneur in the space, in that region in Australia, building that business.
Yeah, okay. The whole world changed really in 2005 with the Gambling Act in the UK, and then it changed in Australia in 2008 when Betfair won the High Court decision to be able to allow operators to advertise if they were an online operation. So before that, if you wanted to bet in a lot of places, you had to go on course, and I'd come from a long line of bookies that were on-course bookies, taking bets with odds up on their boards, and it was a terrific business. I had a blueprint of how to do it because my family had been in that industry, and my grandfather was still alive. He was a bookie, and so was my dad, and I loved it. I thought I'd do it for the rest of my life. And then suddenly with that change in regulation, it allowed online bookmakers to advertise, and that business went down the toilet. So I thought, well, I have to pivot, and I have to go online, hopefully to keep my 100 or so customers that were betting with me on course. But when we launched an online business, tomwaterhouse.com, we went from 100 customers to 250,000, well, basically within a year. And it suddenly took off, really thanks to a change in 3G. Internet came out, iPhone came out, and the advertising restrictions were lifted. And it was just an amazing ride. We went from 2 people working with me to over 100 people in less than a year, and really learning how these online businesses work, which before 2008, I barely used a computer, and suddenly was working out how digital marketing and what platform and building mobile apps and finding businesses in Mobenga was in Sweden, which Paddy Power and all the big operators used. And it was a real interesting journey, and really gave me a great understanding of all the different bits of this business, because we had to do it from startup to then have that blueprint, use it to run William Hill Australia's business.
And how did that come about? Like, you sold the company in, I think, 2013 to William Hill Australia. A, how did that come about? And B, at that time, William Hill was on a buying spree, both in Australia as well as here in the US, as well as elsewhere. I'd love to get a sense of flavor as to how all that came about and what life was like within that regime, so to speak.
Yeah, really interesting with William Hill, because they were really the global dominant operator. Like, it was probably them and then Paddy Power. They'd won the battle with Ladbrokes, which is now Entain, and they were a FTSE 100 company in 2013 when we sold the business, and had just bought the business here out in the US, was really at the forefront of what was happening in the gambling industry. Look, the reason why we sold is bookmaking was very lucrative, and tomwaterhouse.com was very lucrative, but the costs and the dynamics really changed. Like, you've got a battle in America or in the US here, it's a battle for scale and operational leverage. The same thing happened in Australia. The cost of doing business dramatically went up. So the taxes went up, and we thought we were spending a huge amount on tech in 2009, $1 million a year. Suddenly to go, and when you had Ladbrokes, Bet365, William Hill, Paddy Power, all the giants come into Australia, the cost of doing business dramatically increased. So William Hill Australia, we used to spend, we're probably 4th or 5th biggest in that market, would spend $90 million a year on marketing just in Australia. for us, like we were just on course bookmakers. I had three people working for me in 2007. So the cost of doing business dramatically, and we realized we needed scale. We either needed to buy businesses or we need to sell. And William Hill, they bought 3 businesses in Australia, did $700 million worth of acquisitions, and we were the smallest of those. But it was the right fit for us. We didn't have that scale to be the dominant player in Australia.
But that's super interesting because, as you allude to, they bought 3 businesses simultaneously in Australia. They also bought 3 businesses around that time simultaneously in the U.S. But putting that aside, you're the smaller one of the 3. And how does that work when you're kind of bringing these companies under one umbrella? Is it like one CEO overseeing the 3 companies? Was it 3 independent brands?
So there was a CEO of them. The main company they bought was Sportingbet, which was part of Sportingbet PLC. So they stripped out all of the grey market operations, sold it to GVC. William Hill took the regulated markets, and the CEO of Sportingbet stayed on as the group CEO. But we were on an earn-out, and I kept not trying to do anything against him, but kept writing to the board saying, look, we're not going to get our earn-out because these things are not being done. The business should be structured in this way. We should try and acquire customers like this. And then within 6 months, they said, well, look, do you want to run the whole business out here for us? And I was like, I'll give it a go. I'd never had a job before, so I was like, yeah, let's. And so I did that, and that was an amazing journey because when you're part of that and part of a large group, multinational group, and seeing the infrastructure they use globally and how they leverage that, and also the disadvantages of a business of that size. That was an amazing journey, really interesting. And yeah, we had a team in Australia of 500 people. We had 2.5 billion turnover, 1.2 million clients, offices in Tel Aviv, Philippines, New Zealand, all over Australia. It was an interesting business and really gave me insight of how these large businesses work.
And it was a multi-year journey. You were there how many years until you...
I was there 2014 to 2018 as CEO of that Australian business, and then a year before, or 9 months before, in an earn-out.
Got it. And then from there, you now, if we bring it back more to present over the last 5 years or so, you've taken all that experience and all that know-how, and I'm assuming some of that capital, and you now have Waterhouse VC, in which you are a venture capitalist investing in companies in our space, primarily to achieve ROI for you and your LPs, and at the same time you're working with entrepreneurs and founders who are, in the situation that you were once in. So how do you bring that full circle as it pertains to working with startup companies and/or established companies that you're investing in?
Yeah, so there was a big shift. Advertising was really the key differentiator. You had the big brand ads, you owned the big sporting properties, and you'd acquire customers through big brand campaigns. And what's shifted in that period of time from when we first started going in the online journey is there's so much differentiation now around the customer journey and the product, and also to acquire customers having unique products. So advertising restrictions have come in, and companies have really shifted to trying to come up with the latest, greatest cash out facility or multi-builder or in-play product or whatever it is that they can differentiate on. I saw that at William Hill. We had over 500 different external products in our product roadmap, and we never could prioritize or get them in quick enough. And I realized there was a real edge in understanding that product layer of the gambling space. It was far more protected in terms of regulatory change and increase in tax. And so when William Hill sold to PokerStars in 2018, I went, well, actually, I want to start a fund and focus on that layer. I thought for a banker, they could understand the P&L of Caesars or MGM or William Hill or Ladbrokes, very similar lines of the P&L. So if one's valued at 12 times or 15 times earnings, any analyst could work it out, but it'd be much harder for that analyst to understand a data provider or a mobile app builder or a platform business. How sticky are those businesses? How much revenue could they possibly generate if they get 5 more contracts? It's much more tricky and very specialized. So we focused on that area, and we focused and said, well, look, building TomWaterhouse.com, we went from 3 people to over 100 people in the team in a year, and we did all of this cognitive testing. We hired really smart people, like CEO of PointsBet was our COO, the CEO of Dabble was our CTO, the CEO of iSelect was our CMO. Like literally the whole team have gone on to be probably 10 of them, all CEOs of different businesses, and they're really great to work with and so smart. But I paid for them all to learn how to build an online betting
Were you
business.
smart enough to invest in all their businesses too?
Some of them, but not
that
enough.
smart.
They've done so well, and they're such great guys, and we're still. But we all paid to go on the journey of learning how to build an online business, and I always thought, actually, I made a mistake in one way. I should have just hired someone that had been at Paddy Power, William Hill, or Ladbrokes, and was 5 years ahead of us in the journey, and could give me a blueprint of how to do SEO and how to do digital marketing and who to go and get mobile app from and who to basically build this business, a blueprint. And what we try and do in this space is find businesses that are unique and say to them, look, you're here in the journey. We can help you get here. This is the blueprint of how we think we could assist you in getting there. And if we can help them, then it's great for them, but it's also great for us. And that's what
We're at the finish line, but based on both the performance, your past results, reputational aptitude, and as we alluded to, 200 years of family history. Thanks for your time today. Matt Restivo, you're up next. We're going to be talking about, I was going to say Odds Jam. Is it Odds Holdings?
Odds Holdings, yeah, we own Odds Jam and Optic Odds.
Okay, so you got Odds Holdings. I should know all this because I had a small involvement with the company, full transparency. But I'd love to kind of dig in a little bit on, it was a recent sale that was announced, I think, January 1st of this year. So I'd love to dig in a little bit on the company. And, you know, you can tell the audience a bit about what Odds Jam does. But as you're doing that, like, this company has achieved exponential growth on both the B2C and B2B side. And I'd love to get your take on giving a bit of background on the company, what it does as a CEO, how you kind of built it, and how you guys have grown so quickly and scaled this company so effectively.
Yeah. Well, we're very appreciative for your help, Benji. You were instrumental in helping build the company. So I want to put that out there. So thank you. Maybe a little on my background first. So my career peaked in 2009, 2010 when I put down on everyone's cell phones, the ESPN mobile app, which annoys hundreds of thousands of people on trains every day. But eventually I kind of moved into the subscription space via BAMTech, did direct consumer streaming technology, and then ran product and engineering at the Action Network in 2018 to 2020, and then took a little break to start and fail on a couple of my own businesses. And then during that time, Ankit and Alex, the two founders of OddsJam, had reached out and asked for me to be an advisor to their business. So I sat in the room with them sort of late 2021 when we had a very shitty first product, consumer product, and advised them for a full year. And ultimately what I would say what we have built over the course of many years at OddsJam is a sports betting data platform. We have sports books. We have coverage for sports books from over 270 sports books globally. And we cover thousands, tens of thousands of markets of bets every second. We make that available through our two businesses, OddsJam and Optic Odds.
Got it. And one of the really interesting things about Odds Holdings, Optic Odds, and OddsJam is that you have a successful B2C company as well as an emerging and now successful B2B company. As CEO and building those two companies side by side, what are the challenges in building a company that has both the B2B and the B2C simultaneously?
Well, yeah, there's many, many challenges. So I kind of came full-time into the seat in 2023, and within the first 6 months, I started to realize people can't really work on both of these at the same time. I mean, there's a certain subset of people maybe who can focus on data, but we have a consumer business, and the folks in the consumer business are creating educational content to help people understand how to bet, and people in B2B are serving the needs of sports books and media companies and DFS platforms, et cetera. And I think at that time, we made the move to truly separate the two companies into two literal separate C Corps. And that, I think, was an important move for just focus, because anytime you have a product where the customer promise is different on one side compared to the other, they just have to operate in isolation.
Cool. I'd love to talk to the audience a little bit about the experience, the M&A experience within Odds Holdings. And, you know, obviously the company ultimately was sold to gambling.com, but that wasn't the first go-around. If I'm not mistaken, it was the third go-around, right?
Yeah.
So I'd love you to take me through, without getting the specifics about what companies were looking at you, the challenges of conducting M&A while also running your business simultaneously, how you manage the ups and downs of failed M&A to ultimately culminate in the sale of the company.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me just pull all these knives out of my body right now and then chat through this. No, I mean, there was a process that we walked away from, and there was a process that didn't end favorably for us. I think it's very hard to run a process and run your business at the same time. You're either operating it or you're selling it. I'm a big believer in that. You see the same thing preached to early stage startups. You have typically a CEO who's out there responsible for securing capital while you have everybody else who's building and operating the business. The first sale process that we went through, we got incredibly distracted and we took our eye off the ball, and you would have thought that like we had learned our lesson, but every single time we kind of came out of one of these failed processes of 2 times, we didn't have a grasp on the business. We certainly didn't have as tight a grasp on the business in any vertical in the business, right? So you kind of get out of, because M&A is so demanding, your time is it's so small when you're going through the process, depending upon which point you're at, and we probably could talk about that, Benji, too. You just don't have enough time to get as deep as you normally would as the operator.
Yeah, and then so if we bring it up a little bit full speed to the sale to gambling.com, like that process actually happened pretty quickly from what I understand, right? So maybe you can speak a bit to that and like why they were the right partner, and it's only been a month or two, the early days of life within a jurisdiction of a publicly traded company.
Yeah. So we had kind of identified early on as like an executive team, myself, the founders, and a few key folks, that there was going to be more synergy recognized from a third party owning and operating this business over time than we could sort of bootstrap our way to. We had decided that for whatever reason, we didn't want to take outside capital. We just wanted to bootstrap, and that really puts a ceiling as to how hard you can go at things. And so with that in mind, we pursued the first sale. We thought we had a good partner. There were some things that I think we, that were a fit. There were things that weren't a fit, and we moved on from that. When we decided to kind of turn that back on, it was, I would say, late 2023, early 2024, we found a banking partner that we really liked. And that process alone, it took us kind of 3 months to get our materials together, at which point you're understanding your business even more deeply. And then you're doing another 3 months of meet and greets and flying around the world, trying to determine if this is the right long-term partner for you. And so I think all of these relationships that we've built, I would say we have really good relationships with a lot of people who would have been a great buyer and a lot of people who wouldn't have been a great buyer for the business. But that really took a long time to understand, okay, who fits our DNA? Where does like the company, the way in which we operate, where does that fit in? And who is that with? And so between that, I think you basically take the next 6 months. You have one failed acquisition between the months of June and September. And when we exited out of that, we kind of came back to the gambling.com group, who we really loved, and we said, hey, that we had this opportunity that we had to pursue. We had been kind of bouncing back and forth between, did we make the right decision all along for the last 3 months? And we were able to really, this is one of the things that Charles and his team are just elite at. They are great at M&A. When they stepped into the business to pursue a transaction, it was very clear. Like, the team was there. The team was big. They were on us. They were riding us. They were riding our bankers. I think I lost 10 pounds in the month of December just being awake at like 7 a.m. to 11 o'clock every night, being locked in the office. But it's what they did, and that's how we drove to kind of like an outcome of, basically signing an LOI to announcing to the public market in 60 days.
Yeah, and now the deal's done. You're part of the gambling.com family, but the deal is, it's a public company. The figures are all publicly available. And basically, you made a nice chunk of change on the front end, and there's a nice chunk of change that can be achieved on the back end, and it's a very transparent process. So how do you kind of resonate that now that you have, a period of time and an opportunity to make the dollars that were made all over again, while also being good corporate citizens within the gambling.com family?
Yeah. It's a long-term partnership.
You have a minute and 20 to answer this one.
It's a multi-year partnership. So we're very mindful of their needs. The way in which you operate a public company is obviously very different from a private company. In many ways, it's much easier to just kind of put your blinders on, be a private company. You don't have to answer to anybody. You just operate. You just build. You build with relentless execution pace. We do have to budget now kind of 10 or so % of our time to answer for the needs of the larger company, which has been great because they also bring lots of synergies and things that we haven't had traditionally. So, yeah, I think the challenge for us is when you have a big, sale event, and it seems like, for us in the betting tools space, this was a big sale. I think in many ways we kind of set the market. It is a big, big, big event, and it's, it gets a lot of attention, a lot of people reaching out. But then, for us, we have to still put our heads down and execute at the same relentless pace that we've been executing at for the past 2 years. And I think that almost required a little bit of a, you pull the lawnmower cord a few times. It required a few, kind of cycles of getting everybody back up into the intensity. And I think we're finding our stride.
Nice. And I will say that, Oz Holdings was a bootstrapped company. So, Tom, you shouldn't feel bad about missing out on the investment in that one. There was never an opportunity to do so. But, Matt, thank you very much for that. And really interesting to hear the story in detail. Jay, we're going to bring it over to you and talk about Betting Hero. There was a time when I had a very small involvement with you guys as well. And I remember meeting you. And I remember when Chris Grove introduced me to you and told me what you guys do as a company, I was like, how could this be a big business or an interesting business? But, of course, I was wrong, and you proved me wrong on that. And I'd love you to tell the audience a little bit about how the company came to be, what Betting Hero does, and how it transitioned from a hobby into something full-time and ultimately a business that we'll get into the whole story, but that you sold and then bought back. But get going.
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, appreciate everybody being here. I know there's a happy hour waiting somewhere for you, so thank you. Also, I wish I had an opportunity to sit in this audience 6 years ago, 7 years ago when I started the company, hearing from guys like this and from Carolina as well. I know Carolina's story well. So if there are founders out there or executives that are in companies that are looking to exit at some point, take notes because I certainly made a lot of the mistakes that these guys have probably spoken about. Yeah, it was challenging at times. So, yeah, Betting Hero, my co-founder and I, we both came from the recruiting and sales space. Obviously, you can tell I'm from the UK, moved to America when I was 18 years old, went to college in Michigan, played soccer, and stuck around, went into recruiting, then joined a company called Gartner. If you're familiar, big research and advisory firm, I was on the sales side. The week I joined Gartner, I was down in Fort Myers doing my training, a 5-week training program. My co-founder and I founded, at the time, SBST, Sports Betting Street Team. The concept essentially was an affiliate business that did things offline rather than online. A couple of reasons why. One, I'm not that smart. I didn't know how to compete technically with the gambling.coms of the world at the time. And also we were late, right? We entered the space in 2018. We had no sports betting experience. So we didn't have the intellectual property that was needed to be successful in the arena. 6 months later, enter Benji, Chris Grove, and some others that really brought a lot of the advice that we needed, as well as a little bit of capital that we didn't need as much, but I needed them to have some skin in the game. So, yeah, Betting Hero started as SBST. It was a side hustle. I was working a full-time day job as a corporate salesperson at Gartner. Monday through Friday, Friday afternoon, we'd fly out to Philadelphia. I remember this route exactly. We'd drive to Atlantic City. We'd activate on behalf of all of our clients at the time in 2018 and 19. We'd fly home, red-eye, Philadelphia, back to Grand Rapids, Michigan, 2 flights, stop over in Grand Rapids, do all of my client reporting, land at about 1 a.m., and then go back to work the next day on our day jobs. My co-founder was an early employee at Glassdoor.com. And we did that for 12 months. And if you remember back in those days, it really was the Wild West. And the reaction that Benji gave was the reaction that we got from almost everybody that we spoke to. There is no way that an in-person activation company is going to be successful in this industry. We as operators don't need you. We can convert our own customers. They're going to sign up on their own. It's so easy. It's so simple. We all know now how wrong that was. And fast forward 7 years, we'll get to the sale and buyback, I'm sure. But fast forward 7 years, we now have about 500 betting heroes across the country. We've activated over 600,000 people in person in every single legal state, across pretty much every single gaming adjacent product you can think of. And we've also built an in-house research division, largely in demand from operators saying, hey, you know, our customers better than us, you know, our product's better than us, we need you to do product testing, we need you to do consumer insight studies, competitive analysis, promotions tracking, anything that the consumer has eyes and fingertips on, the operators are obviously in demand for. And we have a very unique position in the space to be able to deliver those insights and feedback to the operators. So hopefully that's good.
It's good, but let's get into the meat of it. Let's talk about the M&A, right? So you sold the company in what year?
2021.
So you sold to Fans Unite, which was at the time a small market cap, publicly traded Canadian company. So talk to me a little bit about selling the company, that process, and life in within the realm of a small market cap public company that had very little liquidity.
Yeah, so I think the first thing to say is we've never done this before. We haven't been founders. We'd never built and sold companies. We were relatively new to the sports betting space as well. We thought we needed to sell the company. We thought that was the path that we needed to go on because as a founder, that sounds great. We were actually also in cycle with 2 or 3 companies before we ended up selling to Fans. Very similar to Matt's story. One of them we walked away from. One of them walked away from us, I think regrettably, because they tried to come back and buy us again. But Fans almost fell in our lap. Actually, the introduction was made through Chris Grove again. He was an investor advisor in Betting Hero at the time. We merged our businesses together, American affiliate Betting Hero, and we were acquired mutually by Fans Unite. Look, I can't talk massively in detail about what happened at Fans because they're a publicly traded company, and candidly, that's a part of my life that I hope not to relive in too many ways, but learn from. We knew pretty early on that this was not the right home for us. I think, you know, people will say you regret that decision, you should have done something else. Hindsight is 20/20, as we all know. You have to make the best of what you were dealt, and we were dealt a pretty rough deck of cards. You know, the market at the time, if you remember, we sold in November of 21. DraftKings stock tanked pretty shortly thereafter and took everybody with it, Fans Unite included. And that was a challenging following 2 years. We were the sole profitable component of a publicly traded company in Canada that very quickly needed to reach its own profitability. Therefore, we became that profitability for them, right? We were the asset that was keeping that business afloat in many ways. So when you're in an environment like that, it's very difficult to invest in strategic growth, in innovation, in expansion, in product development, in a number of areas that were critical to our long-term objectives and to the objectives that we set out together with Fans. You know, no fault of Fans, we just weren't able to execute on those things.
Got it.
So very quickly, we turned our attention to, honestly, a little bit of disaster mitigation. Okay, what do we do now? You know, Jeremy and I, we had an earnout. We could have sold that earnout through and then left. But candidly, when you found a company, when you build a company, it is your baby, right? This is the thing that you care more about than even your family in certain circumstances. I mean, think about the sacrifices we make with our family and friends.
We won't tell your wife you said that.
Well, she knows. Unfortunately for me, so do my kids. My kids are at an age now where they kind of get it too, and they're like, Dad, why are you still leaving? But we knew that the right thing to do was to get Betting Hero out of Fans, not because Fans was a bad place, but because we weren't able to execute on the things that we needed to execute upon.
So the spoiler alert here is that he buys back the company. So tell us about that. We got 2 minutes to go here.
Okay.
You bought back the company. Give us the thought process and how that went down.
Yeah, so it was a 2-year cycle. So it started pretty close to, you know, when I realized that we'd made a mistake. And it took a long time. It was a very complicated deal. We were the buyer. We were the seller. We were also the largest shareholders in Fans Unite. It was incredibly complicated to do. Fortunately, We had a guardian angel in GeoComply that saw something in our business, saw something in us, and they wanted to make this deal happen. So we worked very, very closely with the GeoComply team, with the bankers involved, obviously with the fans team as well, to make sure that there was an outcome that everybody was going to be happy with. We are extremely happy with that outcome. Jeremy and I reacquired the company in August of last year. We're 60% owners in the business now. GeoComply own 40% of the company. And we are now doing what we thought we were going to do 2 years ago, which is focus on the innovation, the growth, the expansion of Betting Hero, and taking Betting Hero to a place in the industry that we believe there is an enormous opportunity for a company to take advantage of. And honestly, we think we're the best position to do that.
Now, what happens as you continue to scale and grow the company? Do you sell it again?
Of course.
Okay. Awesome. Well, listen, thanks for all of the insights. It's a fascinating story, and you have the distinction of being the only panelist who has sold, bought back, and will eventually sell again the same company. It's like double jeopardy or something. But thank you, and it's a fantastic story, and I know that you've been leading by example the whole way through, so congratulations on a fantastic outcome.
Thank you.
Carolina, we're going to move on to you and to saving the best for last, hopefully, as always, and to discussing your journey with Beyond Play, your journey now within FanDuel. Maybe just a bit of background for the benefit of our audience really quickly, and then we'll jump into it.
Okay, so my name is Karina Pels. I'm a founder and ex-CEO of Beyond Play. We're a software development company specializing in engagement products consisting of multiplayer technology for slots and jackpot product. We were a B2B venture that was acquired by Flutter Entertainment, FanDuel particularly last year. My background is this industry and this industry only. I have worked in it since I was 18 years old, all the way from dealing cards in a land-based casino. And then I entered online around 2010, worked for the likes of Leo Vegas Group, Betson, William Hill, Scientific Games, and eventually founded my own business.
Awesome. Thank you for that. So I'd love to get into, like, you started this company 2020, 21?
2021.
And you sold the company in 24, yeah, right, to FanDuel, which is the behemoth in our industry. I mean, that's fast, right? So I guess my question for you is, when you were starting this company, did you ever envision being able to sell the company that quickly? Were you thinking of M&A as you were building the company? And I asked that question because it happened so quickly.
Absolutely. I mean, we had this discussion yesterday at Challengers that there are different type of founders, and some founders want to build a company to start making big revenues. Some founders build companies to sell. I absolutely built a company to sell it. Now, in not my wildest dreams, I thought that I would sell it in such a short amount of time. But I had a mindset from the beginning that I need to build a company in the way that will be sellable. And I've always said it quite transparently. I thought we were going to be bought by a B2B business because we were a B2B and there wasn't much history of B2C acquiring B2B businesses. But at the back of my head and a very prominent space on my vision board, FanDuel was always there just because of the prominence of the brand and the sentiment towards the group, right? So the way we were building the company was going down the route of the easiest potential exit strategy. So, you know, we could have gone unregulated markets and tried to take money from easier to convince sources, but we chose the hard path. We were regulated markets only. Very difficult product to build because it was an absolute innovation, especially on the multiplayer side, which also meant much smaller pool of investors and a lot of challenges with money raising. But that was specifically so that we have the least path of resistance if one of the publicly listed or regulated companies wanted.
So I actually find that fascinating. So when you were like actually day one building your company and pitching to investors and building your cap table, you were thinking in terms of what markets you were going to be going into, regulated versus unregulated. How did you go about with that process? Because for many founders, as they're getting going, forgetting about selling the company, they just got to raise enough capital they could start their company. So how were you able to kind of manage that in terms of the thought process of who you want to surround yourself with as you go on this journey?
Okay, I would be lying that that was the first thought when I started raising money. When I started raising money, I had a deck and one advisor. I didn't even have a product prototype. So I think that's already quite remarkable that someone was willing to back my vision at such an early stage. We raised money from LeoVegas group at the time that I had a track record with because I used to work for them, and Nick Robinson, founder of Big Time Gaming, was our other key backer. So back then, I was just happy I got money, and I was very happy I got money from these two parties because I knew them both well. I knew their sort of innovation value that they can bring to the table, and I had a genius inventor on one side, and I had a strategic B2C customer on another side, which would be my beta release for product, right? So it was a perfect combo. But then multiplayer product was falling in between different layers of regulation or just completely unknown to regulators. So we didn't know, do we need a license? Do we not need a license? And because we had a lot of PR and we were not really flying below the radar, the lawyers advised that we need to go through the licensing process because the likes of UKGC and other regulators will probably challenge the fact that we don't need a license. And it was very, it was in the details of, you know, where the servers and, you know, who is the host, who is the software and so on. When we added the jackpot product to our portfolio, which was a strategic decision to de-risk the company from having just one innovative product that we were building and we still didn't know whether it's going to work or not and how many times we're going to fail on it. We added jackpot, which was already a proven concept. We knew how to build it and we knew there were customers out there who are going to want this product. We knew we needed a license at that moment. And as soon as we entered into licensing processes, and mind you, we were licensing for UK, Malta, Ontario, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, all at the same time with 2 people in the compliance team consisting of me in the compliance team as well. So, I mean, most of the time I was just filling those paperworks for licensing, but very quickly it became apparent that this means very different type of investors for us. And we were lucky that the very first ones were already licensed and, you know, that was pretty easy for them to go through the paperwork. But it basically meant that when I was raising my second round, in which we raised over 4 million euros, I had to shoot myself in the foot in every investor meeting, starting with, have you gone through New Jersey licensing process? And that's where 50% would fall off. And then I would ask, have you gone through the UKGC licensing process? That's when another 25% would fall off. And then from the remaining 25%, they would say, we haven't, but we're willing to. And I was like, how about you get on a call with my UKGC lawyers so they can tell you exactly what the process is going to be like. So then another 25% would fall off. So it was a nightmare because I was just
last man standing investment process.
Exactly, yeah.
So bring us now to the sale. You sell the company to FanDuel, and now you integrate your company, your team into a conglomerate, and you know, you got to kind of adjust into their corporate culture. So talk to us a little bit about, with our remaining time, what it's like going from an independent entrepreneur into the FanDuel family.
It's not an easy process. I think I had a little bit of an advantage in the flexible mindset because I came from corporate environment. You know, I worked for LeoVegas from the times when they were a small company, relatively small, with 100 people, to the time when there were 1,600 people. So I've seen that evolution, and you know, I've already gone through that to a certain extent. So none of the processes or integration-related matters at FanDuel were a surprise to me. It was more, how do I bring the team on board with that? Because in the current age, especially when it comes to technical people, they come to work for startups because they want to work for startups. They don't necessarily come to work there to be acquired. So it was a lot of explaining to them that this is a world of opportunity, that many doors are going to open for them, you know, that this is stability, that we're not going to have to worry so much, that we're not going to be having to run at such a fast pace as we were doing before, because previously we would have 5, 6 different integrations at the same time. Now we had time to dedicate to FanDuel product development. We were getting support from their teams on all matters from, you know, better equipment to finance support to operational support. So things were just getting easier for everyone, and the team saw through that very quickly. You know, the challenges that come through with that is mostly for the people that have never worked in corporate. So I wasn't too concerned about myself, but probably the biggest challenge for the founder is that you do feel a little bit more detached from the team because you're losing a little bit of control, you're handing off your responsibility, and it's intentional because as a founder who is eventually going to move on, you have that moral responsibility to the buyer to remove that level of attachment and dependency between the team and yourself, so that when you leave, it's not automatic that the rest of the team is going to follow. You want the team to be attached to their new home and see themselves there long term, whether you're in it or not, right? So I've been doing a lot of work on that, and it's actually counterintuitive, because as a founder, you want to be close to your team and you want to act as their mother and ambassador and whatever, whereas for the past 6-7 months, I've been trying to show them that I'm co-parenting, you know, with someone else, and we are there both in their corner, so that they develop some kind of relationship with someone that is going eventually be their future.
It's an amazing story, and I know we're down to the last couple of seconds here, but I know that a part of what you're doing now and a part of your motivation going forward is educating other founders, inspiring others, and I think you're doing some writing along that side. Maybe just a quick plug for that.
Yeah, I think this has been my mission. I think my story is quite remarkable because I have that typical zero to hero type of journey, which not a lot of people know because they know my career from, you know, the time of Leo Vegas, where I was already quite established in the industry, but my career spans 20 years. So I have written a book about all the less glamorous experiences of what I've gone through, which I think it is an inspiring and empowering story. So if you guys ever interested in the book, you can find it under domain hairplay.com, which is my way to pay it forward for all the help I received in the industry and specifically empower female entrepreneurs and show them it can be done.
Thank you for that. Not just one inspiring story, but 4 inspiring stories for the price of one here today. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you to all of our panelists for sharing their stories of building their companies, their exits, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Enjoy tomorrow, and I guess we have a happy hour to get to now, so thanks again.
Thank you.
Good job.
Okay, there's a party starting at 5:30 next door at the Winter Garden, the Jardin d'Hiver. If you want to hear just for 2 minutes, a couple of takeaways, my 5 points that I learned today. Number 1, the current instability in the markets is not something that anyone here seems to care about. So we'll see how that plays out. Number 2, there's a high expectation of M&A activity over the next 2 years. So that means from cash hoards of the big companies buying smaller technologies to build up their businesses. Number 3, maybe the most important, is that we expect, or we heard today, that new technologies will drive up the hold on sports betting to 15%. That's a game changer for the sports betting market. And that's because that's coming from the entertainment value, which we heard a lot about today. Entertainment value in the products is going to drive that hold, whether it be the pick'ems, the parlays, gamification, things like that. So those are some of the things. Oh, there was one more, and I just lost it, so bear with me 1 second. And the 4th thing was that sweeps are not going away. That we're going to see money coming from the sweeps industry to fund lobbying to keep that industry alive. So those were my 5 takeaways from today. Thank you all for coming. We'll see you at tomorrow morning at 9:30.